truth now. Yeah. I'm here to speak and make it clear. I'm sorry, y'all, for all I've done, but I'm not the only one. In a dark place, I told some lies, but I'm not the only one. We all got secrets under the sun. In the shadows, we played the game. Now I'm standing here taking the blame. A lot of y'all was at the freak off too, so don't put it all on me. That's just the truth. I've been up and down this road trying to find my peace. Confessions of a man without a release. Oh, now, hey. In the mirror, I saw the truth hiding in plain view. I'm coming clean now, this burden to undo. We were all there dancing shadows in the night, acting wrong when we knew what was right. But deep inside, there's more you must see. In this room of mirrors, it's not just me. I walk this path with heavy chains, trying to shed those sins, erase the stains. I've seen the highs and the pushing low, fading in the spotlight. That's how it goes. Now I'm standing here, hard on my sleeve, trying to clear the air, let the demons relieve. Every wrong turn and every mistake led me to this moment, let my soul quake. Plays a part in the shadows deep, lost in the game. It's promises to keep.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning back in once again to the original Queen Ahmadiyyah Shakur show. I'm your host, Queen Ahmadiyyah Shakur, and this is your morning wake-up call. So as you're coming in, please feel free to go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Be sure to click that notification bell and click the word all so you're notified each time when Goddess goes live. Okay, so let's get into it. Hold on, give me just a second. I'm trying to set this up on my phone. Okay. All right. Sorry for being late. So let's see who all is in here. Okay. Claudette is in the house, G from the land. All right, Nessa G is here. Okay, let's get into it. BMCK, Sheila, Most Hated Bronze Flat Power God, March Baby, Claudette. All right, so with that all being said, hey Panther Strike. Hold on, do you all hear an audio coming from somewhere? Am I tripping? Okay, so anyway, with that all being said, shout out to everybody in the chat and everyone tuning into the Queen. I see you, Panther Strike. Dervis is in the house. Hold on. Okay, I knew what I was listening to. Okay. I forgot I had another tab open. Okay, so today is Diddy sentencing. So we're going to sit here. It starts at 10 o'clock. And we're going to see what happens. Okay, maybe Diddy's going home, or maybe he's going to get, a minimal sentence, or maybe the judge is going to hit him hard. We don't know. It all depends on the judge. Now, so far, he hasn't been very favorable of Diddy, denying him bail and all of that. Panther Strike, why are you calling me Patty? Oh, because I played that song? It was just for old time's sakes, beloved. All right, so anywho. All right. All right, Special K. So listen, before we get into it, we're going to be getting our updates from Inner City Press. Okay, I started to go to New York, but I really didn't want to go down there if it's only going to be for a day. And also, what I was thinking was, it's because it's going to be the sentencing. This is going to be like really breaking news that people want to hear like right away. And if you're at the court, you're going to have to wait till they tell you what's going on in the court. When you get the verdict or get the sentence, right? Then you got to go outside. You got to check out your phones and everything that you need to go outside and actually do your live. So we might get the information quicker than them, or at least it'll be dispersed by us likely quicker than they can. Okay. I'm pretty sure of that because it's going to take a while for them to get outside. The lines are long, and there was a lot of people at court this morning. Okay, because my friends are there, and they sent me screenshots of all these folks standing in line since 1 o'clock yesterday at 1 p.m. Okay, yesterday afternoon. So it's a lot of people there. All right, so I figured I can get the information quicker just getting the updates. All right, with that all being said, let's get to the letter that Diddy wrote to the judge. Okay, let's get into it. Now, this was written a couple of days ago. Should have said people going to act a fool today. Well, I hope not. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. That's right. Ladybug said Inner City Press is at the top of it. Okay, you already know. So everybody be sure to please hit that like button. Thank you in advance, beloveds. Okay, here's the letter that Diddy wrote to Judge Arun Subramanian. Says, Dear Judge Subramanian, I hope this letter finds you well and in good health and spirits. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts to you. First and foremost, I want to apologize and say how sincerely sorry I am for all of the hurt and pain that I have caused others by my conduct. I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. This has been the hardest 2 years of my life, and I have no one to blame for my current reality and situation but myself. In my life, I have made many mistakes, but I'm no longer running from them. I'm so sorry for the hurt that I caused, but I understand that the mere words, I'm sorry, will never be good enough, as these words alone cannot erase the pain from the past. Over the past 13 months, I have had to look in the mirror like never before. My pain became my teacher. My sadness was my motivator. I have to admit my downfall was rooted in my selfishness. The scene and images of me assaulting Cassie play over and over in my head daily. I literally lost my mind. I was dead wrong for putting my hands on the woman that I loved. I'm sorry for that and always will be. My domestic violence will always be a heavy burden that I will have to forever carry. Now, the remorse, the sorrow, the regret, the disappointment, the shame, I honestly feel sorry for something that I couldn't forgive someone else for. If they put their hands on one of my daughters. This is why it is so hard for me to forgive myself. It is like a deep wound that leaves an ugly scar. Your Honor, I thought I was providing for Jane concerning her and her child, but after hearing her testimony, I realized that I hurt her. For this, I am deeply sorry. I lost my way. I got lost in my journey, lost in the rugs and the excess. My downfall was rooted in my selfishness. I have been humbled and broken to my core. Jail is designed to break you mentally, physically, and spiritually. Over the past year, there have been so many times that I wanted to give up. There have been some days I thought I would be better off dead. The old me died in jail, and a new version of me was reborn. Prison will change you or kill you. I choose to live. Every day since my incarceration, as difficult as my circumstances currently are, I have made the best of my time by reading books, writing, working out, or in therapy, obtaining the tools and knowledge to deal with my past drug abuse and anger issues. I have been putting in the work and working diligently to become the best version of myself to ensure that I never make the same mistakes again. I realize that I'm in a situation where no amount of money, power, or fame can save me. Only God can save me. My grandmother used to teach me that God makes no mistakes and that everything he does is for your good. I believe that a bad situation can be used for good. Although this situation has been the hardest and darkest time in my life, good things have come out of my incarceration. For starters, I am now sober for the first time in 25 years. I have been trying my best to deal with my drug abuse and anger issues and take accountability as well as positive steps towards healing. One of the most beautiful things I have experienced is being asked by my fellow inmates to teach and mentor them. They wanted to learn what I did to become a successful businessman. I was inspired by their hunger and desire to learn information in order to not only set goals, but achieve any goals or dreams that their hearts desire. I started teaching a 6-week program called Free Game, title given by my fellow inmates, which I was able to have approved and sanctioned by the Bureau of Prisons. I don't just teach about my success, I also teach about my mistakes and failures. It has truly been a blessing to do something positive in a negative situation. It has been beautiful to see the newfound hope in my fellow inmates' eyes. The most shocking thing was to see the unity and the peace this class, has produced. As you are probably aware, jails and prisons are segregated places. However, in working together, hold on. However, in our class, we have Black, Spanish, white, and Asian all together in one room, learning and working together. We have an interpreter for the Spanish speaking inmates. The biggest miracle that I've seen with this class is all of the gangs, such as Bloods, Crips, MS-13s, Trentarios, and 18th Streets, in one room working together. I'm also proud to say that since this class started, there have been no fights in our units. All right, this all sounds good. Now, this class has also helped me in my time of need and despair. Being able to do something good for others has also given me much needed hope. God bless me with this opportunity to help others, and I will continue to do so. I ask you for your mercy today, not only for my sake, but for the sake of my children. God bless me with 7 beautiful children, 3 sons and 4 daughters. Their names are Quincy, Justin, Christian, Chance, Jesse, Delilah, and the newest addition, a 2-year-old daughter, Love. 4 of my children lost their mother, Kim Porter, as she tragically passed away in 2018. I am their only parent. I have failed my children as a father, and my father was murdered when I was 3 years old, so I know firsthand what it's like to not have a father. More than anything, I just want the opportunity to return home and be the father that they need and deserve. God also blessed me with the greatest mother in the world. My mother sacrificed her life and dreams to provide for me and my younger sister, Keisha. She worked 3 jobs to make sure that we had a roof over our heads, clothes on our backs, and the best education. My mother is now 84 years old, and she recently had brain surgery. Despite her own health challenges, she attended my trial today. I have always been her primary caregiver. It breaks my heart that I put myself in this situation, and for the first time, I am unable to be there for my mother when she needs me most. As I write you this letter, I am scared to death, scared to spend another second away from my mother and my children. I no longer care about the money or the fame. There is nothing more important to me than my family. I understand that one factor the court has to consider is deterrence. Deterrence for me, for others, to ensure that no one follows in my footsteps and makes the same mistakes. For a year, I have been locked in one room with 25 other incarcerated people, sharing the same one room. In that room that I share, there are no windows. There is no natural clean air. There is no sunlight, and we all live in one room. We eat, sleep, use the toilet, take showers, and prepare meals all in the same room. The conditions that my actions have placed me in are inhumane. I don't tell you this for pity or sympathy. I'm simply sharing my truth and the truth of my fellow incarcerated people. We have no clean drinking water and we boil our drinking water. We all share one washing machine, which is broken. I'm surrounded by rugs and live every day with a constant threat of being stabbed or losing my life. Again, I'm not expecting pity or sympathy, but my time at MDC has changed me forever. Now, prior to being in jail, I took care of and was present for my family. Being in jail and because of my conduct, I lost the ability to care for my mother. I lost the ability to effectively raise and support my children. I have missed my three daughters' proms and graduations. I have missed taking one of my daughters to college. I have lost the freedom to teach my 2-year-old how to speak, dance, play, or be there to console her when she falls down or has a nightmare. Are y'all listening to this? This is very heart-wrenching. Please pay attention. And I honestly think it sounds very sincere. I think that Diddy is sincere. We'll get into that when I'm done. But let me continue. So prior to being in jail, I took care of and was present for my family. Being in jail and because of my conduct, I lost the ability to care for my mother. I lost the ability to effectively raise my children. Now, I'm sorry, I already read that. Okay, I started from nothing and worked hard to earn everything I had. Because of my conduct, I have lost all of my businesses. I have lost my career, lost the charter schools that I started, and I have destroyed my reputation and stained the reputation of those that worked for me. I lost I lost my being present with my family. Between all of my losses and lessons, I can state for a fact that I will never be in another criminal courtroom again, and I do not believe any other person would do anything similar or from fear of similar punishment. If you give me a chance, I would like the opportunity to share my story with people to prevent at least one person from making the mistakes that I have made. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I know that God put me here to transform me. Since incarceration, I have gone through a spiritual reset. I'm on a journey that will take time and hard work. I'm proud to say I'm working harder than I have ever before. I'm committed to the journey of remaining a rug free, non-violent, and peaceful person. I thank God that I'm stronger, wiser, clean, clear, and sober. God makes no mistakes. I realize that this trial has received a tremendous amount of global press, and Your Honor may be inclined to make an example out of me. I would ask Your Honor to make an example of what a person can do if afforded a second chance. If you allow me to go home to my family, I promise I will not let you down and I will make you proud. Today, I humbly ask you for another chance to be a better father, another chance to be a better son, another chance to be a better leader in my community, and another chance to live a better life. I'm writing this not to gain any sympathy or pity. This experience is simply the truth of my existence and has changed my life forever, and I will never commit a crime again. Thank you for your time and consideration, Sean Combs. All right, so what do you all have to say about all of it? What do you all think about that lovely letter? I find that it was very heartfelt and sincere. And let me all tell you something. I was talking to someone last night, and basically they were saying, oh, if Diddy gets out, I hope he doesn't get into any more trouble. I hope he learns his lesson. He doesn't do this, doesn't that. And I basically tell them, Diddy absolutely is not going to get in any more trouble when he gets out. First of all, let's look at it like this. Now, people go to jail or prison, get out, and go right back very often. It's called recidivism. But those are usually people that are career criminals. So the fact that someone wealthy, that was a whole billionaire, has been humbled to the point that they've had to sit in a jail cell, okay, and all the stuff that Diddy described in that letter is exactly what I described to them when I was talking to them last night. I said, listen, you're used to living in a fancy plush mansion, being able to get on a private jet and go wherever you want to go, just living lavish, and now you've been reduced to staying in one room with multiple people, a toilet where everyone goes to, there's no lid to put down. Okay. So at the end of the day, I said, you'd have to be crazy to do anything else. So when people are saying like Deontay Nash and Cassie and Mia, when they're saying, oh, Diddy's going to get us when he gets out, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I said, I don't know why they're scared because Diddy's going to be under heavy scrutiny. I'm quite sure that the prosecution will be watching him, okay, to make sure that he doesn't do anything. So if he does anything, they're going to put him right back where he just got out. So I don't think he's going to commit any more crimes. I definitely don't think that. I think that he has learned his lesson. Now, the judge may think that he needs a longer time, to learn that lesson, but I honestly think that he's probably already learned it, honey. Okay? Because going from, like I said, his lifestyle to jail, yeah. And then all of his business being out here in the streets, we all know his business. We all get to read the letter that he had to write and all of that. I mean, we just all know what's going on. Okay, that's right. Winter said no one is perfect. Exactly. Let he who is without sin cast the first stone at the end of the day. So, with that all being said, I just find it very interesting that some people act as though they can't get past Diddy. Now, Diddy was acquitted of the most serious crimes. Okay, this these charges, the Mann Act violations, these are rooted in racism, as we all know, and they're usually used to prosecute and convict Black men, as we all know. With that all being said, what Diddy did was not even prostitution in the first place. So we'll see how it goes. At the end of the day, if you want Diddy to get out or if you want Diddy to have a light sentence, then I would suggest that maybe you talk to the Most High for Diddy. Okay, cross your fingers, pray, whatever you want to do. Right, hold your rabbit's foot. I don't know, but I'm wishing for the best because I absolutely think Diddy has learned his lesson, and I really think that the judicial system has been, disproportionately unfair to people who look like me throughout the history of this country. So we don't know how it's going to go, but we can only hope for the best because at the end of the day, some of these people that were accusing Diddy were complicit in some of the same things they were accusing him of. And then for the rest of it, well, Diddy didn't do it. That's why he was acquitted. There's some people that are still saying, oh, he was S-trafficking. Oh, he committed RICO. Oh, the prosecution didn't present the evidence right. Oh, the jury got it wrong. You know what I say about people like that? What makes them think that they're so much smarter than the jurors? 12 of them, to say the least. What makes them think that they know more than the prosecution? Because if the prosecution was trying to win the case, and they were, trust me when I say, you don't think that the prosecution knew how to lay out their own evidence that they, in fact, collected? Okay, that makes no sense. But you see, some people think they know so much about everything when really they don't know anything. All right, so we'll see how it all turns out. Now, what Amy Williams says, it sounds wholeheartedly sincere to me, and nobody's perfect. As long as you're on this earth, you're going to be learning, and I believe Sean Combs has learned his lesson. That was very well said, beloved, and that was nice of you. Because, like I said, so many will still talk down. And let me tell you all something that I thought about. I'm about to show you all the video. Some of you may have already seen it, but the video that they showed in court, they're going to be showing in court this morning about Diddy. So hold on, I'm looking to see if there's any updates. Hold on, let me see what he's talking about. Here's Matthew from Inner City Press. Let's go to what he's saying. He does these little short videos before he gets in court. So he's just posted one. So let's hear what he's talking about, and then I'll get back to what I was saying.
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Friday, October 3rd. It's D-Day. Sean Diddy Combs the sentencing will begin today. Hopefully it will finish today. Turns out that at least 4 of his lawyers want to speak. And the judge hasn't said no. Mia will speak from as a victim. The judge upheld that, Judge Subramanian. And at midnight last night, Brian Steele, who's put in a series of letters of support, Miles Guo among them, Palm Beach chaplain of the police there, and Sean Combs' letter himself. But he put in a video. He was supposed to give it to the prosecution at 5 p.m., and I'm sure he did. But at midnight, he put a Dropbox links into the docket. So we Dropboxed and we put it up, and you can find it. It's you can say I haven't rarely seen that, but it's not the only time I've seen it. I actually do remember a sentencing for another defendant delayed so they could produce a video to try to show the judge who they were. Here, I don't think there's any. I think Subramanian's heard quite a bit of testimony about the days at Revolt, Bad Boy, the family. He's seen so I don't really know what it brings to the table. And I wonder whether all of this sort of hoopla is going to drive it into more than one day. That would be ridiculous because this is the day. And on the one hand, the government wants 11 years. On the other hand, Combs wants time served. So where will he come down? We will be covering it in great detail. and live. Now, what else can we say? Here's another. This is a lesser known, but we covered about a week, 10 days ago, the case of it was described as a Queen school teacher, but he was indicted in the SDNY, Christopher Ward. He was detained for a second time yesterday, but we learned and reported, it seems to me it's exclusively, that he was teaching in Manhattan as recently as July and August of this year at the Camp Leman School in Lower Manhattan on Broad Street. We published the email that they sent around. Parents are pretty upset that they weren't immediately told. It seems like they from their point of view, they were told only when they read about the case on Inner City Press. So there's that. Of course, there's other cases here going on, but we don't only cover the courts. We're covering the world of finance and transparency. Even during the shutdown, the FDIC is rubber stamping branch applications. Yesterday, something called Austin State Bank. This is as they are just about to, according to them, stop giving any kind of public notice of branch applications. So we're all over it, and we're covering it very close. We're also covering the United Nations, where in 2020, we already pushed out of the UN for our reporting on Guterres. In 2020, we published exclusively video of UN staff with a woman in a red dress gyrating in the back seat in a UN vehicle. Now, they denied it at first. They ignored it. Then they said they were going to take zero tolerance. They were going to do a lot. Well,
not gyrate.
We've published now that what they did, and they did almost nothing. And it confirms everything that we reported. Will the UN apologize for denial? Now, look, this is the courthouse. This is the Diddy scene. I almost don't want to show this sign. Oh, Lisa says free speech. So we're going in, but it's quite something. This is the scene across the street. This is the focus, and we'll do it at least for today, but one day only. Inner City Press. We're going in.
Okay, y'all heard it, honey. He said he'll do it, but for one day only. Okay? One day only, because there's too many people out there. I'm gonna tell you like this. My friend said the same thing. My friend said they were talking about it might be 2 days. They might have to come back Monday. And they were like, I can't come back. This is too much. Okay? This is too much. That's what they said, beloveds. Hold on. Hold on. I'm looking for. I had something. Hold on here. Okay, so anyway, with that all being said, I was just going to show you all the screenshots my friend sent me last night of the crowd that was already packed. But anywho, with that all being said, Mark Jag is so nefarious, talking about that judge is hideous looking. Oh, Mark, don't hold back, beloved. Tell us how you really feel. Okay, so nefarious. Perplex said, we all know full well what this is all about. Sean is a powerful entity. When he started to transition to politics and expanding his brand, that includes land ownership and media, all hell broke loose. Very much so. This is something to think about. Let me tell you all something. I'm about to show you the video that Diddy and his team are going to present today in court. Byron B says, every time that I got caught when I did something wrong, I got punished. Well, Byron, maybe you should be a little slicker, beloved, so that you don't get caught. Just a thought. What were you doing, if you don't mind us asking? I mean, after all, you did volunteer the information. What were you doing, Byron B? Lying, cheating, perhaps? Okay. Derek said, free the diddler. All right. Okay. Um, y'all. Perplex, what is that supposed to mean? Perplex said, Byron, I don't know why you're laughing. I'm absolutely serious. Okay. Okay. I absolutely believe that's what you were doing. Now, Derek said he may be a creep, but jail him for serious things and not for being a freak. Exactly, beloved. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. That's what I'm talking about, beloved. Byron B said all of the above. Yeah, I'm so sure. I absolutely believe you. Okay, so with that all being said, Leon said, I'm all ears, Byron. Tell us. So I'm gonna get into this video. Um, Metlo, is that what that says? Methlo says P Diddy. I don't have on my glasses, beloved. Sorry, I'll try to find them later. P Diddy would have to continue to do the same thing that he was doing until he got caught. Okay. He would have continued to do the same thing that he was doing until he got caught, and probably would have continued on God. Stop things for a reason. Well, that could be true. I mean, when we think about it, most people do things until they get caught. That's how it usually works. We all do things till we get caught. I'm not saying we did anything criminal. I'm just saying sometimes when we do little things, don't we just do it till we get caught? I mean, even as children, okay? Even when we're children, we do things and then stop when we get caught. When we learn our lesson or we get a punishment, okay? Think about it. All right. I know I was bad as a little kid. Okay. Retired Federal Bank says the best news show. Thanks, Professor. Thank you, beloved. I appreciate your kind words and I appreciate you. And thank you for your contribution to the channel. Peace, love, and blessings. Okay. So now let's get into this video. Here's the thing. Greta said Diddy is going to get a good amount of time, maybe not 11 years, and for sure, just my opinion. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't see it. I think Diddy's going to get like no more than 24 months, but maybe as little as 14. I'm going to say as little as 18, but no more than 24. That's what I would say. That's what he should get. He really should be able to leave with time served. But the judge is going to give him something. But if the judge is going by the sentencing guidelines, okay, and if he's going by the category of inmate that Diddy is, because Diddy's a first offender, and these are minuscule charges, quite frankly, rooted in racism. So at the end of the day, and like Shapiro said, some judges don't even want to hear about these charges. So with that all been said, Diddy should be able to go home, okay, and no longer than 18 to 24 months. That's just my opinion. If the judge gives Diddy 11 years or, some crazy number or whatever, that's going to say a whole lot about that judge, period. Now, with that all being said, let's get into the video. Likes up, everyone, please like and share. Thank you in advance. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Mark Jack said, I used to sneak cookies out of Golden Corral and take them home. Okay. That's not so bad. Okay. I used to beat little kids up when they did something to me and threaten them. Yeah. Sad but true. That's what I did. Like I said, I was nefarious as a little kid. Okay. Seriously. I was a bad little kid. I always been bad to the bone. I'm here to tell you, okay? I am here to tell you. I remember I threatened this little girl. I was like in 5th grade. I was literally like 10 years old. This little girl named Pinky. Me and her got into it, and I don't even remember why we got into it, but we got on the school bus, and she told her big brother, Edward, to hit me. And he punched me in my stomach so hard, it hurt so bad, and I was crying. I was crying. And all I was thinking on my way home after I got off that bus, girl, I'm going to get you back. I'm going to get you back because y'all know Pisces are petty. So I'm going to tell you all what I did. Now, y'all are probably going to say, Queen, why did you do something like that? Well, don't ask me. I was a kid. But that little girl, when I went to school the next day, I made up with her so I could lure her to my house. Okay. Because my mother didn't come home from work after a while, and my stepdad either. So I would be home by myself from school for like maybe at least an hour. So I was like, oh, Pinky, you want to come to my house after? And so she said, yeah. So she gets to my house and I said, let's go in my room and play Barbie dolls. So we go in my room and I take out my dolls and she's playing with them. So I go in the kitchen and I get a steak knife. True story. I literally did this. Now, I'm embarrassed to be telling y'all this, but I'm just being transparent. Don't judge me. Some of y'all were badass kids too. So anyway, I went in the kitchen, and here, let me say this. Let me preface this by saying I didn't grow up in the hood. We lived in the suburbs. Okay, my mom was a nurse, worked in the hospital. At the end of the day, my stepdad had his own business. We lived across the street, in fact, from my elementary school principal. So we lived in a nice neighborhood, is all I'm saying. I was just bad. So with that all being said, I lured the little girl to the house. Yes, unfortunately, this is what I did. And I went in there and I got a steak knife. Not a big one of those little steak knives, whatever. Nonetheless, it was a weapon. So I took the knife, put it in my back pocket, and then I went to the door of my room and I said, Pinky, come here, let me show you something. And I wanted to get her into the bathroom because the bathroom was like a smaller, compact area. I mean, I literally had sense enough to figure all this out. So I said, come here, let me show you something. So I lure her into the bathroom and she comes in and I close the door. And I took that knife out and I put her in a headlock. And I pulled that knife and I said, let me tell you something. Don't you ever tell your big brother to punch me again or else. And she was like, okay, I'm sorry. And I said, you better not tell anybody either. And she said, okay. And I let her go and she just took off running. Never heard from her again. She darn sure never told anybody because I never got in any trouble. So now I'm not proud of that. I really said all that to say that you never know what your badass little kids are doing. So when people come and tell you that your kid did something and you say, oh, not my little angel, she would never do. You don't know what your kid did behind your back. Some of these kids are bad as hell, and I was one. And had somebody told my mom that I did that, you think she would have believed it? Please, of course not. I was the little bookworm who's always reading books, going to church on Sundays and Sunday school, and being all nice and sweet. I actually was nice and sweet most of the time, but then I wasn't nice if you did something. I kind of remind myself, when I think back to that story, I kind of remind myself of that little girl in that movie, The Bad Seed. I'm not even joking, because who does that at 10 years old? I mean, I carefully, methodically planned it all out. Isn't that awful? Parents, pay attention to your kids. That's all I'm saying. So anyway, that all being said, Virgo Flower said, that's how you know about all those white children doing stuff. Yes, that's how I know. Okay, that's how I know. All right, please pay attention. Queen Hewitt said that's self-defense. Not self-defense. Pearlie said Pisces. Yes, I think they had a lot to do with it. Pisces, ooh, honey, they're nefarious, okay? And petty and vindictive. They will get you back one way or another. Okay. So anywho, Leon said, oh, what's in the queen today? Lady Space said, she's still hiding under her bed, queen. Okay, that was awful. That was awful. I can't believe I did that. Can't believe I did it. Queen Sam said, damn, Pinky, you almost went to the upper room fooling with a young Queen Pisces. Listen, I had sense enough not to use the knife on her, but I knew that it would frighten her. I had sense enough to know that I was going to use it, but I had sense enough to know this is going to scare her, right? I was just bad. Michael said, thank goodness Queen found the Lord. I already knew the Lord when I did that. I told you. I was going to Sunday school and church every Sunday. Okay, I would go on to join the junior usher board and also be the Sunday school secretary and sing in the choir. Still nefarious nonetheless, though, just like most of y'all Christians. See, that's how I know some of y'all be all cap. But we're not going to get into that. Now, let's go to this video. Sheila said some parents know their kids are demon seeds and will take up for them. Yes, they absolutely will. That's true. Okay? Pearl said, my sister is one, queen. I know how you all get down when someone hits that button. Boom. That is very true. Pisces? Well, let me tell you all something. Here's the thing. Now, if y'all, not Miss Voorhees, Lexington called me Miss Voorhees. Woo, Queen Sam said, yeah, let's not get into any of our old stories, okay? What do y'all have to share? Okay, honey, I know I was nefarious, but let me tell y'all something. Y'all think I was bad? My sister, who's like 4 years younger than me, well, one of them, but this particular sister, I'm not going to say her name because if she's watching, she'll kill me. But here's the thing. My sister was bad when we were kids too. She was more like stubborn, and she's a Virgo. Okay, now I happen to think that Virgos tend to be narcissists, or at least have narcissistic tendencies. Every Virgo I know literally does. That's just my opinion. Every Virgo that I know has some type of narcissistic tendencies. They may not be a full-on narcissist, but they do have narcissistic tendencies to me. So with that all being said, my sister and one of the neighborhood kids got into a fight one day, and the little girl's mom came and told my mom what happened or whatever. And so my mom and the lady determined that both of them were at fault. I don't remember who actually started it, but my mother and the other lady both felt like both of the kids were at fault. And so the lady made her daughter apologize to my sister. Now, my mom told my sister to apologize to her, and my sister said no. My mother said, what? Because you don't tell my mother no. When my mother tells you to do something, you do, and you don't ask questions. But my sister stood there with her arms folded, tapping her foot as she said no. My mom was like, girl, you better say you're sorry or I'm going to beat your ass. And my mother took a switch off of the bush, took the leaves off of it. She said, now apologize. My sister said no. My mother said, why aren't you going to apologize? My sister said, because she started it. So basically, my sister felt like it was self-defense, like she hit me first. So she wouldn't apologize. And my mother took that switch, popped her on her legs, and she was wearing shorts because it was the summertime. My mama popped her on her legs. My sister stood there. My mother said, you're going to say you're sorry. Nope. My mother popped her again. She still wouldn't say it. My mother might have popped that girl about 5 times. She would not say she's sorry. That's a Virgo. That's a Virgo for you. She never said it to this day. Okay? Anywho, Lady Space said, I'm a Virgo, and that's farthest from the truth, Queen. We criticize everybody, though. Yeah, isn't that what people that are narcissists tend to do? Nobody's right but them. Exactly. And they don't apologize. Till this day, I literally never heard my sister apologize to anybody. I'm serious, too. I literally never heard her apologize to anybody. And all the other Virgos I know, now and one thing to your point, Lady Spade, you said we criticize everybody though. Virgos, yeah, y'all do. Absolutely. Criticize everybody like their ish don't stink. And then when you bring up what they do, they'll say, oh, now you're projecting. We're not talking about me, we're talking about you. And then proceed to go in on you. My sister does me like that. I just feel like, girl, let me get off this phone before you work my nerves. Okay. So anyway, Virgo Flower says, I have done some of the same things. I promise I could have been your sister. I was just like that. Wouldn't cry. Wouldn't say I was sorry for nothing. See, but Virgo Flower literally just proved my point. Thank you for sharing. I know how Virgos get down, honey. It's Bridge, you said, Sags don't apologize or take accountability. Now that's true, because I have a son that's a Sagittarius. And you're right about that. Doesn't want to take accountability. Everybody else is to blame. Okay. So anyway, let's get into this video, because here's the thing. This video, when you look at this, I want you to realize and just pay attention to all the things that Diddy has accomplished in life, which we know about plenty of the things. But just looking at this video is excellent to me to show in the courtroom. Okay? Because you can't ignore this. And then also, someone, I forget who it was, spoke about Diddy getting into politics and all that stuff, and suing Diageo as well. I told you all that from day one. A lot of this has something to do with it. But let me tell you what I thought when I saw this video about Diddy. As I'm watching this video, you know what I started thinking? I started thinking about, yeah, Diddy has done some dirt. There's, I'm sure, a lot of celebrities that have done dirt. Theirs just hasn't been called out or exposed. And some of theirs has, but they've been forgiven. Why is it so hard for people to forgive Diddy? Here's the thing. Charlie Sheen was just on a interview maybe 2 weeks ago. Remember, I showed it to you all, and they were asking him about his thoughts on whatever happened with Charlie Kirk. I think that's what they were asking him about. But I was like, who cares what Charlie Sheen has to say? Why are we listening to him? This man was walking around with huge, what do y'all call it? Huge house in Virginia. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? And then not telling people and then having relations with these people. Let's not forget what Corey Feldman said about him. Wasn't it Corey Feldman or Corey Haim? One of them said something about something nefarious he allegedly did to them when they were young. So listen, my thing is Charlie Sheen is still able to get an interview these days. People still listen to him. He didn't get canceled. He was all caught up in that Heidi Fleiss scandal a couple of decades ago. So this isn't his first time at the rodeo is all I'm saying. But he was forgiven because he's Caucasian. See, they demonize and vilify black men, and even after they're dead, they'll still do it. Let's look at how they've done Michael Jackson, Prince, Bill Cosby, Diddy, okay? R. Kelly. Now, we know R. Kelly did stuff. I'm not saying he didn't, but here's my point. Whenever one of their people does something, they put a black face in front of it. That's all I'm saying. Because I've told you all 1,000 times, we all knew about R. Kelly since the 90s. Okay? Those of us that are old enough, we knew about R. Kelly since the 90s. We already knew this. Nobody did anything back then. They didn't do anything with R. Kelly until Harvey Weinstein got called out. Y'all don't think that's a coincidence? Okay? I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it was all by design to change the narrative. Because this is what they do. Even when they retried Harvey Weinstein, he was literally having his retrial while Diddy was on trial. You think that was a coincidence? No, that was all by design because once again, nobody's talking about him because everybody's focused on Diddy. Last time, everybody was focused on R. Kelly. Me and my sister that I was just talking about, me and her got into a whole argument about it because I was going in about that. And she was like, because I was like, they slick. They're so slick how they changed the narrative. Everybody was talking about Harvey Weinstein. And then the next thing you know, everybody's talking about R. Kelly. And I said, what annoyed me was the people who look like me, we were all talking about R. Kelly, but nobody was talking about Harvey Weinstein. Their people were talking about R. Kelly, and they weren't even talking about Weinstein. So that bothered me. Because let's talk about them both. Let's not just talk about the black man. If they're both nefarious and accused of nefarious things, let's talk about them both. So I did a video on Facebook. I didn't have a YouTube channel at the time, but I did a video on Facebook and I made a list of all of Harvey Weinstein's victims that came forward. There was 82 of them at the time. There was more of them, but they were afraid to come forward. But of the ones that came forward, there was 82. So I gave all the receipts on R. Kelly. Then I gave all the receipts on Harvey Weinstein. Then I named all of R. Kelly's supposed victims. Then I named all of Harvey Weinstein's victims. And it took me a whole lot longer to say who his victims were. So the bottom line is they commonly change the conversation and the narrative to make the black man be put on Front Street. It's always been happening since 1915 when they made that movie Birth of the Nation, where they had the white man in blackface and he was playing some brute black man that was trying to grape the white lady and she's running to escape. Y'all probably didn't see that. Some of you, it was a silent movie, but I happen to have seen that movie. So I know that this is something that they've commonly done. The reason they did that movie was to portray black men even back then as the brute who was going around raping women. But we all know the real ones that were doing those things were them, their ancestors during slavery, okay, them during Jim Crow, because black people didn't have rights. Well, we should have had rights, but they didn't give us our rights. And sometimes they still don't. But that was the whole reason for that. Let's not talk about us. Let's talk about them. Okay? That's how that goes. That's a common theme. It's just like when Charlie Kirk, on the day of his demise, when the guy asked him how many mass shooters in America, and Charlie Kirk said, is that including or not including gang violence? So you're trying to flip the narrative to black people when they're talking about you all. That's what they always do. They make us the scapegoat. They put us out there in the front and center so that everybody's looking at us crazy and nobody's looking at them. And as a matter of fact, if you watched my broadcast last night, when I did the review on that new documentary about Hurricane Katrina on Netflix, hold on. If you recall, when I was talking about that last night, I brought some of that stuff up. Hold on here. Okay, I talked about how during Hurricane Katrina, the black people who were out, stealing supplies, doing what they had to do to survive, they were called looters and thieves and thugs. Whereas the white people, same images of them wading through water with supplies as well, they were called survivors. Oh, they were out looking for bread and sodas. Yeah, and water. So they're out looking for stuff. They're not looting. They're not stealing. They're not thieves. They're not thugs. But the black people doing the exact same thing as them are. See, that's what they've always done. And I think that we should start paying attention to it. Okay, so here is a, hold on, let me see how this is going here. Make sure I'm in order. Okay, let's go to our first updates, and then I'm going to show the video. Like stuff, everyone, please like and share. Thank you in advance. Here we go. Okay, so as Combs' lawyer mill around, he has still not been brought out. A U.S. Marshal brings out a big sheaf of papers and a red book, picks up the chair to search underneath. All is clear. That was 17 minutes ago. Then 14 minutes ago at 9:56 a.m. Combs' lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, and Brian Steele are talking low next to the hold on, let me put my glasses on. These aren't the ones I need. Hold on. Oh Lord, where's my real glasses? The good ones. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna have to make do. Okay, so okay, Mark Agnifilo and Brian Steele are talking talking low next to the lectern. Okay, Alexandra Shapiro stands with Nicole Westmoreland. Now, the prosecutors are seated at the front table, -1, and that's Maureen Comey. She got fired. Okay, so 10:05, judge's desk or judge's clerk says, "Are we ready to proceed? Was that Mr. Donaldson who just went back into the holding cell?" Yes. Now they're waiting for Combs to be brought out. Okay, they say, "How long do we think it will be?" Okay, so that's it for now. Somebody left a comment saying time served for the restitution charges. No, Rico, let that man go home. That's what I'm saying. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so we'll wait for the next update. But like I said before, while we're waiting, somebody posted this video. I don't know, that's a gift. Okay. Anyway, with that all being said, let's go to the video. Okay, here we go. Share my screen. Like stuff, everyone. Please don't forget to like and share. Thank you in advance, beloveds. Oh, sorry. Shared the wrong screen. Hold on.
What you've given to the world, I don't think you know, man.
When my baby cries.
You gotta give her a bottle then.
Know that you mean something to people. Know that you mean something to people. Like you live somewhere in people's heart.
My nose fell off.
No,
My lip fell off. Thank you. You wear it?
You inspire, you energize, and you've left that for the rest of the existence of this planet, man.
One thing about great producers is they make you want to do better and be better about what you do. And he made me feel like I could do anything and go anywhere.
I'm from New York. I love New York. I love the city of New York. I love the children of New York. I wanted to do something good. I wanted to get my generation in the hip hop community behind us. They come through in a big way. And we wanted to raise some money for the children of New York City for health and education. We have a huge education crisis. And, you know, this is just a start. It's something we're going to be committed to. I'm going to be committed to for a lifetime. And it's no better way than taking it to the streets. It's a beautiful city running all around. The city's going to be painful. It's going to be rough. But, you know, if we get through it, then it'll show kids and everybody else that, you know, finish what you started and you can do anything you put your mind to. Any of y'all go to public school?
Yes.
Okay, y'all running to raise money for your schools. So y'all get more books and computers and stuff like that. I just feel like it's important that us, you know, young adults of power, that we look out for y'all. And we utilize our power to make sure y'all all right in the future. Put everything you can into your work, you know. Don't think the cool thing is not to do your work. Don't think the cool thing is to hang on the corner with your friends and to talk about stuff that ain't gonna protect your future.
What did you learn about him as a man who was taking up a new sport?
Well, you know, I was actually very very impressed. You know, a lot of people think it's just a celebrity stunt, that he isn't serious about his running. He is as serious about his running, has been the last 9 weeks as a lot of these guys in the lead pack. I mean, he's really devoted and dedicated himself to running. He's had some knee problems, and a lot of people don't think he's going to finish. He is going to finish, even if he has to do it on one leg, because he's raised a lot of money for kids' charities, and he's not going to let all those people down.
Let's go. Where we going? We're going straight to the top, baby. Let's go is a constant reminder. Let's go. Boom. Live in the present. Sometimes, you daydreaming. Sometimes, Uncle Diddy got to hit you with let's go.
Clap it up on the sideline. Let's get our energy right. Come on.
To make sure that you pursuing your dream, that you staying focused. Let's go. Let's keep going forward. Let's go means let's be positive. Let's take it up another notch. Let's go spend time with our kids. Let's go. Let's give thanks to God. Let's go. Let's turn it up. Let's get in the vocal booth. Let's stop procrastinating. Let's go. Let's understand what it's going to take to achieve that dream.
So instead of talking about the guns and the violence, I was always talking about a better life. Places we didn't go before. Things we never wore. Cars we never drove. Houses we never lived in. I think I brought an aspiration to hip-hop. Tried to take it out of just being street. Our whole stuff was a fantasy and a dream that I always felt would come true.
I started out just like you guys. I come from New York. I grew up in Harlem. I used to have to wear a uniform every day. Had to get up early in the morning, had to travel to go to school. I worked hard, just like you guys are working. This country and this world we live in may have planned for y'all. I didn't listen to that, and I don't want y'all to listen to it either. Y'all are great. Y'all are kings. Y'all are queens. Y'all are leaders. I just got so excited because this is truly a dream come true for me. And I'm happy to say this is our third school we have opened. This official. When we come together as a people, nothing can stop us. What I want to do with my freedom is, make sure that I can make change.
And I found out that Mr. Sean Diddy Combs posted me on Instagram.
We met Sean Diddy Combs for the first time, and Sean gave Trey a $25,000 grant, which allowed us to open a physical store.
Revolt, as one of the only Black-owned networks, we have to own something. We have to have something that's ours. We have to have something that we can control our narrative, and we could speak about things that are important to us, and we could have a platform and a foundation to be free. But I want to get advice from y'all. I want to not just have a one-way conversation.
We need a platform where they can put artists that are different, really different, that we can get a shot on other stations.
Working for Revolt TV and working for Diddy was absolutely life-changing. It was the best job I've ever had. I learned excellence through him.
I don't see enough things truly changing. And I don't understand how we are the richest, most powerful country in the world, and it seems like we can't solve the problems within our own community.
African American communities are last. And the only people that are going to change that is us. We have to stand strong together, and we have to get to that change.
You will change the world.
I've been to hell,
Yeah,
but I'm gonna make it.
you want to make it. That's right. Now, I got something for you. Remember I told you I had a present for you?
Yeah. Ain't that pretty?
This is a heart, because you my heart.
Oh.
All right?
Okay.
You my heart.
Okay.
May God bless you and keep you happy and keep you thinking positive. Everything's not going to be perfect at this time in life. And you good. You're a good person that understands reality. So we're gonna accentuate the positives in life. Because you're doing great, girl. You're doing great.
God knows.
You know what I'm saying? You're doing great. I want you to be happy about your life. You're doing great. We got a lot of living to do now. We got a lot of living to do. Don't have me come behind me. I'll be taking you everywhere. You be going everywhere.
used to hang out together.
Okay, what's your
When
name?
you were a little boy.
Hi.
Jeannie Ned.
Okay, Jeannie.
Yeah, you just keep hanging in there.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm telling you right now, you did a great job. I'm wrapping my head around and meeting you, and also telling you you did a great job at the same time.
That means
So
a lot.
pleasure to meet
That
you.
means a lot.
I'd rather at the end of the day be the one standing there with you was the best person. You made us feel the best as a person.
How old are you?
2.
How old are you?
2.
2. You got a 2. That's 2.
My name is Pookie the Bird. Pookie.
Happy birthday.
Wash your hands, 'cause we gonna be shucking it up.
Yeah, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you, God.
Today, God is the greatest. He blessed me and my girlfriend Kim in the world with 2 beautiful baby girls.
She's sleeping.
We have breaking news to tell you about now. Model and actress Kim Porter, who shares 3 children with Sean Diddy Combs, has been found dead.
She just loved me unconditionally, you know. She just loved me just for me. It's like the closest you could be like with a person.
I get to thinking about her, and I go to crying about her.
Today, now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm gonna be there for you through everything, all of y'all.
Every Sunday, I gotta slow everything down and do the family ritual, get the family together, make sure the girls watching church.
There is a definition of grace that is more.
Pops, I love you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for inspiring.
I've looked up to you and admired you outside of you just being my father, just you being just a great human being, a kind human being.
I love how you inspire me to keep going, to never stop following my dreams, to always believe in myself.
See your foot, put in that middle part.
And I did it. I wanted to tell you how much I love you, how much I care for you. Thank you for being so supportive of me and my siblings' dreams, for always encouraging us to go for whatever we want.
We love you. We can't wait to make more memories with you. Just want to thank you for everything you do for us. Yes, and that you're loved more than you think.
I had to pick which trophy I want the best person trophy. But I know in order for me to get into heaven, I'm not going to get in there, well, come on in heaven, you had 20 hit records. That don't mean nothing. And that's what this world is for. They're going to say, oh, come on in heaven, you was a nice person.
I love you.
I love you so much.
I love you so much. I love you so much.
Hi, Daddy.
Okay, that was a very heartfelt and touching video. And that was all, of course, recorded before Diddy got into the trouble that he's in. So it's more authentic, right? So with that all being said, the LW experience, thank you, beloved, for your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. And you also said that you have been praying for Diddy. Well, thank you for that. That's kind to do. And that's what we all should do, is pray for one another. Okay? Pray for one another, for our race, for the things that we go through and all of that. But let me say this. I wanted to ask Cookie, because Cookie said that Diddy should get life. Cookie, why do you think Diddy should get life? He was acquitted of the charges. You think people should get life sentences even when they're acquitted of the charges? Or do you think he should get life for the Mann Act violations? I have questions. I just have questions. Also, to DJ Big Six, I think that's who it was, said, what did R. Kelly do to deserve freedom? Who said R. Kelly did anything to deserve freedom? I didn't say that. I mentioned R. Kelly, and what I said is that they didn't press charges on R. Kelly and start digging into him until Harvey Weinstein got called out. They already knew what R. Kelly was doing since the 90s. They could have been have indicted him. They know it. That's my whole thing. Nobody said he should be freed. R. Kelly is where he's supposed to be. With that all being said, but some of those parents should also have been in there with him because they sold out their kids. And to me, that's trafficking. What the parents did as well. It's just my opinion. I think they were taking money is all I'm saying. So, with that all being said, Danger said, not heaven. Well, I think everybody wants to go to heaven, don't you? Where else would you want to go? Okay. Greta said, nothing is going to sway the judge. Diddy is doing real time. I don't think so. I don't think so. Sheila said, Diddy had his sons at the parties. Did he have his sons at the parties? When was that ever reported? When was that ever reported? That his sons were at the parties. And if they were, I'm sure they were adults. That's all I'm saying. Roddy says, I wish R. Kelly would just write, hold on. Says, I wish R. Kelly would just write a tell-all book and get it over with. My money is ready. I bet it is, nosy. Okay, so let's go to the next updates. All right, let's go back to the updates. Likes up, everyone, please. Like and share. Thank you in advance. All right, so from 16 minutes ago, they say at 10:11 a.m., Sean Combs is brought in a white shirt. He puts his papers under the table, leans back, and blows a kiss to the gallery. His mother, Brian Steele, are standing next to him, whispering in his ear. 10:17, all rise. The clerk says, this is U.S. versus Sean Combs. Judge Subramanian says, do we have the signed order of forfeiture? AUSA Slavic says, yes, I'm handing it in. Judge says, first, I'll go over that, and I have received and the pre-sentencing reports. I'll hear from the parties. Okay, so then the judge says, I received the defense's reply memo of October the 2nd and the letter from Mr. Combs and the video the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciated the letters. I've received the government's letters from Ms. Ventura and others. I appreciate them. Now, they say Combs is attorney Alexandria, that's Alexandria Shapiro. She says, we're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC. AUSA Slavic says, we don't have a copy. The judge says, please give her one. AUSA Slavic says, Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letter submitted by the defense, bullying. So the defense bullied her? Here's the thing. Let me just talk about Miss Mia for a second. Let's talk about it. She was in court lying on Diddy, okay? Listen, if you lied in the trial, I don't want to hear what you have to say, and nobody should. Because to me, anything you say at this point is BS, okay? You were lying in the courtroom, Mia. We all know you were lying. Girl, sit down somewhere. They made you look like a fool, okay? So that all being said, she wanted to come in, and here's the thing. She shouldn't have been allowed to get in there and say anything today anyway, because guess why? Because these violations that Diddy was convicted of have nothing to do with her. This is all about Cassie and Jane. So my thing is, why did Mia think that she had any business coming to there today anyway? And the defense didn't bully her. They spoke the truth. Okay? All right, so please sit down somewhere is all I'm saying. The end of the day. Please sit down somewhere. And here's the thing. Now, for those of you, let me ask a question or two, because I do have questions. Somebody, first of all, let me say this, address this too. Somebody in the comment section said something about when they showed Diddy with those kids at the school that he founded. They said, I forget who it was, but they said, are those the kids from the tunnels? What kids were in tunnels? Those were all conspiracy theories that have been debunked. None of that was talked about in court. Don't you think that if there was anything about Diddy and kids, they would have had the evidence? Let's not forget that I reported myself that the feds have been investigating Diddy since 2011, trying to find out about those rumors. Okay? And nothing came of it. And a lot of people, y'all need to realize some people go around telling lies on YouTube just to get monetization because people pay them for their interviews. We know that Adria English was on my channel lying. I didn't pay her anything because I don't pay for interviews. But nonetheless, she was on here lying. So was Courtney Burgess. So people do lie. Okay, you can't believe everything you hear. And like I said, a lot of stuff that was said about Diddy has been debunked. That's why I'm so glad that I went to the trial to see with my own two eyes. So I saw everything that went on. I was there. Okay, so at the end of the day, some of those people were lying, period. Now, y'all can think what you want, as that is your opinion. But the bottom line is, judge not lest you be judged. Are any of you, not sinful? You haven't done anything wrong that you might want to be forgiven for? Yeah, of course you have. We all have. Now, it may not be as bad as what Diddy's accused of or has done as far as you're concerned. Also, let me say this. Somebody had put in the chat when I showed the video. When I showed the video that they presented in court today, somebody said that's showing Diddy's good side. We haven't seen his bad side. We have seen his bad side. The bad side was the video of him beating the crap out of Cassie. That was bad enough. What else do we need to see? And all of the stuff that we heard in court. Okay, I think we know Diddy's bad side at this point. So what are they going to do? Show the bad side again? We already have seen that. It's etched forever in our memories of those of us who watched it, including his own, I'm sure. With that all being said, just as well as you can show the bad side of someone, you can show the good side of them as well, because even though people are bad, they likely have some good in them as well. And for those of you who want to demonize Diddy, even though he was acquitted of the major charges, well, I'm sure you wouldn't have the same energy if it was yourself or someone that you care about. Also, are you all taking into account that Diddy has children? One of them's only 3 years old. Y'all don't think that the children need their fathers? Okay? Y'all don't think the children need their fathers? Or do y'all not care about Diddy's children? Because I heard somebody say, F them kids. I thought that was a low blow, because at the end of the day, those kids didn't do anything to deserve any of this trauma that they've had to go through. And Diddy is likely going to spend the rest of his life trying to make it up to them because he knows he effed up. Okay? And he knows that he's all they have. Well, for the 3 that are with Kim. But the bottom line is, let's not be so unforgiving. I mean, I could see you want Diddy to get some time, even if you want him to get football numbers. Okay. But why would anybody want him to get life? He didn't kill anybody. And that hasn't been proven that he killed anybody. Okay. I'm just saying. Did y'all have this much smoke for George Zimmerman, who literally killed somebody and got off? No, you didn't. Okay. Y'all didn't. And that's just facts. I know y'all didn't. Okay, the ones making the comments. Now, with that all being said, okay, no more updates thus far. So does anyone have any questions, comments, or snide remarks? Let's go to this other updates with the Associated Press. Okay, let's go to them and see what they're talking about.
Cut both ways in court. The judge may say, look, this is proof that in the past he has said all the right things, all while he was doing the wrong things. And so you never know how something like that, it's about an 11-minute clip, is going to affect the judge as they decide what the ultimate sentence is.
I did see that video, and it is a heavily produced video, as you said, of Sean with his family. He's got 7 children. He's got a mother who's now...
Mark Kerr, a man on a mission to be the greatest fighter in the world. Or will all his hopes and dreams come crashing?
Okay, so another update. Let me pause this for a second and go to the updates. Here we go. So, AUSA Slavic says, we think the defense's letter violated Your Honor's rules. The judge says, I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs? Oh, so the judge said he thought the tone was inappropriate. Well, I didn't. Okay, this ain't good. This is not good. I want y'all to pay attention. This is not good. It's not off to a good start. The judge is already saying that he thought the defense's letter was inappropriate. I didn't think it was inappropriate. They stated the truth. Okay, now, but that's just my opinion. So the judge has his. Now it goes on to say, anyone beyond Mr. Combs, and then still says the Reverend and Mr. Combs' children will come up and stand together. So Steele then says, also Giovanni from the program. Judge Steele says, Ms. Slavic. AUSA Slavic says, Rule 32 only applies to the parties and victims. The court is within its rights to exclude character witnesses. Okay, Judge Furman has used this to limit defense witnesses. All right, so then the judge says, but I can allow them, correct, as I overrule the defense wanting to exclude Mia. The judge doesn't know what he's doing. Did y'all hear this? He literally just asked them. The judge literally just asked the prosecution. Does he not know what the hell he's doing? Do y'all hear this? Does the judge not know the rules? I'm sorry, judge, are you okay? He literally said he's asking them, but I can allow them, correct? That means you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're asking them for advice. Lord help us all. Anyway, the judge says, Mr. Steele, okay, for the children, and Dr. Johnson. Steele says, Reverend Doctor. Judge says, I'll think about the others. The judge says, now as to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered. There's no guidance from any court on this. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping content and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. The judge says acquitted conduct can be considered. And then he references the case of U.S. versus Vaughn, the Second Circuit Court, and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under 3553A. Now the U.S. objections, okay, they argue for the criminal sexual abuse guideline. It's getting juicy. Okay, I'm gonna tell you all right now, this is not looking good already. This is not looking good already. That judge is talking about the defense was inappropriate with the letter or how they addressed Mia. And then the judge is saying he's not going to let all of them people testify, the kids and the Reverend Doctor, and that's it. He doesn't know about the others. DJ Big Six said, I believe in my heart, I believe in my heart of hearts, the judge will give him football numbers just because he can and don't want Diddy to be a black messiah. You know, he might, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. No matter what the judge gives Diddy, I'm going to tell you this. And I want you all to listen because at the end of the day, here's what's going to happen. Even if the judge gives Diddy football numbers, Diddy's not going to do them. Diddy's lawyers are going to appeal. If it's too high a sentence and the defense doesn't like it or whatever, they're going to appeal and they're going to win that appeal. They're going to win that appeal. And if they appeal, you know, it's going to take some time for the appeal to go through the appeals process. But I'm willing to bet that Diddy won't be in jail if he does have to go to prison, that it won't be longer than 4 years while he's waiting on the appeal. That's just what I'm thinking. I don't even think he's going to get football numbers, but I'm just saying if he does, that's what's going to happen. And here's the thing. He's going to win the appeal because he has all the rights for the appeal because I was keeping track at the trial. Okay. And at the end of the day, the bottom line is also Brian Steele. That's why they hired him in case Diddy needs an appeal. I'm sure that's why they hired him. As I told you all before, Brian Steele is one of the top, if not the top, appellate attorney in the United States. Facts. This man has had over 300. Okay, he has over 300 cases and 45 reversals. That's a lot. That's a good track record. So with that all being said, if the judge wants to do that, they're just going to basically. Goodness Rainbow, they're not going to give him 30 years, okay? The prosecution's not even asking for that. They're asking for 11, all right? And at the end of the day, the limit for those charges each is like 10 years. No, the judge can, at his discretion, give him more time, but I definitely don't think the judge is going to do that. I definitely don't think he's going to do that. Okay, so Menterior says, do you think the judge just don't want to let him out on his watch so Judge Subramanian doesn't come off as a lenient judge? No, I don't think that's what it is. This is just my opinion. I don't know this judge personally, but here's what I think from what I observed in the courtroom. People who look like Judge Subramanian, and I'm not saying all, but we all know as Black people, we know the groups of people who really don't care for us, who historically have been racist towards us. And some of them look like that judge. It's a fact. So with that all being said, I think that's the problem. And basically, if the judge doesn't let him out, I don't think it's because he doesn't want to do it on his watch. I think it's because he doesn't want Diddy to get out, because he wants Diddy to do hard time. That's what I'm going to think if he does it. I think that it's because he doesn't want to let that man out. Go by the sentencing guidelines, okay? These charges are minuscule, rooted in racism. He was acquitted of the RICO and the S trafficking. So he should be going home soon. That's how that should go. At the end of the day, for those of you in your feelings talking about he should get life, well, here's the thing. Like I said, you're entitled to your opinion. Those of you who thinks that he should get 30 years, football numbers and all that, you're entitled to your opinion. The bottom line is your opinion is only of facts, because you either don't know all the facts, don't care about the facts, or you're just in your feelings. It's one of those three things, I assure you. Because what it isn't based on is the law. See, if your opinions were based on the law, then you would be saying exactly what I'm saying, because that's what the law allows. Okay? That's what the law suggests. Okay? That's what the law suggests for those type of charges. For a first-time offender, some of y'all are in your feelings, and you need to get out of them. Because where's the smoke for other people? Now, I know that when I have been reporting on people like Carmelo Anthony and the Austin Metcalf situation, and I told you all how they were trying to demonize and vilify poor little Austin. I'm not Austin, but Carmelo Anthony, when it was clearly self-defense. Okay, they have it on video. They don't want to release the video because they know it's going to prove that it was self-defense. But when I was going in about that, some of you is going in on Diddy. Y'all didn't go in on that. Y'all weren't going in as hard on that as you are Diddy. So I have questions. I absolutely have questions. Hey, Measure Man, beloved, and thank you for your Cash App donation. I appreciate you, beloved. Peace, love, and blessings. Forgot to tell you that yesterday. But at the end of the day, that's right. Candy said, get this man time served. I mean, like, listen. Some of the most forgiving people, I want y'all to listen to what I'm telling you. Some of the most forgiving people on the planet, if not the most forgiving people on the planet, I always say is us. I always say it's us. And why do I say that? It's because it's true. Black people are the most forgiving, the most accepting of all people on the planet. But guess what? Black people are the most unforgiving of our own people. Y'all sit up here and y'all forgive other people that don't even look like us when they do some stuff. Give them a pass, or know that they did something and won't even complain about it. That's what some of y'all do, and you know it. But when it's a Black person who looks like you go hard in the paint. Okay? You'll go hard in the paint. That's what some of y'all will do. Y'all want the man to get life. He didn't kill anybody. Okay, if he did, where's the bodies? They haven't proven it. That he wasn't ever on trial for that. We should be looking at this like they look at it. Do you think if this was somebody that didn't look like us and they got these charges, that anybody that looks like them would be saying publicly? They might say it behind closed doors, but one thing I know about them is they're not going to ever say that in public because they stay on code. Something Black folk just don't know how to do yet, period. Something Black folk just don't know how to do yet. Okay, y'all don't know. Some of you, and that's okay. Maybe you'll learn. Okay, maybe one day you'll learn. Until that day, though, I hope none of this ever happens to you or anybody you love, where they're in jail for something, and then there's bias in the courtroom. There's racial elements. There's all kind of things working against them just because of how they look. Because when I was in that courtroom, that's what I saw. Because for those of you who've been following me, you know that I was going hard in the paint on Diddy. I was all against Diddy because I was listening and believing the lies. When I got to that courtroom and I heard the witnesses testify out of their mouths, not me reading something that was said in an article, okay, in a lawsuit, when I'm listening to them, they're lying. And I don't think they were lying. I know they were. You know how I know they were? Because upon cross-examination, the lies were exposed. So if they were sitting there lying, they were lying for a reason. You know why they would be lying? Because that means that he didn't do what they're saying he did. And that's why the jury didn't fall for it. Okay? Do y'all think y'all smarter than the jurors? Y'all do know that all of these jurors were educated, smart people, right? They're not no bums or dummies who just came up off the streets. These were all educated, intelligent people. At the end of the day, go look it up. So I have belief that the jurors knew exactly what they were talking about. And they absolutely got it right from the evidence that was presented to them. Another thing is, we weren't privy to all of the information and evidence that the jurors were. You see, some of the evidence was in fact redacted. Some of the evidence was also sealed. So the only ones who saw it were the attorneys, the judge, and the jurors. So you can't say what Diddy really should have gotten because you weren't in the courtroom. And if you don't know the whole thing of evidence that we didn't even see, you can't really say that, can you? No, you can't. Because one thing that we know that we didn't see is this. We didn't see the video footage of the freak-offs. There was 9 videotapes. 9, not 1, not 2, not 3, 9 videotapes of freak-offs. In those videotapes, the jurors saw all of them. You don't think the jurors knew whether or not, or they had the wherewithal to determine when looking at, to see, is this grape? Is this Elsa salt? Or is this someone just having a threesome? Or someone having an orgy? Or someone just engaging in something that consenting adults do called swinging? You don't think the jurors could decide that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they could. Okay, I'm pretty sure they could. And since they felt like it was lies and BS, well, I'm going to go with what they said. Because guess what? That's all I have to go on. I know what I saw and heard, but there's other information that I wasn't privy to. So if the jurors saw that and they felt like it was consensual, I'm going to ride with the jurors, not the prosecution. Because the last I checked, in the divided snakes of America, the prosecution, aka the feds, the judicial system, the criminal justice system that's clearly run by criminals, in my opinion, does not favor people who look like me. And even if you did something, they'll give you a higher sentence than they give a person who don't look like you, who did the same thing and got convicted of it. That's how that system goes. And then they'll let somebody who doesn't look like you murk somebody or lie on somebody who looks like you, and they'll get a slap on the wrist, like the people who murdered Emmett Till. Okay? So that's all I'm saying. But let me continue. Okay, so a couple of more updates. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Oh, I'm already sharing the screen. Oops. Okay, so 8 minutes ago. Hold on, did I already read this one? Okay, the judge said acquitted conduct. Yeah, I did read that. So there's no updates thus far. Whew, I'm going to tell you all like this. I hope this does not go into 2 days like they're saying it could. Somebody's asking Inner City Press if he can make the thread where people can't comment. It makes it hard to follow when they do. Exactly. That's what I didn't tell you all that, but that's what I'm sitting up here thinking too. These people are commenting at the same time he's posting, and that does make it kind of hard to follow. Okay, that does make it kind of hard to follow because you got to go up and down. I got to refresh the page and all of that. So it makes it just a tad bit harder. Okay, Measure Man says, you know, they have paid all of these influencers to be on these platforms. Okay, that's them in the chats. If you ask me, they're getting 7K per post. You know, that is true, beloved. And thank you for your insight to the topic. Peace, love, and blessings, and your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Here's the thing. There are some influencers who are being paid to do certain things. Okay, I should do a whole video on that and air their asses out because I know who some of them absolutely are. But at the end of the day, There's absolutely plants. Okay, I'm not talking about specifically in the case of Diddy, but there are plants on Screw too. Okay, that's facts. All right, some of these people out here saying all kind of crazy stuff about people who look like them, and they're nothing but plants. Okay, that's what they are, put out here to push narratives. And so, if they're out here talking trash about people who look like them, trying to make us look like the bad guys, and we're their own people, they're doing the same thing to Diddy. Okay, please pay attention. The end of the day. And another thing I'll say is this: rejoicing of a Black person being sent to prison, when that, even if that person did something, even if they were guilty of some things, I'm not going to rejoice when a Black person is sent to prison as long as I know that it had racial elements and there was disparaging in the sentencing, or there was bias against the defendant because of how they look or whatever. Because I was in the courtroom, like I said, I'm not going to keep repeating myself, but it was clearly bias in there, and I'm not the only one who saw that. Okay, there's many people that saw it. We all talked about it. That's why many of us changed our minds and our stances when we got to see what was really going on with that, and also with some of the witnesses telling lies. Okay, Capricorn Clark was lying. Mia was lying. Cassie was lying. Brianna Abongalan was lying. They were all lying. That's facts. There were a few more that I think were lying. Can't really say for sure, but those right there, they were absolutely lying. It was proven in court, okay, upon cross-examination. Yes, Kate, he is lying. Absolutely. Dante Nash, now suing Diddy, comes out with a lawsuit on the eve of Diddy going for sentencing. Does an interview the day before. This man has spoken to the feds numerous of times. He testified for the feds. Why didn't he say anything then? Why didn't he say anything then? He could have been a whole victim instead of Gina, who dropped out. Oh, and by the way, did you all know that Gina has alleged that the prosecution wanted her to lie? Did y'all know that? That they basically lied to and said that they couldn't find her. Did y'all know that? Once in the chat if you knew. Once in the chat if you knew that the prosecution, according to Gina, okay, she basically implied that they wanted her to lie. When she refused to do so, they didn't want her to testify. And they lied and told the judge, allegedly, that they couldn't find her. Now, I figured that was all cap and BS, because I said when I was at the trial, when this came out, I said to some people, how do they not know where she is? First of all, she has a whole lawyer. If they can't find her, they can for darn sure find her lawyer. He works at a law firm. They can't call the lawyer to inquire as to her whereabouts if they desperately want her to testify. That's because they didn't want her to testify, just like she said, because they wanted her to lie. So let me tell you all something. While y'all sitting here, some of you saying Diddy needs a life sentence, at the end of the day, if the feds were telling the whole truth about Diddy in this case, if the feds had all the facts, proof, and receipts, why in the hell would they want anybody to lie? And when the person wouldn't do it, they don't want them to testify. Yeah, ask yourselves that. Okay? Ask yourselves that. I mean, it just takes a little bit of common sense. You don't even really need critical thinking skills. And let's not be foolish and sit up here and act like the feds have never lied on Black people. They had a whole COINTELPRO on Black folk. Isn't that why Assata Shakur, may she rest in peace? Okay, isn't that why Queen Assata Shakur had to flee to Cuba? Because they lied on her? Please miss me with the bullshit. And I'm not comparing Diddy to Assata Shakur, but what I am comparing Diddy to is a Black person in the United States who is being judged on the color of his skin, not necessarily for what he's accused of or convicted of. Period. Thank you. Ryder said, of course the feds lie. Of course they do. Okay? Now, if y'all want to call out Diddy's BS, call out theirs as well. Call out the witnesses who lied. Call it all out. Don't just call it out on Diddy. Okay? And if you don't like Diddy, why are you even listening to anything that's going on about him? Ask yourselves. Still no updates that I can see. Let me refresh the page again. Oh, you know what? Let's go to the Associated Press and see if they posted anything. Hold on. Let me just double check again. I hope this doesn't take 2 days. I want to get this information today. Okay? Okay, here we go. This looks like an update from 4 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. Okay, 12 minutes ago. Hold on, beloveds. Okay, here we go. I had to refresh the page. These people typing is just a distraction. Okay, so now here it is. These people leaving comments. Okay, so hold on. I'm trying to see how far I need to go back. I don't want to miss anything. Hold on. Okay, right here. Okay. The judge says there's little precedent on what type of threat is required, but bodily harm makes most sense. Concrete harms. To force Jane and Miss Ventura to engage in SX. Does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? There was the flight to Canes. That's what the judge says. Then the judge says, did they meet the requirement of bodily harm threat? Where was the evidence in that case with respect to the hotel nights and the freak-offs? But in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declines to apply the cross references. But 3553A. So he's talking about he's going to go by that rule, I guess. Now the judge says, since I can consider it under 355A, it does not impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Combs marking off pads as legal, that was troubling, but the intention is not clear. The government could have pushed to clarify it, so I will not apply that enhancement. Why is he bringing that up? Remember when they said that they searched Diddy's cell and some of his stuff had legal on it or whatever? I'm wondering why the judge is bringing that up. That was during the trial. What does that even have to do with this? Then the judge says the government objects to probation, not considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. Okay, he says, I overrule this. What made Combs's coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. Now Mr. Combs's objections. Okay, the judge then says Mr. Combs objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as victims. Okay, that is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported to the purpose of engaging in commercial SEX. The judge then says there was Jules and Paul and Cabral, Jules, Reggie, and Rico. As to coercion, when something is voluntarily, it is uncompelled. That is from Black's Law Dictionary. It's a broad concept. The threat to release videos into Jane's home, that's coercion. Then the judge says, Mr. Combs said he was paying for time, not SEX. That is contradicted by reality. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Combs has challenged his guilty. He has challenged his guilty full-throatedly, including after trial. The judge then says Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point order or offender provision from 2023, but 2024 on other issues. That is not possible. Under Second Circuit's one book rule, Mr. Combs objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims. The judge says denied. The judge then says, I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Combs says, yes, sir. The judge says, Mr. Steele, did you review it? And then Combs says, or Teeny Garrigo says, I did. And then the judge says, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. Yikes. This is not sounding good, beloveds. This isn't sounding good. They got an ad playing. We're going to go back and see what they're talking about. Likes up, everyone. Please, please, please don't forget to like and share. Thank you in advance. Okay. Oh my goodness, why is it doing this?
Yes. Don't wait online. Straight on. Set up the question. Just have the tapes out. Hey.
And his 84-year-old mother. They all emerged from vans in front of the courthouse. There was a big push for media to get to them. They were behind barricades as the family walked in. They've been here through much of the trial to support him. His mother here every day to support him. She wrote a letter to the judge asking for leniency, saying she knows her son is not perfect, but he deserves to be let out to spend what time she has left as an 84-year-old with her and with the rest of his family, his children. Several of his children also wrote letters to the judge, and Sean Diddy Combs wrote a letter to the judge saying that he's sorry for what he did. He knows just saying sorry is not enough, but he says he's a reformed man. He won't be back in criminal court again, and that he feels like he's ready to be let out and move on with his life.
Okay, you all listen to this. This doesn't sound good. Okay, let's get into it. Likes up, everyone. Please like and share. Thank you in advance. And listen to what the judge says right here. Hold on. Other updates just came through. At least a couple. Okay, so the judge says all remaining, this is from 6 minutes ago. He says all remaining objections are overruled. Then Garrigo says, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incendiary sentence. The judge says we can address that. Garrigo says if necessary. The judge is up on some BS from the sounds of it. Now, Alexandra Shapiro says, I'd like to make some points. We briefed extensively. The judge says 380 pages. Shapiro says, we raised due process, the fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sotomayor. We believe militant for our interpretation, okay, and preclude the court under 3553. Okay, then Shapiro says, I wanted to preserve this for appeal. Should there be an appeal for your sentence? The judge says it is preserved. The PSR says the offense level is 27. I agree with that. The criminal history category is 1. This leads to a guideline of 70 to 87 months. Say what now? Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear what that judge said? He said this leads to a guideline of 70 to 87 months. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Y'all heard that, right? That's what he said. Mm. Hold on, beloveds. Then he says, oh, that's it right there. Okay, that's where it stops. That was from 2 minutes ago. This leads to a guideline of 70 to 80 months. The judge is trying to make it all make sense. Okay? But he can't make it make sense. He can't make it make sense. You know why? Because he told them to go and find cases similar to Diddy so he can use those to go by. Now, it seems like he's not using any cases to go by. That's just my opinion. Okay? That's my opinion. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Queen Sam says someone has gotten to the judge, wanted them to over sentence Diddy. I'm gonna tell you what's going on here. I want you all to pay attention. I want y'all to pay attention. Yeah, it looks like 5 to 7 years. Right. Now, here's what I want y'all to think about. So initially, when Diddy first got convicted, the prosecution wanted like 5 to 6 years. They wanted like 5 to 6 years. But going by the sentencing guidelines and the category of prisoner that Diddy is, or inmate that Diddy is, if the judge went by that, it would have been significantly lower. So then the prosecution came back and said, no, we're going to ask for more time. Now, they never said how much time they were exactly going to ask for a while. They never really said it until recently. Then they came out and said 11 years. Now, they could have asked for 11 years, hoping that if they push it up to 11, that the judge will give them 5 to 7, somewhere in that range, because that's what they initially asked for. So, if we ask for this, then we'll probably get what we really were asking for in the first place, right? We don't want to just leave it right here at the 5 to 7, because then the judge might even give him less. So also, let's factor into account that Maureen Coleman was fired. Okay, she was fired, but she's likely still calling the shots. Okay, so maybe this is why they're asking for more time. Because when they said they wanted more time, that's the first thing I thought was Maureen Coleman got fired. So now y'all mad at Diddy. Okay, Trump's the one that fired her. All right. So then, oh yeah, that's still the same thing. Hold on, let me refresh. Let me refresh. Likes up, everyone. Please don't forget to like and share. Thank you in advance. Okay, here's another update. All right, let's go to the next few. Oh, I keep forgetting I'm already on here. Okay, so 5 minutes ago, the judge says, I'll hear from the government. USA Slavic says, I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. Okay, so AUSA Slavic says this is not just a case about freak-offs in hotel rooms. This is about victims hard, about a man, about victims hard. I think that might be a typo, and about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factors point to at least 135 months. So they said 135 months. Okay, y'all want more than 10 years. Okay, now Slavic says the defense accuses of seeking 135 months so that the court splits the difference. We think probation's recommendation of 80 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. Also, the probation recommended 80 months, or is that 60? So anyway, hold on, beloveds. I got to get my glasses. Y'all hold on for just a second, okay? Okay, here we go. Now, that being said, he says, okay, the probation recommended 60 months. Okay, they recommended 60 months, which will be 5 years. Okay, that does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. AUSA Slavic then says the defense tries to argue this is just sex, rugs, and rock and roll lifestyle. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. First of all, Yeah, he admitted to it, but that's not what he was convicted of. Okay, now you could use that to sentence him, but why would you? All right, when he beat the Rico and the S trafficking. So anyway, with that all being said, let's just see what's gonna happen. Now I'm gonna go back to this other video. Oh, I didn't mean to.
In court, he's going to have his chance to address the judge directly. The defense will also have a chance to address the judge, as will the prosecution. And then Combs made a video. It's an 11-minute video. It goes over his life, his music career, his bad boy entertainment producing career. It shows the schools in Harlem, the charter schools that he opened. It's just basically an overview of his life, painting him in a picture that he hopes will be favorable to the judge to let him out. Now, again, I mentioned Cassie earlier, his former girlfriend. Of course, Combs was convicted on 2 counts of the Mann Act for flying around his girlfriends and male escorts for the purpose of sex. Those are prostitution-related charges. They carry a sentence of 10 years in prison each. He was convicted of 2 of those Mann Act charges. He was acquitted on the more serious charges that would have landed him in prison for the rest of his life. That was sex trafficking and also racketeering, the RICO Act. Now, the jury acquitted him of those 2 more serious charges. Now, again, he's expected to address the judge and address the courtroom where his family is now there. And, some of the things we've seen out here, a large crowd in front of the courthouse and a lot of
Okay, so another update, just one. AUSA Slavic, this from 5 minutes ago. AUSA Slavic says Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That this is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak-offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. Mr. Combs booked speaking engagement for Miami for next week. How could he book speaking engagements for next week? Do y'all hear this? Did y'all hear this? Slavic said that Diddy booked a speaking engagement in Miami for next week. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. I hope he didn't do that. That definitely is going to tick the judge off. Okay, that definitely is going to tick the judge off. Let me make sure I read that right. And let me share my screen so y'all can see it. Say what now? Sierra said, does he know something we don't? Sierra, you're a mess. Okay, it's what I'm talking about, beloved. Okay, so yeah, let me read it to you all again. AUSA Slavic says, Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements, plural, not one, but several, for Miami for next week. She wrote next week in all caps. She said, that is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak-offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. What y'all got to say about all of this? Child, it's getting real ugly around here. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm. Okay. I hope she's gonna tell us where she got that tidbit of information from, because this all sounds nefarious to the queen, honey. What y'all think? Look at DJ Big Six talking about it's looking bad for Diddy. It sure is, child. Are y'all nervous? Reverend Minnie Dickerson said that's a scam. Ryder said 60 years with time served, or 60 months with time served. Ooh, honey, this is all nefarious. Flint Water said, Queen, did Diddy get a fair trial? Did he get a fair trial? That's a good question. I would say yes and no. It was fair. Hold on. Okay, they're outside the courtroom. Let me go to that. It was the jury was fair. The jurors, what they did was fair, in my opinion. But no, I don't think overall he got a fair trial. The judge allowed people to come in and perjure themselves, and the judge knew they were perjuring themselves. Okay, at the end of the day, but he allowed the prosecution to rock with it. I don't think that should have been allowed. That was absolutely just like egregious to me, really. One of the things that made me change my mind. If you know somebody's lying, you got the proof and receipts that they're lying, that the story they're going to tell is not true. Why would you let them testify? The judge allowed perjurious testimony on the stand. And I said that a myriad of times when I was there at the trial. So, I think the judge is absolutely racist and a whole hater to boot. Roddy said prosecution is just mad is all. They still can't swallow their defeat. Yeah, they are mad. They definitely are. Mm-hmm. No doubt about that. Okay, still waiting. Hmm. Let me see if anything else popped up. Hold on, beloveds. I had to refresh the page. Okay. Okay, AUSA Slavic, this is from 4 minutes ago. AUSA Slavic says, even in cases that decline to apply the cross-reference, significant sentences are handed down, including in this district. Consider U.S. versus Dylan Jordan. Dylan Jordan. Okay, Inner City Press covered that story. He says he got 60 months, 5 years. Okay, so then the judge says in Jordan, the defendant had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior. Am I correct? And that's why Judge Cronin varied upwards. Okay, so I don't know what this judge is talking about, but when he says it looks like it's probably a typo, Matthew was probably in a rush because he says in Jordan, the defendant will be convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior. The defendant had been imprisoned in Cuba years prior. Okay, am I correct? And that's why Judge Cronin varied upwards. Slavic says that's correct, as well as the other factors. The judge says, so there is a distinguishing feature. And then that looks like that's all of it. The rest of these are comments from subscribers. Oh no, y'all. It's getting kind of hectic. Y'all remember that song? Sheesh. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Two queens, one king said, I think what are you stating? Hold on. Hold on. Says, I think what you are stating is that he had prior history. Well, here's the thing, beloved. Diddy didn't have prior history. Diddy didn't have any prior history. He had never been convicted of anything. He may have been arrested, but he wasn't convicted of anything. Oh, two queens, one king said that person had a record. Okay. It's why I say he's an idiot if he did that. Well, if he did that, why? Why would you do it? That wasn't smart. Okay, that wasn't smart if he did it. Like you said, Kane said Diddy was raising 50's son and keeping a roof over his head. Mm-hmm. Yep. Hmm. Still waiting. Woo, what do you all think? What do you all think? Cassie Love said, Lord, this a mess. Okay? And not that your name is Cassie, beloved. All right. Okay, BMAC says, let me put this on the screen, says, I reviewed a few racial discrimination cases brought by Black employees that this judge oversaw, and he ruled against nearly all Black employees. Judge is anti-Black, period. Wow, are you serious? Ooh, honey, this is problematic. I'm glad you said something about that, beloved. I'm glad you said something about that. Really, that's interesting. But see, I already knew he was racist. I could tell that from being in the court. Mm-hmm. Okay, now two queens, one king says that's why the judge is stating that he's going to use the case reference because Diddy doesn't have a prior record. Yeah, that's exactly what that is, beloved. That's exactly what that is. Okay. Yes, JTL, Jeff ATL, yes. The Indian judge. Okay. I told y'all what it was going to be and never deviated from my 6-year time frame. Cassie Love said most Indian Americans are. Reverend Minnie Dickerson said from the old school. All right. Jay McClinton said they're piling on now. Yeah, because they got that L. They don't want the L. They got to make an example. That's what it's looking like. Okay. Greta said most Indians do not like blacks. They are racist. They are known racists. Well, they could be. Let me see here. Oh, honey, this is not looking good. Joseph said this judge should have granted him bail. That told me everything I need to know about the judge. Yeah, pretty much told me too, beloved. But I was hoping that, he'll go ahead and be fair at the sentencing. But that's why I say that he was very biased during the entirety of the trial. The judge was. Okay. Hmm. Y'all are awful. Listen, please be careful what you put in the comment section. Okay, in the chat, please. H.M. Matthews, beloved, I love you, but I got to delete this comment. Okay, please don't say things like that. That is just not nice. Okay? She will say they have a caste system in their country. Yes, they have one here too, but it's just invisible, so we can't see it. But trust me, it exists. Okay? It exists. And Andre Nelson says everyone should write the New York bar about those prosecutors if they're trying to force witnesses to tell false testimony. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. Okay? I absolutely agree. This is all crazy. Greta Lee said they're sending a message with giving Diddy a long prison sentence. You know they could be. AJ said, I'm sorry. No. It's okay, beloved. It's okay. Sometimes we forget. It's okay. This is all crazy. DJ Big Six talking. DJ Big Six, where have you been? Did you stop at Starbucks on your way to work to get you some coffee, beloved? Talking about what did he, I missed it. What did he say? Where have you been? You were literally just in the chat. So what basically the judge is saying is the judge is making excuses, in my opinion. It's like he's laying out excuses or factors to use against Diddy to give him a lengthy sentence. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what it sounds like to me. I just don't think Diddy's gonna do a lot of time. I really just I don't feel it in my spirit. I'm not feeling it in my spirit. Even if the judge gives him a lot of time, like I told y'all, at the end of the day, it's gonna be appealed. Two Queens, One King said the state violated because they interviewed Gina 3 times and insisted that she was a victim, and she clearly stated she was not a victim, which is why they did not allow her as a witness. Yes, exactly. They tried to get her to, according to reports, let me just say allegedly, they tried to get her to testify against him. Roddy said he's not going to do more than 60 months. Winter said, me either, Queen. I feel he will be free swiftly. Okay, Greta Lee said this judge was always against Diddy. Yeah, I agree with that. Jay McClinton said Diddy did some time. Can he get time served? Right. I mean, I don't know. It's all crazy. Panther Strike says time served. Ron C said he'll be out on appeal for sure. Yeah, this is all getting crazy. All getting real crazy, honey. Let me just see if they have any more updates. Okay, just a couple. So let me read these real quick. Okay, so from 1 minute ago, Judge Subramanian says in Jordan, the defendant had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior. Am I correct? And that's why Judge Cronin varied upwards. I already read this, but it said it from a minute ago. He must have reposted. And so Slavic says that is correct, as well as other factors. The judge says, so there is a disgusting feature. I'm sorry, a distinguishing. The judge says, so there is a distinguishing feature. Oh, so we're waiting on that. Hmm. Ooh, honey. Let me see here. Roddy said, did he send the judge 500 cows? Roddy, if you don't sit down somewhere, okay, not 500 cows. Where's he going to get it from? All right. Greta said, Roddy, be nice. Ooh, honey, this is all nefarious at the end of the day. Okay, let's go back to the other update and see if they've come up with anything new. Hold on. What did I just do? Okay, I'm sorry. I clicked on the wrong thing. Hold on.
through a back entrance. To be able to see him, you have to be in court. And we have 2 reporters in court who will join me later to tell everyone what they're seeing. But I know the last time I was in court with Diddy, it's a very different man than the one we all know. Sean Diddy Combs now has gray hair. He has a gray beard, a gray goatee. Now, when he addresses the court today, he will be allowed to wear his own clothes, which is something he was allowed to do while on trial. He dresses in a very sort of preppy fashion with khaki pants, sweaters, button-down shirts underneath. And we're also told that his defense will show a video, a 15-minute video. I was able to watch the video, and it shows Combs with his family. He's got 7 children. It shows Combs working in the community. It shows Combs opening the charter schools that he opened in Harlem. It shows him with his mother. She's 84 years old.
Okay, so now with that all being said, let's go back to the share because there's a few updates, and it looks like the judge is now talking about the violence against Cassie. I want you all, just anticipate said the reporter looks drained. Okay, listen, so now he's bringing up Cassie, or somebody's bringing up Cassie, the violence against Cassie. So let's talk about it. Okay, so it's Slavic. USA Slavic says and this is from 11 minutes ago. There's also a case by Judge Kimber Wood. Man at cases with fear, violence, and threats routinely get significant sentences. This is not a simple transportation case, but this is major aggravators. Okay, as to Cassie, he hit her and stomped her. Okay, Slavic says the video from the LA hotel was played many times at trial and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her, he slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said they owned the violence. AUSA Slavic said admitting to violence in front of a jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability. Freak-offs were extended performances of sexual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have sex with strangers. He made them do it. That's not true. They did want to do it. The jury already spoke on that. Miss me with it. AUSA Slavic says he had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statement makes clear she still has nightmares and flashbacks, and the scars on her body. Jane's text make clear her anguish and trauma. Bottom line is the S worker said Cassie told him to do that, not Diddy. That's what was testified to at trial. Okay, now it goes on to say, 6 minutes ago, Slavic says Mia said that she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said that he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark said he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson wrote how she was impacted. It was real serious. Slavic then says he downplays the abuse, calling it rare, but it was not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. Okay. Just because they didn't see him with injuries, let me tell y'all something. Just because they didn't see him with injuries. Oh, thank you, Cornell beloved, for saying great reporting. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Now, here's the thing. They're saying that you didn't see him with any injuries. Well, here's the thing. They only showed Cassie's injuries. That doesn't mean that there was no injuries to Diddy. Because remember, they literally said, I think it was Roger Bonds, and also somebody else. Was it the guy from Making the Band? They literally said that Cassie would put hands on Diddy too. Now, of course, she's no match for him. But what I'm saying is that proves that they just had a toxic relationship. Okay, the relationship was clearly toxic. They were both doing illegal substances, and to the point that they were addicts. They both overdosed at some points. Okay, we can't expect people to act in their normal behavior when they're on drugs with a D. All right, so Okay, so then Slavic says he blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He has to accept the responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at age 54. This is all crazy. Like, they really bring it up. This, all they have is that violence they keep talking about that he wasn't even charged with. Okay, AUSA says prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. She's trying to put let me tell y'all what she's doing here. Let me tell you all what she's doing here. She's trying to put the judge in a tight squeeze. She's trying to put the judge in a catch-22. That's what she's trying to do. She's trying to put the judge in a catch-22. She's telling the judge, look, you could encourage people, okay, and stop abusers. You could encourage or discourage abusers. Basically saying if you let them off easy, judge, that's going to encourage other abusers. But if you give them a lengthy sentence, football numbers, well, that would discourage others. Okay, that's not going to discourage them. Let me tell you about something. This is nothing but role playing. This is nothing but all cap. And I'm going to tell you why. Because first of all, this sentence that Diddy gets is not going to encourage or discourage any abusers, period. You know why? Because usually people that do certain things don't think they're going to get caught. And even when other people get caught for it and sentenced and convicted or whatever, they never think it's going to be them. You see, here's how you know this. Because for one, there is something called capital punishment that we have in this country, right? If somebody premeditates a murder, acts with mens res, and then this whole thing was planned out methodically and all that, well, you could get the death penalty or whatever, right? You could get a life sentence. But knowing that there's a death penalty in this country does not stop people from committing murder. People still kill, and they know that some people are sitting on death row for murder. They know that some people have already been executed for murder. So this, what they're saying, they know this is not a deterrence. They know that this is not going to basically discourage or encourage anybody. Because if you're an abuser, you're just an abuser until you get help to get you to stop being the abuser. Okay? And so anyway, we're going to see how it turns out. It's not sounding good at all. Ann Brown says Diddy was using rugs. They should sentence him for anger management, rug, alcohol treatment, and probation. They absolutely should. And he's already on those things. His lawyers had people coming to see him at the jail. And so he's already been taking classes for those things. Adrian says AUSA says at least 135 months. I think they're going to break. This is all crazy, but let's see if there's any more updates. I'm on pins and needles. How about you all, honey? I'm just waiting for this all to be over. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so AUSA says at least 135 months are necessary. Judge said, let's take a break. Okay. If like and support. Oh, that's what the Inner City Press is saying. Okay, so let me go ahead and like this. They're taking a break. All right. Adrian, thank you for doing your own updates. Okay. Thank you for that, beloved, for letting me know. Okay. Jay McClellan said, remember, his fate is in their wanton supremacist hands. Right. Okay, Pearl says, Queen, I apologize. I was at work last night. I had to catch a replay. Just getting off topic really quick. Did you tell the T on Skeletor Al Sharpton? No. Nope, I didn't. And I'm not going to tell it right now either. Right now, we're talking about Diddy. We're focusing on this. And I want that, I'm going to talk about that later on today. I promise you, okay? I promise you. But if y'all ask me one more time, I ain't going to tell y'all nothing. If y'all ask the Queen one more time about the scoop and tea that I have on Al Sharpton, who should be blackballed from the Black community, in my opinion, well, I'm not going to tell y'all. I'm not going to tell y'all. How about that? Now, somebody ask me one more time. Okay? D Major says Queen has to catch up on lots of topics. Yes. All right. Terry Hint said, I could care less about Diddy's case. All right. D Major said Trump deserves another whole broadcast, Queen. He's up to no good. Honey, you already know it's going down. Like, I'm about to literally go in on Trump today. I got the receipts. Don't worry. I'm paying attention. I'm multitasking, beloveds. Okay. If Trump's going to be roasted, please don't worry about that. He is going to be roasted. All right. For filth, no less. Okay. Oh, yeah, he is definitely going to be roasted. Yeah. Let's go to this other. Hold on. What did Uncle Bobblehead do? Didn't I tell y'all to stop asking me that Roddy's sitting here being messy talking about anything with Al is money related? Oh, I'm sure it is, honey, but this is all much more juicy than money and payments, honey. Where do y'all hear it? Where do y'all get a load of this? Where do y'all get a load to, beloveds? I'm sure you're not gonna like it. That's all I'm saying. You're not gonna like any of it. Okay? That's what y'all not going to do. Y'all is not gonna like any of it. Okay? So what I'm gonna do, hold on, let me see something real quick while we're waiting for further updates. Hold on. They've gone to a break, so let me see if anybody's outside the court reporting. Hold on, beloveds. Okay, let me tell you all something. I don't see anybody outside reporting thus far. Okay. Let me see something real quick. I'm about to call my friends that are there and see what they can tell me. Hold on. Okay, so it looks like everybody's phones are still off. So that means they haven't left the building yet. Because you know we have to turn in our phones and turn them off and all of that. So I'm thinking that they haven't come out of the building yet because I've called like 4 people and everybody's phone's going straight to voicemail. Hold on, let me check a couple of more people. Okay. Okay. Let me go to Sean G. See if Sean G's outside. If anybody's gonna be outside, it's gonna be him. Let me see here. He's outside yet. He's not outside yet. Okay. Angela said, "What's happening? We're waiting." Mrs. J. Thomas said, "Trent out loud. Do you talk to him?" Yeah, I talked to him. Let me see if he's outside yet, beloved. Okay, hold on. Okay, so he posted 4 hours ago. That wouldn't really give us any information because that means that he was outside while people were in court. Or he posted this before they went inside. Okay, let me see here. Okay, so he actually posted the video. Hold on, who is this? This is the podcast with Soul. Okay, that's Sean G. He posted the video. Now let me see what Trent posted. Because it looks like Trent posted 2 hours ago. Let's hear what Trent has to say. It's just my opinion. Said, Queen, you know Sean, that's my dude. Yes, I met Sean when I was there. I met Sean when I was there, beloved. Okay. Luna said, call Tisa Tails, LOL. Well, here's the thing. I just looked at her channel. She was outside 2 hours ago, which lets me know that she was not inside while they were having all the stuff that we just been covering. Okay, but remember, when I was with court with her before, that's what she would do. She wouldn't even be in the courtroom. She'd be outside, okay, saying whatever. And because they have already said that the sentence may not be given until Monday, because it could take 2 days, I'm sure that's why her and Trent were outside. Because they're thinking, okay, it's not going to happen today, so we can just go outside and report. That's what that is. Okay. Miss J said, I like Trent too, you and him. Thank you, beloved. I like him too. Now, with that all being said, Luna said with her security. Okay, I need somebody credible. Let's listen to what Trent was saying. Okay, let's listen to what Trent was saying. I'm gonna go to his video. Let me stop the share. Okay, so he did one 2 hours ago. Okay. Yeah, this I can pretty much guarantee you. Angela said, we needed you there, Queen. I know, right? I'm so mad I didn't go because I thought it was going to be like one day. And I thought it was going to be like, I didn't think it was going to last long at all. I'm thinking probably 4 to 6 hours max. But now they're saying it could be 2 days. I'm so mad. Like I literally was texting my friends and then I had talked to a couple of them this morning. I told them I'm so jealous and mad that I'm not there. Okay. I'm like literally so annoyed. They told me, they said, well, Queen, if it's not over today, fly out over the weekend. So I might do that. Okay. Luna said, if it takes longer, isn't that a good sign, Queen? Well, I don't know, honey, when it comes to the sentencing, because to me, the judge should have already pretty much had his mind made up. I mean, he wants to hear the other information, I'm sure, but he should have basically had his mind already made up, in my opinion. Now, with that all being said, let's see what Trent has to say. Now, I'm going to use an overlay because I don't want Trent hitting me with a copyright strike. I might know him, but I don't know him that good, honey, okay? Not like we're friends. Okay, here we go.
The real. Anyways, I'll wait for everybody to come back in. For those of you who didn't catch the first part of this, I am Trent Out Loud. Welcome to Diddy's sentencing, what we call the Diddy courthouse. Yes, we are back. We are back. All right, people are loading in. I'm going to give a minute for everybody to load back in. This is the Diddy courthouse, 500 Pearl Street in Manhattan, New York. We are covering live the Diddy sentencing after months, weeks, days, hours, and minutes. We are finally at decision day. We are finally at this Super Bowl. We are finally at the World Series. Today is the day that Diddy will find his fate. The prosecution would like Diddy to serve 11 years and 3 months. And of course, Diddy's team would like him to walk out of this courtroom here a free man, go back to MDC, and then send him back to New York or Miami or whether he would like to go and walk a free man. Somebody said your coffee is getting cold. Actually, my coffee is already cold, and it's actually done before I got on live. So I do not know what happened. We were like thousands of people logged in, and I don't know what happened. I guess when you're talking that real, then, you know, maybe the powers that be were like, yo, Trent's talking too much truth, man. We can't let him talk truth to the people. All right, Christina Bishop is back. Good morning. Natasha is back. Tez is back. Kim is back. The L Louders are back. I'll wait for a little bit more people to load in. We were going
fast forward.
Toilet, take showers, and prepare meals all in the same room. Crazy for 14 months.
Okay. Now, let me tell you all something. I'm going to tell you all this. He's not saying anything other than what I already read to you all this morning. He's literally reading the letter that Diddy wrote to the judge. That's what he's talking about. So this is the thing that I don't like that Trent and Tisa both do. They go outside of the court and record videos like they were in the court, and you're not in the court. Now, Trent, most of the time, is actually in the court because I was there with him. He was usually in the court. But like I said, because now they're thinking there's going to be 2 days. And so they're thinking the sentence is not going to happen today. They're outside reporting. Okay. That's what they're doing. They're outside reporting. They weren't in the courtroom for all of that was said. He couldn't have been. Because how long have I been on live? I've been on live 2 hours and 30 minutes. Okay. So he reported this live 3 hours ago. And it's an hour long. It's literally 51 minutes. So that means that he was not in the court when he's reporting his stuff. That's what him and Tisa do, and I don't like that. Because when you do that, you're just outside painting narratives. You might be reading the letter and all that stuff. Okay, fine, but you're on there for a whole hour. So clearly you were painting narratives. That's what Tisa definitely does. Okay? Now, with that all being said, because if you really want to report the facts, what's going to be in the transcripts, you'll be in the courtroom. As long as court is in session. You'll only leave the courtroom when they have a break or when court is ended for the day. That's how that goes. And see, that's why I was telling people when Tisa was sitting there telling people last time, oh, you shouldn't listen to anybody but me because I was actually in the courtroom. I said, no, she was not. I was in the courtroom too. And she would leave out of the courtroom at 9 o'clock as soon as we get in there because they would let us in the building at like 7:45. We go upstairs to the courtroom around 8 to 8:30. They bring Diddy in and all of that. And then she would go outside and start doing a whole video. And then we come outside after the break, when we get a break and do a video, and then people are sitting here telling us that we don't know what we're talking about because Tisa said X, Y, and Z. But that wasn't said in the courtroom. That's why I keep telling people just read the transcripts. Okay, but she still will sit over there on her platform and say that we all lied and that we spread disinformation and propaganda. That's what somebody literally told me. She said a few days ago. Like she was calling us the Diddy defenders and oh, they're degenerates and they're dusty and they were, spreading propaganda and disinformation because they said Diddy's going to get off. First of all, we didn't say Diddy was going to get off. We just gave our opinion. Now, and then she says about herself, she said, but did I lie or did the jury get it wrong? Well, the jury got it right, and you did lie. Now, I'm not saying she lied as her saying that Diddy was going to go to prison. He's going to get convicted of the RICO and the S trafficking. That was her opinion. But many of the things that happened in the actual courtroom, y'all know she lied about it because I read y'all some of the transcripts. At the end of the day, she was flat out lying the whole entire time. Now, she was saying some truth, but she was inserting lies the whole time. That's why she's still mad because everybody called her out on it. That's why she's sitting over there calling us the liars. But how are all of us the liars and you're the only one that told the truth? But we were all there. Like, have several seats. Okay, have several seats because the last thing I'm gonna do is get up here and lie so somebody can call me out and say, Queen, you made that up. Yeah, no, you're gonna get the truth on here whether you like it or not. That's just how it goes. Okay, that's how it goes. And she called us Diddy defenders or whatever, Diddy apologists and all that stuff. Here's the thing. It's not really about being a Diddy apologist. It's about the rule of law and how the judicial system is used strategically and historically against people who look like us, okay, to stack charges, to paint narratives, and to send you to prison for things that they would not send other people who don't look like you to prison for, even if you commit the same crimes, or not give you or give them the same amount of time they give you. I mean, let's talk about it. Diddy applied for bail. He was never given bail. He offered $50 million. Who got bail, though? The guy from Abercrombie and Fitch. Okay, I reported on him. Plenty of people I reported on that don't look like me. But most people that look like me, many of them just reported on Diddy. The bottom line is that man from Abercrombie and Fitch, he was messing with these people, and these people were younger. And at the end of the day, he was trafficking, really trafficking, in my opinion, and he was able to get a bail. How did he get a bail and Diddy didn't? Well, they made the excuse that it was because of his age. What does his age have to do with it? He has the same resources Diddy has. They were saying that Diddy had access to money, saying that Diddy had a passport, saying that Diddy had a private jet and all of that. His lawyers, Diddy's lawyers, said they would surrender his passport and then they would let them know where his jet is because they can monitor it, and they would put up $50 million also for the bail. He still didn't get it. Mike Jeffries from Abercrombie and Fitch got bail, and he only put up like 10 million. And then, like I said, they used the excuse of, oh, his age. He's a healthy person as far as we know. Okay, so his age, what does that have to do with him being, able to get a bail? So you mean to tell me that because he's 80 something years old or 70 something, however old he is, that he can't use a private jet? He doesn't have access to powerful people who have money like him, that he could have fled? Of course he could. But see, that's the thing. That's the difference between someone who looks like him and someone who looks like Diddy at the end of the day. And sadly, some people will never understand that, or they don't care. Okay, Greta Lee says, I don't like her either, Queen. It is fake news. I mean, very often it is, it's very often it is fake news. And like I said, plenty of people say that. Okay, Mr. Elevation said, I need hardcore facts straight. Okay, Rena says they're not going to let that man go free. Okay, Greta said, indeed Common, but does not look as good as him. Who y'all talking about? He kind of reminds me of Common. Y'all talk about Trent? Trent said people tell him he looks like Tisa, that he could be her brother. That's what Trent says. Okay. Kane said Mike Jeffries is a sick bastard. Read up on the case. Honey, I don't have to read up on it. I had the whole lawsuit. Like I said, I reported on him thoroughly because, see, I didn't just report on Diddy. I reported on Vince McMahon. I reported on Peter Nygaard. I reported on Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, okay, Jimmy Iovine, Russell Brand. Did I say Vince McMahon? I reported on all these people, including Mike Jeffries and his husband, boyfriend, whatever you want to call him. I reported on them too. They were like some of the first ones I reported on. Okay, I reported on all these people. Well, like I said, most people just want to talk about Diddy. And see, then that's not good, because when you just talk about Diddy, Diddy's the black man. So now you want to make him the face of it yet again. And this is what they've historically done. Okay, so we need to report on their people. Like we see all of these people who don't look like us going hard in the paint on Diddy. We don't see them going hard in the paint on their people. And I have a problem with that. Now, y'all can say Diddy's nefarious or whatever. I'm not excusing anything that Diddy did. But I don't like it when I see people who don't look like me going hard in the paint on somebody who looks like me, but meanwhile not saying a darn thing about the people who look like them, who were accused of the same thing. I don't like that. That's bias and that's racial disparity. Okay? So I'm not going to be a part of it. If I want to talk about Diddy, I'll talk about Diddy, but I'm going to talk about them too. I'm not going to shy away from that, because wrong is wrong no matter who's doing it, no matter what race or ethnic group you belong to. But some people just want to talk about the black man. Okay? Those of you who tuned in for my broadcast yesterday where I did the review about Hurricane Katrina, just remember what I told y'all during that broadcast. Okay? Black people can do the same thing as white folk, but they only going to talk bad about the black people. Facts. That's just what it is. Okay, that's just what it is. And I don't like that. Some of y'all may not care because y'all feel like Diddy's the devil. He might be the devil, but at the end of the day, the devil always gets his due, right? So what you do, you're going to be punished for it one way or another, right? Okay, but people who have these privileges, they don't always get punished. You understand? And this is why when somebody had asked me one time, they were like, why do black people get so mad and go and protest and complain when they hold on. They were like, why do black people get so upset and complain when a police officer kills a black person unarmed, but they don't have the same energy when it's a black person kill another black person? You know what I told them? Because if a black person kills another black person, because y'all all love to talk about black on black crime, I'm talking about those people who don't look like us. So I'm like, here's the reason why. Because if a black person kills another black person and they get caught, they're going to prison. That's where they're going. They're going to prison. Police officers can kill black people while unarmed and simply say they fear for their lives, and they're not going to jail. They get qualified immunity. That's the difference. because we want justice no matter who the perpetrator is. Okay, they should not get a pass because they're police officers. They should not be above the law. They should, in fact, be held to a higher standard of the law. So that's why we do that. And I also told them that, to your point, we do address Black on Black crime in our community. That's what we do. Y'all don't know that because we don't do it on public, publicly all the time. But we do address these things. So that's how I feel about that. Like I'm saying, end of the day, Terry Hinn said that's the injustice system for you, Queen. Shameful. Exactly. Right? So breadfruit swapper. Okay, that's a tongue twister almost. Says Judge looks like he came up from the subterranean regions. He may have, and his last name is Submaranian. Okay. All right. So Claudia said, Queen, you're absolutely right. Thank you, beloved. Nicole says the judge knows they have worse crimes similar to this in his country. Right. And here too. That's what I'm saying. Let's just be fair. That's what we should all want, is fairness. Because here's the thing, like I told you all before, if we don't care if they do something, racially discriminatory or biased towards Diddy, then you don't care if they do it to somebody else that looks like you. Okay? That's just the bottom line. Because no matter what Diddy has been accused and convicted of, Diddy is still a Black man. He is still our people. Okay, period. Whether you want to admit that or not, he is. He's still our people. And at the end of the day, like Dr. King said, an injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. Isn't that true? I'm sorry. Make it all make sense. Okay, now I'm looking to see if there's any more updates. Okay, here we go. Now we're cooking. We got, let me see, 1, 2, 3. We got like 4 updates. Okay, so let's get into it. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so 12 minutes ago, they've come back, and it's Combs' lawyer, Driscoll. Now, y'all know I like me some Driscoll. Driscoll is a smart young man, okay? Driscoll says, I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. Let me tell y'all something. He's about to cook. He's about to cook. Let me tell y'all why I like this young man. I'm sorry. Let me just praise him for a second, because this young man has done his due diligence. He is only like 32 years old. He's new at this, but he's true to this. This young man has a very good knowledge of the law. He's very good at litigation, and I like that. Why do I like that? Because I went to school for criminal justice. I'm a criminal justice professor. It really excites me when people know the law by the book. Okay, and they know it like it's etched in their brains. They don't have to pick up, case law and read it. They have this stuff memorized. Okay, and that's what Driscoll does. Driscoll is very thorough and very good. I just love it. I get really excited when he starts talking, but let's get into it. So anyway, he talks about the disparities. Then he goes on to say the DOJ has long said that Mann Act prosecutions should focus on commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it is not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for S crimes. That was his second chance. That's what I'm talking about. Didn't I tell you all? Y'all know I did the research. Didn't I show you all the cases that compared to Diddy's? And there were none. Didn't I tell y'all that? Remember when I told you the judge said for both parties, the defense and the prosecution, to go find cases similar to Diddy so they can help him with the sentencing? And I told y'all there's none that compares to Diddy's. The closest one that I could find would have been Jack Johnson. Because that white woman that they said was a prostitute that he took across state lines, he married that lady. Okay, so at the end of the day, why did they do that? They did that to Jack Johnson because he was Black. Okay, because he was Black, and because they didn't like that he was a wealthy Black man who was dating white women. That's what that was. And that's what this law still is to this day. Okay, so now with that all being said, let's let Driscoll finish cooking, because he's using grease. So he goes on to say, he said that's his second chance. See, that's the thing. Diddy, this is his first time. He's a first offender. You cannot compare him to somebody who had second chances. And that's another thing that I told y'all. I said all of the people that I looked up at least 30 cases. Now, I told you all, in all of the cases where people got more than the sentencing guidelines was when they were either multiple offenders. They've done it more than once, or it was involving minors. I told y'all that. Okay, that's why I know Driscoll did his due diligence. Okay, so then it goes on to say Jordan made $1.4 million. Diddy didn't get paid. He made $1.4 million. Do you know who many I think he meant to put, do you know how? Do you know how many SX that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted SEX. One was great after being rubbed. Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. See, they tried to be slick. The prosecution, that is. They come in here with these cases that are nowhere near. They pale in comparisons to Diddy's because it's not the same. You can't compare apples to oranges, and they know it. But this is what the prosecution's been doing. They literally came in court and lied, allowed in perjurious testimony, and all of that. They flat out told lies themselves. Okay, so as Combs, they say Driscoll goes on about U.S. versus Dylan Jordan. Inner City Press has put up an extra about the case, which it covered on X subscribers. Combs' sentencing thread below. What now? Hold on, I should be able to see this because I'm subscribed to him. Subscribe to unlock. I thought I was already subscribed to him. Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on, beloveds. Okay. I should be able to see this because I already pay him every month. That's how I get all the documents and whatnot. Okay, let me go to this other let me go to this other update. He's trying to get his money on. Okay, so as I said, I'm already subscribed to him. I'm not knowing why I can't see this. I might have to resubscribe or something. Hold on. Okay, so basically, okay, this might be nothing anyway, because he's saying that Inner City Press has put up an extra about that case. That's the case of Dylan versus Jordan, which it covered on X for subscribers. Combs sentencing thread continues below. Oh, okay, okay. I don't need to, okay, because I was going to say I could look that up myself. He said it's going to continue below. So let me refresh the page and see if anything else has come up. Like up, everyone. Please don't forget to like and share. Thank you, beloveds. Okay, here we go. Oops, let me go back. Okay, here it goes. Here it goes. So next it says, Driscoll says there is another case with 7 victims. No grouping enhancement applied. Defendant got 18 months. Was released after 9 months. Then there is 18 CR, and he lists another case that generated $1.8 million. They got 15 months. Okay. Driscoll then says in John cases, the average sentence is 6.7 months. In the other case, the defendant texts the victim. I meant what I said about making a mold of your ussy with the P. This is the text that was sent by the perpetrator. The rest of you ain't worth ish. The judge said, but there was no threat of violence in that case. Let me tell y'all something. This judge is trying real hard to make excuses to give Diddy a lot of time. Okay, there was no violence in that case, but here's the thing, Judge. They still made money. They still did grape these people, and and one of them had multiple accounts, at least 2. I'm sorry. Say what? But let's continue. Because the judge is coming up. He's dodging these bullets. That's what he's doing. So then, we gotta wait, because what's Driscoll gonna come back? That was from 1 minute ago. What is Driscoll gonna come back with? But there was no threat of violence in that case. Here's the thing: is the judge taking into account the fact that is the judge taking into account that the man's been getting treatments for abuse and he's no longer on rugs, which was likely, the reason that he was violent and all of that? I just have questions. Retired federal bank said you don't see the feds or FBI. Hold on. I think it's another update on this other channel, but hold on. Says you don't see the feds or FBI after Trump and those Epstein, do you? Exactly. Right? Then agent says, wasn't the judge annoyed with Driscoll during the trial, Queen? Probably because he is so good. Yes, he was. He was absolutely, because he was, when the prosecution would make a point, Driscoll would stand up and say, hold on. And then he corrected them. This is a person who barely is out of law school. Okay? He's just a few years out of law school. He was correcting Maureen Comey. All right? He was correcting them. They were getting the law wrong and he wasn't. Okay? And here's the thing. We know the judge doesn't know what the hell he's doing, because didn't the judge literally just ask the prosecution if he could do something? Y'all remember that, right? Please don't forget that. The judge literally said, but I can still do that, right? But I can still rule on it, right? Didn't he say that? Does this man know what the hell he's doing? Because I understand that he's a new judge, but at the end of the day, he should know the law by now. That's all I'm saying. Okay, he should know the law by now. So let's go to this other report by the AP. These updates.
Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. Behind me in the federal courthouse, Diddy is waiting to find out if he'll go to prison or if he'll be set free. And joining me now is Sarah Krisoff. She's a former federal prosecutor and she's an attorney with Cozen O'Connor. So she knows a lot about what goes on in federal court. Tell us a little bit about these sentencing guidelines. Diddy was found guilty of 2 counts of the Mann Act, which is a prostitution-related charge for flying around his girlfriends and male escorts for the purpose of sex, but he was acquitted of the 2 charges that would have kept him in prison for a long time, if not forever, and he was acquitted on racketeering and on sex trafficking. But what about the Mann Act, the prostitution-related charge? What is the judge looking at when it comes to sentencing?
The first thing the judge had to do here was figure out what the guidelines are. There was a real dispute between the defense and the government about what the applicable guidelines range was. They were vastly different estimates, and the judge sort of parsed through all of that and decided he agreed with probation's determination of the guidelines, which is really right in the middle of 70 to 87 months. But the probation is really an arm of the court, and they have an obligation to independently determine the guidelines as well. But ultimately, the judge is sort of taking everyone's input, coming up with what he thinks is the appropriate guidelines range. And then that's the starting point, I think, for him in imposing sentence at this point.
Now, prosecutors wanted 11 years. Is there any chance that he'll get 11, or do we just not know until the judge makes a determination?
Listen, nobody knows what the judge is going to do until
Patriot Software.
He's going to have a really good idea, but he certainly could be swayed one way or the other by the arguments he's hearing, and will continue to hear for the next few hours.
Now, let's talk about those arguments. I mean, this is the chance for Mr. Combs to get up in court and to talk to the judge, to speak to the judge. And we're also told that his family will get a chance to speak, and they're going to show a video. Actually, Combs's team is showing a video. It's an 11-minute video. I saw it. It shows him in a totally different light. It shows him as a family man, as a community man. Is this something that's usual, or is this unusual to do an entire video?
Listen, the defendant always, by statute, has a right to speak at sentencing, and if the court did not allow him to speak, it would be a big problem. Eventually, the sentencing would have to be redone. So we certainly expect to hear from him at the end of this. Sometime, the defendant usually gets the last word, sort of in the order of things, that goes last. But in this case, we've already heard from the defendant.
Okay, I'm gonna pause there right there so we can go back to Inner City Press because they have more updates. We're gonna have to go back and forth, beloveds. Okay, so now 6 minutes ago, Combs says Driscoll, okay, Attorney Driscoll is what he meant, says Miss Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a rug problem for 25 years. We think that is inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about 13 CR 294, District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with a young girl. See docket 85. That's what I'm talking about. Tell him, Driscoll. Okay, tell him, Driscoll. She's talking about it's inappropriate what the defense wrote for Mia in that letter to the judge, but Driscoll let him know it's inappropriate what the prosecution just did. Okay, so now Driscoll says that defendant, Riggs, got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. And then he puts the law 3553A and 6, that's the one that the judge has been using, says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I've read about 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. His case is different. Judge says, what's next, Ms. Westmoreland? See how he's dismissive of Driscoll? I want you all to pay attention. This is really pissing me off. This judge is being very disrespectful to Mr. Driscoll. He does not like this young man's sharp mind. You know why he doesn't like it? Because the judge is older than Driscoll, and the judge is dumb. The judge doesn't know the law himself. That's why he's sitting there asking the prosecution. Even when I was in the trial, I swear to you, we could all see that the judge was leaning on the prosecution for some of the things that he wasn't sure about. There were some cases that Driscoll brought up and the judge had to go and research them. So, and that's nothing unusual because you can't remember every case, of course. But at the end of the day, it was obvious and evident that the judge didn't know his stuff. Okay. Now he's annoyed at Driscoll talking about anything. What's next, Miss Westmoreland? Excuse me. Don't dismiss that young man. Okay. Don't dismiss him because he has a brilliant mind. Are you mad or what? Okay. So then Westmoreland says, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the MDC. Mr. Combs was successful, but he used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. Okay, so we're going to see how this is going, honey, because this judge so far is being a whole hot mess. All right, he's been a whole hot mess as far as I'm concerned. What's next, who's next, Miss Westmoreland? Wow, really? Yeah, I find that interesting. I find that all very interesting. Y'all heard that, right? Okay, so now with that all being said, let's just go back to the other update until I'm gonna be going back and forth. So we're not just sitting here waiting. Okay. And all of that.
The judge has made it very clear that he is concerned that Combs is not repentant at all or is not really accepting responsibility for his actions. And that's going to sort of play into what the judge does at the end of the day. So I'm curious to hear when Combs actually stands up and speaks live, does he take on a little bit more responsibility or not?
That's been an issue that's come up. Some of the letters to the judge from those who testified, like Diddy's ex-girlfriend Cassie, has said that she doesn't believe that he does feel remorseful, and she doesn't believe that he is a changed man. I mean, how much weight will the judge assign to those letters from people who say that he should not be let out and he should spend time in prison?
Yeah, I mean, the judge definitely seems to be concerned about that. He's raised it a few times during the course of the sentencing already. And it's very hard line for the defense team to walk, because on one hand they want to preserve their appeal and they don't want to admit to any conduct, and they're trying legally to avoid admitting responsibility. On the other hand, they want to present a defendant who's contrite, who has remorse, to the judge in order to get some empathy from the judge. So it's really hard to balance those two things.
Now, you bring up the idea of an appeal. Is that something, I mean, his lawyers have tried to overturn the verdict. Is that an appeal something that is also going to be happening later on?
Yeah, I am confident they will be bringing in an appeal no matter what happens in connection with the sentencing. It may just be an appeal of the conviction, or it may be an appeal of both the conviction and the sentencing, depending what the judge does during the course of today.
This is the same judge who would not let Combs out on bail. He tried to offer bail, lots of money, and the judge said, "No, you're not going anywhere. You're sitting in jail." And he's been at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn for the past roughly 13 months.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems for Mr. Combs is sentencing after trial, after all of these bail hearings, is that the judge has heard so much information about Combs, even much more information than the jury heard, right? And so the judge has to try to put that all aside and really decide the sentence on a narrower category of information, but it's hard to do that, right? It's hard to unhear what he's already heard.
And some of the things he did here were, I mean, it was quite a sordid trial. And it was, there were things that, you could see. I was in court at times and the jury was, eyes wide open type of situation there. Were you surprised at all with the verdict?
I mean, I thought the defense had done a very good job of this from the beginning, right? They had a narrative. They said essentially, our client did bad things. He just didn't do these bad things, right? These are essentially state crimes. They don't fit into this federal framework. Jury, your verdict should reflect that. They had a narrative. They started with a narrative. They ended with a narrative. They did a really good job.
Okay, here's the next update. It says, it's only one from 3 minutes ago. It says, Westmoreland says there were not many Black-owned labels. Mr. Combs had the audacity, and it sent a message that you can do it. Clothing, too. It was not just urban streetwear. It was upscale. It brought unity. It inspired change. Honey, the judge don't want to hear any of that. He doesn't care. The judge does clearly not care. Okay, Roddy said Combs is not repentant. Who can actually know what is going on in Diddy's heart but the Most High? And that's my point. How can they say this man isn't repentant? I find it interesting. I want you all to pay attention, because they'll say that he's not repentant. They don't know what's going on with him. And just because he may not appear to be repentant to them, I want you to pay attention, because these are the same type of people who will sit there and say, well, everybody grieves differently. When somebody says, oh, they don't even look like they're sad. They're not even crying. Okay, they didn't even mourn the person. And then they'll say things like that. They'll make excuses and allowances for people that they favor, okay, and then bash those that they don't. That's how that goes. That's how that goes. End of the day, honey. Let me see what's coming through here. Okay, let's go back to these ladies.
With all of their cross-examinations, their addresses to the jury. So, it wasn't, to me, it wasn't a surprise that the jury ended up with this sort of compromise verdict that they did.
Okay. Any other interesting observations as a former federal prosecutor? Because so you've been in the role of, we know Maureen Comey was the main force behind this, and she's been fired by Trump. So she's not here in court on this case today, but there are other federal prosecutors there. What's it like for a federal prosecutor to be there, to be like pleading their case with the judge?
Yeah, listen, they had a big team on this case. They had a remarkable number of prosecutors. I was sort of stunned when I saw how many were filing in connection with the case. So they have a big team to pick up the work that Ms. Comey was doing. This is high pressure for those prosecutors because they had, I think, from their viewpoint, was very much a loss at the trial. They didn't get what they wanted in connection with the trial. And I think now, they want to win here. So they are putting everything forward to try to get that win.
All right, well, Sarah, thank you so much for joining us.
Sorry, did y'all just hear what that lady said? Hold on, honey. Hold on. Queen, what did you call Maureen Comey? Sasquatch? Yeah, I called her Bigfoot. Yeah, specifically Bigfoot. Yeah, she is. And did y'all know she's only 37 years old? I thought that lady was about 60. Sheesh. Okay, she's 37 years old. I literally couldn't believe it. Okay, and she is Bigfoot because I stood right next to her in the restroom when I was there at court. She's tall and she had on flats. Okay, she looks like Bigfoot to me. Okay, Roddy said that lady speaks very slow and the other one is showing her bias. Well, here's the thing. Did you hear that lady say that something about the prosecution lost and that's why they're trying to go this route? That is, they can't just take their L and hold it. Let me rewind it back.
Has to try to put that all aside and really decide the sentence on a narrower category of information. But it's hard to do that, right? It's hard to unhear what he's already heard.
And some of the things he did here were, it was quite a sordid trial. And it was, there were things that, you could see. I was in court at times and the jury was, eyes wide open type of situation there. Were you surprised at all with the verdict?
I thought the defense had done a very good job of this from the beginning, right? They had a narrative. They said essentially our client did bad things. He just didn't do these bad things, right? These are essentially state crimes. They don't fit into this federal framework. Jury, your verdict should reflect that. They had a narrative. They started with a narrative. They ended with a narrative. They did a really good job with all of their cross-examinations, their addresses to the jury. So, it wasn't, to me, it wasn't a surprise that the jury ended up with this sort of compromise verdict that they did.
Okay. Any other interesting observations as a former federal prosecutor? Because so you've been in the role of, we know Maureen Comey was the main force behind this, and she's been fired by Trump. So she's not here in court on this case today, but there are other federal prosecutors there. What's it like for...
Wait a minute. Is Westmoreland crying? Is Westmoreland crying in the court? Because here's what it says. There's one more update. It says, Westmoreland says, in spirits, our community. She's naming the things that Diddy, brought to our community, like the clothing brand, the music, the record label, all of that, unity, upscale clothing. And then she says, in spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table. Spirits, the liquor, the Ciroc and all that, okay? The De Leon. She says, in spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, a voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. And then he puts in parentheses, sobs. It literally says sobs in parentheses. So Westmoreland, is she crying? Is she crying? Rita said that judge is a grand wizard. Okay. I don't think they would let him be a grand wizard, but he'd like to be one, I'm pretty sure. Okay. In my opinion, he'd love to be one. But because he's the same complexion as me, I don't think it's going to happen. Okay. I don't think it's going to happen. All right. Flint Water said Trump doesn't like what he's seeing with Diddy. My bottom dollar on that. That could be a point, beloved. We don't know. Nicole said, what they drinking on? I got to get that one at happy hour. Okay. Winter said, God bless Westmoreland. I know, right? She's crying. Let me tell y'all something. Somebody asked Westmoreland when we were in court, for the trial. Somebody asked her, and I thought it was so shady. I thought it was so shady of them, but you know, hey, some people feel like they can ask you anything or whatever. Me, being the person that I am, I probably would have told them something sarcastic, but in a told them something sarcastic in a nice way. Okay, that's probably what I would have done because they asked Westmoreland, because you all do know that Westmoreland has been assaulted before. And so someone asked her in court, how is she able to defend someone like Diddy when she herself was assaulted? And she basically said, because she believes he's innocent. See, that's the thing. Just because some of us may have thought Diddy was innocent, some of us may still do. His lawyers, when people are looking at them crazy, you know, like somebody said, oh, his lawyers, they don't have any moral fortitude, this, that, and the third. At the end of the day, they obviously believe him. You could tell that if you were in the courtroom because they weren't just defending him verbally, they were showing that they had concerns for him. Like they would hug him when they entered the courtroom. Brian Steele literally was crying when the verdicts were read. That's how vested they were. All right. These are the lawyers that anyone would surely want on their team, as far as I'm concerned. They did a thorough job. All right. So, anywho, special case said it's hurtful to see a man done wrong. My attorney broke down crying in my federal court, but I won. Thank God, beloved. Thank God. And you won because you were innocent, because you didn't do what you were accused of doing. And that's what I'm talking about. Y'all have to realize this. Listen, it's not easy to beat the feds. When the feds come, and I've told you all this way before the Diddy trial, when the feds come, baby, they're coming with receipts. They're coming with receipts. Okay? And let's not forget that the Queen's uncle, even though I have a very good knowledge of the law because I'm a criminal justice professor, but let's not forget that my uncle is a retired special agent for the GBI as well as a case manager for Homeland Security investigations. Okay? The very feds that locked up Diddy. Okay. With that all being said, I've talked to my uncle about this case extensively. I was giving you all information that my uncle was giving me while the trial was going on and all of that. And at the end of the day, if they couldn't prove that Diddy was ass trafficking a RICO, committed a RICO, guess what? That's because Diddy didn't do it. Okay, that's because he didn't do it. The feds have receipts. They have like a 95 to 97% conviction rate. Nobody hardly beats the feds. Okay, you hardly beat the feds, and you're definitely not going to beat the feds if you really did it. Trust me, because the feds will be investigating you for years sometimes before they even come at you, okay? Because they're going to make sure they got all their ducks in a row. The feds in Diddy's case were grasping at straws. They put Diddy on trial based off of his sexual activities. That's what that was all about, okay? That's what that was all about at the end of the day. If they had a case that they could have won, they would have won it, period. Okay, period. Measure Man said innocent people are locked up every day. Yes, they literally are. I told you guys that from 2000, I want to say from 1979 or 1978 to 2009 or 2008, there were 208 exonerations through DNA testing. These people are on death row. Death row. So I want you all to think about that. Y'all ever think about somebody innocent being convicted of a crime and being put on death row? That happens. You think the state is ever going to come or the government's ever going to come and tell you that they accidentally or they executed somebody wrongfully, that the person was innocent? They're not going to do that. That would make everybody lose trust in the criminal justice system as far as capital punishment is concerned. Okay? That would also open them up to litigation where someone could sue them. All right? How much money can you pay a family after you executed their child for no reason other than racial bias? It happens all the time. Let me tell you about something. How many of you remember the case of Troy Anthony Davis? Once in the chat if you remember that case. Troy Anthony Davis. And I'm going to tell you right now, that's why I don't believe in the death penalty. I don't agree with the death penalty for that reason. Troy Anthony Davis. Okay? That's the main reason I don't believe in the death penalty. Period. And you know, the thing is, when I was in college, hold on, I'm seeing if anything else came through. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so here we go, a few updates. Okay, after Westmoreland finished crying, I guess, Westmoreland said he's just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in DC. That's why she's crying. Are y'all listening? That's why she was crying. Oh my gosh. Y'all hear this? Westmoreland said that he inspired her. She went to one of his events in DC. Then she says, Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, everyone. And Westmoreland is still crying. Oh my God, now I'm about to cry. Westmoreland is still crying, and she says, I'm sorry. Because she's trying not to cry. She said, I'm sorry. She said, he said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. She said, that changed my life. Ooh, honey, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. If that judge gives Diddy all this time, let me tell y'all something. This is really compelling. This is why Westmoreland is fighting so hard for him. I saw the look on her face. I talked to her at court. I talked to Westmoreland. I talked to Agnifilo. Okay, I met Brian Steele. I didn't talk to him, but I got to speak to him at least. But I actually had a conversation with Mark Agnifilo and Westmoreland and Donaldson in the elevator. We were all in the elevator together because when court were let out for a break, you know, some of us would go outside, but some of us would go down to the cafeteria on the 8th floor. And one day I didn't go outside to do a report. I went to the break room or to the cafeteria because I was hungry. And I just so happened to be on the elevator with Donaldson and Nicole Westmoreland. And I was telling them how of an excellent job they were doing. And I really wanted to let them know how proud they're making their people because they're Black attorneys. Okay. And so I was talking to them, but I had a whole conversation with them. Very nice people. Okay. And that's how I know that somebody asked Westmoreland, okay, how she could defend Diddy. And she said because she believes that he's innocent, that she doesn't believe he did it. And like I said, just because other people have their opinions does not mean that everybody thinks that this man is guilty of these things of which he was accused. And I thought that Diddy was guilty, like I said, but when I got there and started listening to the lies that some of these witnesses were spewing, I started to change my mind at the end of the day. So this is what she said. She said it changed her life. Oh my goodness. So anyway, goes on to say, Westmoreland says, Mr. Combs is just a man and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives, countless lives? He's been in jail and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him. That's the thing. Let me tell y'all something. How can anybody say that he's not remorseful? In his letter, he expressed remorse. It sounded remorseful. The letter was very compelling and it sounded authentic to me, but also the fact that he's been getting counseling since he's been in jail. Okay, that shows somebody who wants to change. Now, people can say, oh, he's just doing it so he can get out. Well, you could think that, and maybe that is the case, but I don't think so. I think that he really is taking a long, hard look at his life because here's what you all need to realize. Sometimes in our own arrogance and ego and pride as humans, we are self-absorbed and we do things and we have bad behaviors and we may, not want to take accountability. We may project it onto other people. If they ask us about it or mention it, we deflect and gaslight. We may do all of these things, but I'm going to tell you something that makes a person change in many cases. And that is when you have been humbled to the point that you are hitting rock bottom. When you hit rock bottom, you have nowhere left to go but up. Okay? When you hit rock bottom, there's nowhere left to go but up. And Diddy has hit rock bottom. Diddy's life is never going to be the same. His children's lives are never going to be the same. Diddy has lost his career. He's lost his businesses, a large portion of his money, just like he has said. At the end of the day, people will always, there's going to be some people who will always, no matter what, they're going to always demonize him and view him as the devil. He knows that. He's going to have to walk around with his head in shame. A man who once held his head high. At the end of the day, how does anyone know that that man has not experienced remorse? And for his lawyer to be sitting there crying, you don't think that she has to know that that man is sorry for what he's done? She's talking to him every day. She knows the real him that we're not seeing. She knows the good and the bad of him. We've all seen the bad. We've heard it testified to in court. We've seen the video footage. We know at the end of the day. But just because that man is so bad, don't you know that there still can be good in him? At the end of the day, when we are God's children, you don't think that we have some of God in us? I'm sorry, we might be the devil some days, but some days we do have God in us. That's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, compassion and empathy could be extended to anyone, right? Let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Okay? At the end of the day, we should not be in our feelings. We should be looking at this logically and from a legal perspective. All right, now I've just told you all what Driscoll had to say about those other cases that they're trying to compare to Diddy's. Now, do those cases sound better than Diddy's or worse? Do those cases sound better than Diddy's or worse? I'm not talking about the RICO, the ex trafficking. He's acquitted of that. That doesn't matter right now. We're talking about his Mann Act violations. Do those cases that they tried to compare to Diddy, the prosecution that is, do they sound better or worse than Diddy's? They sound worse, and y'all know they do. And y'all heard the sentences that they got. Now, how can you sit here and say that Diddy should get more time than they got? How can you say that? How can you say that? You could say it, but are you serious? Are you just saying it because you don't like Diddy? Okay. I have questions, but let's see if anything else has come up. I'm not trying to be up here preaching, but at the end of the day, Nicole Westmoreland is literally breaking my heart. I want you also to think about this. Think about your lawyer being in court defending you and crying. You think Nicole Westmoreland wants to be up there crying? She doesn't. I promise you she doesn't. Who would want to? Some people might say that she's unprofessional. Some people might say, oh, she's stand out by Diddy because she went to see him and had a conversation before she was his lawyer, before all of this. People can say a myriad of things. Do you think that she wants the scrutiny that she's likely going to get for crying about this man in court? But guess what? When your heart feels pain and your heart feels sorrow, sometimes you can't help but cry, no matter where you are. No matter where you are. And y'all know that because I have cried on live, talking about certain stories and certain things that happen to people. You think I wanted to, but I couldn't help myself. Specifically, Virginia Giuffre, okay? The one that was trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein since she was a little girl, who then ended up dead. They said she took her life. Let me stop talking about it before I start crying again, okay? But at the end of the day, this is all very compelling. I'm telling y'all that right now. What do you think the people sitting there listening to this are saying? This has to be impacting them. Okay. Westmoreland, if you ever had a chance to talk to her or see her in real life, she's a very sweet little lady. And I call her a little lady because she's like only about 5'2". So me, if I was just in court seeing her crying, I promise you, I know I would be crying. Okay, I'm trying not to right now, but if I was sitting in the court watching this lady cry, I would be crying because I know that she's crying because she's hurt. Okay. Now, with that all being said, then Westmoreland says the last thing she said was he's been in jail and he's remorseful. I spent every day speaking with him. In the MDC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how Free Game for Diddy was born. No one's done this in the MDC before. Okay. This is very interesting. Now I am so mad that I didn't go. Now I'm so mad that I didn't go. I should have been right there in that courtroom. I should have been right there in that courtroom. Cherry Red says attorneys definitely don't cry. That's unusual. Yes, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. Track says this is why the prosecuting team didn't have a black woman. She would have seen through their BS. Yeah, facts, absolute facts. Okay, that's why it's a six-pack of white women, like Mark Garrigo said. If a black woman was on that prosecution team, she would have definitely seen the gaslighting, the lying, the racial disparity, and all of that. and trying to get witnesses to lie, trying to compel a witness to tell whole lies. Now you have to ask yourself, if they were trying to get Gina to lie, what lies did they get Cassie to tell? What lies did they get Mia to tell? What lies did they get Jane Doe to tell? Okay? I want y'all to pay attention at the end of the day. What lies did they get them to tell? And here's how you knew the prosecution wasn't hitting on anything and that they were just racist and just wanted to get a conviction by any means necessary. For one, because they allowed in that perjurious testimony by Brianna Bunkalon. And Nicole Westmoreland and the rest of Diddy's team had already given them the receipts, literally the receipts and invoices of where Diddy was when she told that lie and said that he did this, that, and the third. Wasn't even in the same state as her. Had proof and receipts. And they knew this because during the period of discovery, Diddy's defense team gave all of that to the prosecution. So they knew that she was lying. But yet, they still called her to the stand. They still let her get up and tell those lies. You know why they let her do it? Because they were hoping that even if she's lying, the jury's still going to believe her. Even if they say she didn't do it and they pull out receipts, the jury's already heard the testimony and that's going to stick in their head. And they'll look at that with all the other compelling testimony from people like Cassie and Capricorn Clark, and they'll know that he did it. They'll feel like he did it. Here's the thing. If the prosecution had such an airtight case, they would have never even had to use that Cassie video with Diddy beating on Cassie. They would have never had to use that. That's when I knew that there was a last-ditch effort. Okay, because they kept playing it over and over and over and over and over. Do you all remember once in the chat, for those of you who remember that when I was reported on the case before I went to the trial, I had told you all that them using that video of Diddy beating Cassie, they should not keep showing that in court. I said they should only show that maybe once, twice at the most. They should not keep showing it. Then I told you a scenario of where somebody showed something once and it was very effective and they won the case. But when you show something and you oversaturate it, now you've desensitized people. And now people are just like bored looking at it. Okay, and that's exactly what happened with that video. The jury was bored looking at it, and so were we, because they played it about 10, 11 times. Thank you all for you all putting ones in the chat. Okay? Queen for Life said, was to muddy your minds. Exactly. So that you view Diddy as a monster and say, if he did all of this, then he definitely did all of that. And let's throw the book at him. That's how that was. That's what they were hoping for and banking on. And when it didn't happen, they got mad and they don't want to take this L that they've been given. And so now they want to try to stick it to him. That's all that is. And they're also mad because Maureen Coleman got fired. And some people think that she got fired because she lost the Diddy case or the bigger charges. But no, she's fired because Trump doesn't like her father, James Comey. Okay. And now James Comey is on trial, or not on trial, but James Comey has been indicted. But I told you all that before it even happened. Y'all remember I told y'all that? You heard it here first. I told y'all that, how Trump didn't like, how Trump didn't like James Comey and also didn't like his daughter. I told y'all that. Now, with that all being said, okay, here's the next updates. It says, Westmoreland says, there is no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you. The judge then says, Mr. Steele says, we wanted his children to come up, then show the video. The judge says, please come forward. My name is Quincy Brown. He's my father. Quincy says, he is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. And then comes Justin. I ask you to give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. Oh, Lord, I'm about to cry, y'all. I'm about to cry because I have sons. Can you imagine? He says, my father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. Okay, y'all, when the daughters get up here, I think I'm going to start crying. When Delilah and Jesse get up here, I really think I'm going to be crying, y'all. I'm telling y'all right now, prepare yourselves. I'm not crying for Diddy. I'm crying for the kids. Okay? It's Brita. You said he should have told them the truth. That's not your daddy, Q. Well, Quincy knows that's not his father. You mean he should have told the judge that? Diddy raised him, though. Diddy's the one who raised him. Where was Albie Shore? Where was Albie Shore? Diddy's the one who raised him. He may not be his biological father, but the person who raises you and takes care of you and sees about you and is there when you're sick, that's your father. Anybody can be a dad, right? Or should I say anybody can be a father, but you know, a real man is a dad. A dad's there in the house with you, helping you, teaching you, guiding you, loving you, and all of that. This is really sad. Movie Clip said, "Oh, Queen, we will cry with you. Bless your heart." Movie Clips, you're so sweet. You just made me laugh. Thank you, because now maybe I won't cry, okay? Because I really don't want to. Okay, Breadfruit Swapper said this case showed that invincible aura that the feds have is legend. 95% is based on mostly plea deals, but when challenged, that invincibility falls apart. Yes, you are absolutely right, beloved. You are absolutely right. Because when they come and they have receipts, people get scared and start shaking in their boots. And they know the history of the feds, and they don't want to sometimes, push the envelope. So they will absolutely take a plea deal. They will absolutely take a plea deal. Felshaw Bree said, "Did he bullet his way into being a Quincy father? Did he? How could you bully your way into being somebody's father if the mother doesn't allow you? If the mother doesn't allow you in their life, do you know what happened with Al Sure and Kim Porter? Okay, didn't Al Sure literally go cheat on her, have somebody else impregnated, and then they broke up, and then he wasn't around for Quincy? Isn't that what happened? Because that's what Kim said, right? There's a whole video. I showed it on this live. Okay? So let's not paint narratives unless and only if you know Diddy, Quincy, and Kim in real life. If you knew them in real life, that might be why you might know something I don't. Okay? And Felshaw Bree says, "Don't cry because you know that ninja did something." Well, like I said, I was crying for his kids, okay, because the kids sound sad. And I do have a heart for children because I have 2 sons. That's for number one. And second of all, yeah, we know he did something. We already know that. He admitted to it. We know he beat the hell out of Cassie. We saw the video, okay? We know he did other things as well. But he wasn't convicted of those things. He wasn't convicted of beating Cassie. They didn't charge him with assault or DV. Okay, so he's charged with Med Act conviction. So let's stick to the facts. Okay, let's not use this as an opportunity to paint our own narratives because we don't like Diddy. If you don't like Diddy, that's fine. If you don't like Diddy, should you really be concerned about the sentencing? You probably shouldn't care. But at the end of the day, as it pertains to this these Mann Act violations, this is not going fairly. Okay. Now, I know some of you foolishly, because that's what it is, some of you foolishly want him to be sentenced for things of which he's already been acquitted. Okay, that's your own ignorance. All right, because like I said, if the feds didn't get that conviction, that's on them. It just means they didn't have the proof. Had they had the proof, they wouldn't have been trying to convince Mia to lie, allegedly, nor would they have told any of the other witnesses to lie, allegedly. But somebody told those witnesses to lie, allegedly, because those witnesses lied, allegedly. Yeah, that's not even allegedly. Some of them absolutely lied, okay? I was there in the courtroom, okay? So as far as I'm concerned, if you weren't there in the courtroom, you can't tell me a damn thing about this trial, about Diddy, about his attorneys. You can't tell me nothing unless you were sitting there. And if you weren't, then all you have is just baseless opinions that you probably came to due to rumors and conspiracy theories that you've read or heard about online, period. Okay? Queen Hewitt said, "Can Comey represent her father in court?" I guess she could if he hires her and she's working for another law firm. Yeah, which she likely is at this point. Okay? It's Bree to you says, "I would like him to go down for Pac and the other stuff. This ain't it." Well, at the end of the day, did he do anything to Pac? Because I think that's already come out too. Remember, I knew Tupac in real life. I was the main one saying that he needs to go down for Tupac, right? Because I felt for years that he did it. Now, other information has come out. And also, if he actually has something to do with that, don't you think the feds would have charged him with it if they could have? Because they wanted to give him a life sentence. The best way to give somebody a life sentence is to try them for murder, to put them on trial for murder. Okay, so all those people that y'all have conspiracy theories about saying that Diddy killed, he wasn't on trial for any of those. So whether you think that, believe it or not, that has nothing to do with this because he wasn't on trial for that. All right? Now, Winter says 2 rug addicts in a terrible rug relationship. Right. Yogi B said, Queen, what state is Diddy trial being held in? It's in New York, Manhattan, New York, beloved. Southern District, to be exact. Mark Jackson, I don't care if y'all don't like Diddy. I do. You tell him, Mark, okay? At the end of the day, Diddy's no angel, but neither are any of you. Remember that, okay? Diddy is no angel, but neither are any of you, myself included. And like I said, some of y'all sitting here saying, oh, he needs to get this, he needs to get that for stuff that he hasn't even been convicted of. That's ignorant of you, because that could happen to you or somebody in your family. And I'm quite sure you wouldn't want us sitting here saying the same thing about you, wanting you to get, sentenced when you didn't even get convicted of something. Yeah, please make it all make sense. And you just heard Driscoll when he brought up sentencing disparities. We're going to talk about that in a minute, because I'm going to tell y'all how that goes down. Okay, so the last one we had was Christian. Okay, here come the girls. Hold on. Let me go right. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Let me share this on the screen so you all can see it. I'll go back to those 2 ladies in a second. Unique said, I'm a saint compared, you're a saint compared to Diddy. You likely are, beloved. You likely are. Okay. Not a saint. Okay, so Christian says, he said, he's the greatest man in the world, my hero. He says, he told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes as his twin that he has changed. My name, and then next, my name is Jesse Combs, and I'm 18 years old. Cries. Oh, Lord. The girls are crying. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. And then here comes Chance, his daughter. Okay, he's changed, and she's also crying. She says, sorry. He speaks with a clear mind. Okay, sorry. He speaks with a clear mind. That's all she said. Oh, she said he's changed. And then she starts crying and she says sorry. And then she says he speaks with clear mind. She's saying sorry because she's trying not to cry also. When somebody says sorry when they're crying, they're clearly trying not to cry. But you all know that. Next, my name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. All right, if this doesn't make your spirit sizzle, if this doesn't give you a sizzle in your spirit, you don't have a heart. Because this ain't about Diddy. We're talking about his kids. We're talking about his kids at the end of the day. Danger said this case isn't a matter of like or dislike. It's about justice, precedent, and like Queen just said, sentence disparity. Yes. And see, that's what some of y'all listen. This is what some of y'all don't understand. I'm gonna tell you right now. First of all, I'm a whole revolutionary. Okay, we already know how the Queen gets down. At the end of the day, I'm a warrior for social justice. Okay, because I don't like social injustice because it's usually levied against my people. With that all being said, sentencing disparity is something that I talked about during my capstone review when I was in college. And some of you know that because I've already told you that. I told you about in my capstone review how I spoke against the death penalty, and I gave a myriad of reasons and a very good valid argument as to why I don't believe in it and don't condone it. And then I also talked about sentencing disparities, okay? How they get Black people and Latino people, but specifically Black people, get the stiffer and harsher sentences for the same crimes as other people who don't look like them. That's a problem for me, and it should be one for you. Because if you haven't been to jail or prison, you likely know someone that does. And if you don't know someone that has, you probably know someone who knows someone who has, that looks like you. So these are all the things you should take into account and consideration. Don't be so stupid that you want Diddy to go down for something he wasn't even convicted of, that you're so upset about that. Don't let that skew your vision, because we should not want any people who look like us to ever go down for something that they weren't convicted for, period. Okay, that's how that should go. That's how that should go. Now, I can't tell you all how to feel, but at the end of the day, At the end of the day, it is what it is. Okay. Now, Keisha says, I'm convinced Diddy didn't put that gash over Cassie's eye. She passed out on rugs with her friend. It is possible she cracked her own face open. I'm just saying. Here's the thing. I think he did put that gash over her eye. I think he did. I think that Diddy and Cassie got into some very volatile and toxic situations. I believe they both put hands on each other because that's what's been said. And I do know that when you are on illegal substances and you're a whole addict, and both of them were, they both overdosed at different times. Okay. Fortunately for them at the time, it was kept out of the media. But when you're in a toxic relationship and you add into the mix illegal substances, y'all know what illegal substances draw, right? Those of you that follow my spiritual channel, what do illegal substances draw to you? Demons. Demons, low vibrational energy. If you don't believe in demons, just call it low vibrational energy. Okay? That's the devil in you. That's why when people do things that are not of their character or something bad, they may sometimes say, the devil made me do it. That's the devil in you. Okay, our lower chakra, the root chakra, that's the lower vibrating chakra, right? That's where your temptations and your nefariousness and things like that come from. So with that all being said, at the end of the day, demons, when you engage in alcohol abuse and substance abuse, it draws demons. Demons will ruin your life. They will make you take yourself up out of here. They will make you take somebody else up out of here. They will make you do things and behave in such a way that you have yourself locked up in prison for years. These are what demons can do. Now, we could say that nobody told you to do the illegal substances, of course, but people still do them. People still do them. Okay? That's just how it goes. And think about this. The word alcohol, as I told those of you who follow me regularly, some of you are probably just new and just in here for this broadcast, and that's fine. But I have told those of you who follow me on a regular basis that alcohol comes from the word, the Arabian word, right? Or the Arabic word, alcohol, which is a demon. Okay. And this is why they call alcohol spirits, because it brings on spirits. What kind of spirits you think it brings on? Holy spirits? No. You think it brings on benevolent spirits? No. It brings on malevolent, low vibrational spirits. Okay. At the end of the day. So that's right. Flintwater says alcohol is called spirits. Exactly. Right? It said prohibition also helped destroy America. Yes. And you should ask yourselves why alcohol is illegal. They literally call it spirits. And we all know that when people get drunk and they get angry, they get into fights. How many times have you seen it in your life? People get drunk and get angry and start fights over BS. People have gotten drunk and killed people over stupid arguments. Okay. My best friend told me once that there was somebody in her hometown. These two guys got into a fight over who ate the last hot dog, and one of them killed the other because they were drunk. But this one was always drunk. He was a whole alcoholic. That's what spirits can make you do. But spirits is legal, and Mary Jane isn't in all states. In some states it is, but not in all. I find that interesting because Mary Jane makes people relax and sit back and be calm and reflect. Okay? Sometimes make you be a little bit more woke than you usually would. A little bit more conscious. They don't want you doing that, but they let you drink alcohol. Yeah, please make it all make sense. Okay? Retired Federal Bank says, great job, Professor. Thank you, beloved. I appreciate you. Thank you. And also, I'll have you know that retired federal police officer Banks knows all about the law just as I do. Okay? And also knows how the feds get down. So please pay attention. Now, with that all being said, let me see if there's any more updates. A few more updates. Okay. The last thing she said was she didn't want her little sister to grow up fatherless. Delilah then says, Your Honor, please. And she starts crying. She says, let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. Wow. Y'all hear that? She said, not as a headline, but as a family. The judge says, thank you all. This is important for me to hear. Then Brian still says, we would like to show the video or show the movie. And so they play it. Is this the same one that we already saw? Hold on, let me click on this and see. Hold on, beloveds. I'm going to share the screen in just a sec. Let me see what this is. Oh, yeah, that's the video that we already saw. So then they're playing the video. Okay, I wonder what effect that'll have on the judge, if any. The judge may not be feeling it. Okay, so now just waiting for the next update. That one was 8 minutes ago, and the video is like 11 minutes, so it should be another update coming in a few minutes, hopefully. Whew. My head hurts, you guys. How are y'all feeling? How y'all feeling? Okay. Winter, don't y'all start being nefarious in here. Winter said the video might make the judge jealous. Okay, Mark Jag said, if the freak-offs were so demanding, how did Cassie have the energy to cheat with Michael B. Jordan, Kid Cudi, a football player, a basketball player, and the white trainer, etc.? Right. That's what I'm talking about. And how does she even further have the energy, beloved, to go and cheat with Diddy on the white trainer when she got with him? And lied and said Diddy raped her because she was over there volunteering having relations with Diddy, and the guy was calling her on FaceTime at 3 a.m. Okay, I'm sorry. Make it all make sense. So Miss AP says Proverbs 3:6, in all of your ways acknowledge him and he shall direct your path. Too much judgment on weed smoking as well. Thank you. You better preach. All right. I'm glad y'all cracked that joke. Because who was that that cracked the joke that said, Queen, if you start crying, we're gonna cry with you? Bless your heart. That's hilarious to me. Because y'all already know what black folk mean when they say bless your heart. I'm glad you made me laugh because I darn sure would have been crying. I darn sure would have been crying, honey, okay? When the girls started crying. Felice Chabri said there's something that the feds are missing. Something went down to cause everything to go Diddy's way. Yeah, it's called he didn't do it, boo. That's what it's called, beloved. It's called he didn't do it. Okay, listen, just face the facts. Why is it so hard for y'all to believe that the man just didn't do it? Did y'all see him do it? Belcia Bree, did you see the man do it? Because you're acting like you literally saw him do it, like you're an eyewitness to the crime or something, honey. At the end of the day, they didn't miss any damn thing. They didn't have anything. Y'all know here's how you know they didn't have anything. First of all, let me tell y'all how you know they didn't have anything, because the indictment originally was only 14 pages. Okay? They collected 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Are you serious? Who has a serious case that they know they're going to win, but they got 1,000 bottles of baby oil? For what? What did the baby oil even prove? I have questions. All right, Leon said, were you there? Exactly. That's a good question. Andre said the case was a lie from get-go. Yes, it absolutely was. Cherry Red said, I'm sorry, Cassie was not some innocent person on the side not doing anything. She did a lot also. How much does a person have to confess before you see through the BS? Exactly. Do you all not know that Cassie's being sued by 2 of the S workers who said that she S assaulted them, basically? Y'all don't find that interesting? Y'all don't know that the S workers, several of them said that Cassie was the one making all the connections and doing all the stuff. And a couple of them said Cassie was having relations with them behind Diddy's back. Talk about being forced into a freak off, but you're sleeping with the freak offers. Yeah, that's what we'll call them, because we don't want to say S workers. We'll call them freak offers. But you're saying you were forced into freak offers, but you were literally having freak offers behind Diddy's back. Yeah, make it all make sense. Okay, make it all make sense. Cassie was no angel. She definitely wasn't. Let's also not forget how Cassie used to drag Kim Porter talking trash about her and thought that Diddy should be with her, or that Diddy would choose her eventually over Kim because Kim's dark-skinned. Okay, y'all remember that? Kim's friends said it. How Cassie would laugh at Kim and make fun of her and all that stuff because she was jealous. Even when Kim died, Cassie was still jealous at the funeral, talking about, well, if she was your soulmate, what were we for 11 years? Does that sound like somebody that didn't still want that man? Yeah, I'm sorry. I think Cassie still wants Diddy. At least she did. At least she did. Metro Man said, Queen, I have a friend and I know for a fact and stand on it that they were seeing each other when Diddy wasn't around. Yes, they absolutely were. That dude said, and I believe him. He's suing her, right? He's got a whole lawsuit. And he's not the only one. And also another thing for those of you who don't remember, y'all remember that the S worker said Cassie asked him to do all that stuff, not Diddy. The prosecutor kept sitting there lying and said Diddy made them do that. No, the S worker literally said Cassie told him to do it. That's what he said. Two of them said that. Let's talk about it. The first one, wasn't his name Daniel Phillips? And then the second one, his name was the Punisher, aka Sheree Hayes. They said the same thing. Are y'all paying attention? Now, like I said, y'all consider and act like Cassie's some little old angel, but I promise you she wasn't. Okay? She was no angel. Sleep with all those different men, but she was so scared of Diddy, honey. If you got a man who clocks you upside your head and you're afraid that he might take your life or whatever, the last thing you should be doing is cheating, because you know if he finds out, he's going to go upside your head, right? Don't sound like somebody who was scared to me. Sounds like somebody who liked living on the edge and who was in a toxic relationship with both people doing drugs. That's all I'm saying. Queen for Life said Jezebel. I agree. Roddy said not the Punisher. Yes, that was his name. I showed you all the video. That was his name. That's what he said. He's done interviews saying that. Do I need to dig him up? Let's not forget, those of you who are members of this channel, y'all know darn well that I read y'all some of that book. I should have finished the whole thing, but I read y'all at least 10 chapters of that book that S worker wrote. Okay, the freak offer that he wrote about Cassie and Diddy and all that stuff he was saying made Cassie look like she was the one that was doing the dirt, not Diddy. Okay, not Diddy. Mark Jack said he has a mansion. He probably has 1,000 robes and 1,000 toothbrushes, but they want to say he has 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Right. That's a good point. I didn't even think of that. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, beloved. That's rich people-ish, right? Jeff ATL said dark-skinned women are the most beautiful and attractive women on the planet ever. Cassie is a jealous ace. We're not even gonna say that, Jeff. But thank you for the compliment since I'm dark-skinned myself. But that was hilarious. Okay. Cassie was only in it for the money and still going after it. Yes. I absolutely agree. Okay, I absolutely agree. Then retired federal bank said y'all all freaky. Say y'all all freaky. Okay. Measure Man said they tried to use the baby oil as part of the trafficking, but Cassie effed up and said she would go buy it at the store. Right, she did say that, right? She said she would go pick up the baby oil. Okay, Abundance and Clarity says the media tried to taint this case prior to the trial. I absolutely agree. Absolutely. Okay. Not only that, I do believe the feds were leaking evidence. And I told you all that when I was reporting on it, because there was evidence that kept getting out. And the people were saying the feds gave it to them. They said some federal agent, and they did it under the guise of, they did it under anonymity because they didn't want to say their names. Why would they be doing that? Okay. Because they were desperate. That's why. They were jealous. That's why. Okay. And here's the thing. Mark Jackson said Cassie will never be the beautiful melanated queen Kim Porter on Kim Porter's level. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. And then Measurement says, remember, Damon said children were involved and not one child. Who's Damon? I'm being nosy now. Measurement said, I still believe that's why Damon resigned. He knew he lied to the public. Who is Damon, honey? This is all interesting. I'm all in y'all's business. Let me see if there's any updates while I'm being nosy. Hold on. Let's see here. We bet the judge is going to make everybody wait until Monday. Oh my gosh. Please just get over it today. Just get it over with today. Let me see here. Okay, so this is from 5 minutes ago after they finished watching the video, clearly. Okay, 1:10 p.m. Video is over. The judge says, Mr. Steele, who will be speaking next? Steele says, the Reverend Dr. Johnson, then the man from the reentry program, if you would permit. The judge says, any more lawyers? Steele says, myself, then Mr. Donaldson. We'll see how this all goes, honey, because you got a reverend coming up there to speak. I want to hear what the reverend has to say about Diddy. I also want to hear what that other person has to say. I want to hear this, honey. Okay. He said, the Reverend Dr. Johnson and the person from the reentry program. That's what I want to hear about, because the reentry program, this is some sort of classes or whatever he was taking. And says Diddy's family will become mega rich when the movie is made. Diddy will get all the money spent for this trial and then some. You know, that could happen. That could happen, beloved. Adrian says, Queen, they're on break until 2. Thank you, beloved. Okay, so they're on another break. Thank you. All right, so what are we going to do in the meantime, in between time? Let's see here. Let's see what we're talking about. Uh-oh, is this Armand? Is this Mr. Armand Wiggins? Let me stop this share real quick. It looks like Armand coming out of the courtroom. Let me see here. Hopefully he's about to do a report and give us a scoop. Hold on, you all.
Who's that lady? Yeah, yeah. It took me like 8 weeks to know that.
Who's this lady right there? I don't know who these people. I got no idea who the hell they are.
Okay, so let's go to Armand's channel because I just spoke with him. Let's go to Armand's channel because I just spoke with him. And he's about to do a quick live. Okay. D Major Skeleton said another Venezuelan boat's been struck by the USA. Are you serious? Well, honey, Trump is just doing too much. Okay. I hope he knows who these people are on these boats while he's striking them. Trump is a madman at the wheel, in my opinion. I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it. Okay. And some of y'all sitting up here complaining about Diddy more than y'all are complaining about Trump. Trump is literally ruining our lives, people. Are y'all paying attention? Are y'all paying attention? You should be worried about yourselves at this point. Y'all worried about Cassie and them. Y'all should be worried about yourselves. Trump is destroying this country piece by piece, brick by brick. Okay, I'm literally over it. I'm going in on him so hard today. I promise you, I'm going in on him and Al Sharpton. Okay, please pay attention. I'm coming with receipts. Coming with the receipts. Let me give Armand time to set up. Oh, hold on. This is another one of my friends there. Hold on, they just text me. Somebody just told me that they heard that I was on live, and that they asked me if I want them to pop on, okay, to answer some of y'all's questions, okay? So I told them yes. I'm about to drop the link for them when they get in here. This is a very reliable source. All right, y'all. We got to get all the info we can get, honey. Oh, I'm so mad that I didn't go. He better have some damn good info, Queen. Okay, I know, right? I'm sure he will. It's just my opinion. Said I told Sean you were looking to talk to him. Okay, thank you, beloved. Just anticipate said Armand is live, Queen. Okay, I'm on his channel right now. Hold on. Let me just pull up the video. Here we go.
They're able to add enhancements, and some of the enhancements that are going to be added to the charges and the sentencing of the prostitution, the Mann Act, it's going to be, let me get it because I wrote it down. It's going to be, I should have probably had this a little bit better, but this is important that we had this information. Because, child, I want to, the victim grouping. So basically, they were able to, so Diddy's team was saying, well, Cassie is not a victim. The escorts weren't victims. The judge is saying those are victims. So he's going to add that as an enhancement to the sentencing that's able to be considered. Organized role, because it was 5 or more people, whether they knew that they were organizing in the crime or in the prostitution in the Mann Act. That's an enhancement added to the Mann Act because it was all for Diddy's benefit. It was like organized sex, whether they knew that they were doing it or not. Cassie, Jane Doe, Diddy, that's 3. You need 3 or more people, at least 5, and then all his employees and workers that were facilitating the freak offs and things like that and setting things up. That goes into the organizing and the fraud or coercion enhancement. The fact that, there was abuse with that. Or the fact that, Jane Doe felt like she couldn't break up with him, where he would, stop paying her rent, or Cassie feeling like, she had to do it or she would, get beat on. If you guys see me keep blinking, this my contact is like dry and it's like in and out. It's tearing me up. Oh my God. So the prosecution is basically saying, we want to give Diddy the max. They're looking for 135 months. They want them to even give him an extensive time. And here's the thing. They're saying this. Diddy has not changed. They said, do you know, Judge, that Diddy has they said that Diddy has booked a speaking engagement in Miami for next week. So they're saying, everyone's trying to say that this man has changed. He's a new person. Do you guys know the disregard that he has for the judicial system? This Negro has a booking next week in Miami. How is he so confident that he's just going to be free and he's above the law? How is he that confident? They're saying he is a danger to society at any age. Just at 54, 55 years old, last year, when he knew he was under investigation, he still went and beat Jane Doe. So they're saying, do not be fooled. He is a danger to society. He has not learned his lesson, and it doesn't matter. And essentially, they said it doesn't matter how old the nigga is. He is a problem, and he's a danger. Okay? The prosecution is saying he hasn't learned his lesson, and they want the max and above. They're asking the judge to give more than the recommended, go beyond the guidelines go beyond the sentencing guidelines, add more time to it. You know why? Because he's an abuser. He beat Cassie. There was abuse there. And see, here's the thing that kind of got me. They said, listen, Judge, everybody's talking about the fact that this case was not a domestic violence case. And so he's admitted to being an abuser. He's admitted to hitting and attacking these women. But that's because he thought that that was going to be a strategy in this trial. So that very strategy that he was using, the prosecution now is using that strategy against him and saying, hey, through the Mann Act, we need to add this enhancement that there is been abuse, physical, emotional, and mental abuse to these victims. So we want to add to the coercion and fraud enhancement that we have. We want to add to the enhancement of the victims. These women are victims. They were abused and they were organized into a sex ring. So they're saying, listen, he admitted, Judge, that he was an abuser. He admitted that he would beat these women and hit these women. He just used it as strategy at first. But don't be fooled, because that's really who he is. And so I think the judge may even consider that, because for a while through this whole trial, people kept saying, well, this is not a domestic violence case. It's not a domestic violence case. Well, what we found out tonight or today is that they're very much so putting all that together and saying, we don't give a damn about the racketeering and the RICO and the trafficking being kicked out. We're going to try to attach these enhancements. And at the bottom line is, he's a monster. He beat these women. He manipulated these women. They were talking about how Cassie was drinking piss and how Jane Doe was forced to have sex without condoms. They said this is not just about, something simple as just,
I can hear you.
Prostitution. No.
Hey,
Got
what's
it.
up?
I'm all right. I'm just here at the court. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I wish I was there. So what's
I
going
wish you were here
on?
too. We
Oh
on
man,
lunch
I
right
hate them.
now. Yeah, we on
Okay.
lunch right now. Yeah, this morning, basically the judge I heard what Armand was talking about, but the judge overruled all of basically what he said is not going to change his opinion and sentence. It's not going to affect the sentencing. I
Okay.
thought one thing that was crazy. Remember last week during the Rule 29 motion, that hearing? Remember when
Hmm.
the prosecution said that they have a bunch of cases where the person was making money and she's going
Yeah.
to bring them today? She didn't bring any of them. She didn't bring any of them. She brought two cases today, and both of them are bogus. One of the cases that she brought, some guy got 60 months. And so she's like, oh, well,
Uh-huh.
this guy got a lot more. He got 60 months. So this is comparable because there was violence in this one and there's violence in Puff's one. And the judge goes, didn't he also serve 8 years in Cuban prison? And she's like, oh, yeah, that too. So it wasn't his first offense. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. But
Right.
also there was violence, Judge.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Then
Wow.
she brings another one, and then she goes, but this one wasn't violence, and she got 70 months. And then when the defense
Hmm.
got up there and spoke, the defense said, yeah, she got 70 months because it was her fourth time.
Wow. So
So
they
you know
didn't have
that
any cases.
they didn't have any cases, nothing
But
similar.
we had already said that. Me, you, and Sean G had already said that. I did a live about it. That there was no cases comparable. I looked up like 30 cases myself.
Yeah, and
Okay.
there's over 900 cases that the defense looked up. They sent over 300 to the
Yeah.
judge. They don't
And you
have
know
any
he didn't look at all of them.
cases. No, he didn't.
They
Yeah,
don't. They don't. The
yeah.
closest thing that I found that came to it was the Jack Johnson case. And we already know that was racially biased and why that all went down.
Oh, 100%. It's crazy
Yeah.
because what they're trying to do, the prosecution is basically trying to win the trial in the sentencing, right? So like
Yeah.
they're asking for 11 plus years, which sounds
Yeah.
absolutely ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. They don't want to take their L. That's what that
Just take
is.
your L and go home. Like,
Right. Go,
yeah.
exactly. Going about your business. So what is the energy in the courtroom like? What are people saying? Do people feel are people pleased with how it's going? Or some people feel like the judge is doing too much?
It started out just like regular court when you were here throughout the trial. It started out
Mhm.
exactly the same. When the
Okay.
prosecution starts speaking, everybody's on the prosecution side, and then when the defense starts speaking, everybody's on the defense side. In the beginning, the judge was speaking today because he was addressing the letters that were sent to him, and
Hmm.
obviously they were asking for enhancements, and obviously the defense were saying, oh no, well, there's a bunch of things over here that should give him less time. At the end of the day, none of that stuff actually really mattered. I think the judge just in the beginning did like he cleared house, but the way people were feeling during the first break was, oh shoot, he gonna get 7, 8 years or whatever. And as soon as the defense started, and when they started going through case after case after case after case, I wrote down as much as I could, but the way
Hmm.
they were throwing cases out there, it just made the prosecution look stupid.
They are stupid. That's because they are. But so tell me this, was Westmoreland crying?
She cried twice. Yes, she cried twice. She was the second person to speak on Diddy's behalf, and I was actually shocked when she started crying. I was like, where did that
I
happen? What
was
is she
too. I
crying?
was reading the updates from Inner City Press, and
Hmm.
I went to your channel first to see if you were over there. And I said,
Hmm.
okay, he's still in the court. But
Yeah,
Inner City Press, yeah, he said sobbing. And
yeah.
I
So
wanted to cry because I love
yeah,
Nicole Westmoreland. You know, I met her when I was there and talked to her and everything.
she cried twice. She cried at first. She cried when she was talking about, I think when she was talking about revolt. So first she
Hmm.
first started talking about Bad Boy, and saying that like that was the one of the first black owned record labels, and he
Hmm.
broke down a lot of barriers and whatever. Then she started talking about Sean John clothing line and how he was instead of wearing all these designers clothes, he became a designer and whatever. Then she started talking about Revolt TV, and that's when she started crying the first time, because she said that Revolt TV, they air a lot of things that bring awareness to social injustice. And she was saying that there's not a lot of networks out there like that. But he was, I don't know, I don't think he founded it, but he was part of the founding people, I believe, in the beginning, for Revolt. And I
Hmm.
think he was a part owner as well. And
Okay.
so and so she was saying like that Revolt, they air things that other networks won't air, and they bring awareness to social injustice and so on and so forth. And
Right.
that's when she first started crying the first time. The second
Mm-hmm.
time she started crying was when she said, he changed my life. And when she said that, that's when she started sobbing. Then she told a story about herself 8 years ago. She said, she was still a lawyer 8 years ago, but she was trying to find her way. And she said that she was huge on she's actually her herself is huge on social injustice. So she was saying that she went to an event in DC, and at that event, Puff just so happened to be there, and that he was giving people advice and stuff like that. So I'm assuming like it was a group of lawyers that were around him, and he was
Mm-hmm.
just telling them, if I can remember off the top of my head, he said, don't be afraid to dream, but don't forget to wake up and put the action behind the dreams. So you can't just dream. You have to wake up and you have to put action and execution behind those dreams. And when
That's
you
right.
and he said, if there's one thing you can never forget, is when you do wake up from that dream and you do realize that you're achieving your dreams. Hey, Donaldson, so just passed me.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but he said when you do, don't forget to help other people.
Right.
So yeah, they went through that, and then all of his children, except for the 2-year-old, spoke. Um,
Mm-hmm.
they went basically almost oldest to youngest. The girls were kind of jumbled up a little bit, and then
Okay.
they played that video. The video,
Oh,
I think Sean G posted the video on his YouTube channel. So if you want to see
I
the
have
actual
it.
video, you have it. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I showed it already.
Oh, you showed it. Okay,
His
perfect.
publicist sent it to me last night. Holly
But
sent
yeah,
it
it
to me
was
last
like
night.
late last night. Yeah, it was like late last night it
Yeah.
went out. So but yeah, and then they
Yeah.
played that video. The speakers in there they were really loud, but when the video came on, it was so loud that they were distorted. But I had already watched the video this morning, so I already knew what it
Mm-hmm.
was about. But a lot of people, some people were crying when the video was sorry, well, some people already started crying when the kids were speaking
Right.
because
I was about to cry till somebody cracked a joke to get me out of it. But yeah, I told him, I said, "Oh my God, y'all, I'm about to cry." Yeah. Love
yeah,
the kids.
the
They
kids
didn't
were
have anything
speaking.
to do with
Yeah.
anything. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and they made good points. You could see that they were well thought out, and they were
Yeah.
very genuine.
Right. And that's really good. So what do you feel about them saying that he booked an engagement for next week?
I don't think that that's true. I mean,
Yeah, like where's the proof of that?
yeah,
What
where's the
engagement
proof
and
of
where
that?
and with
Uh,
who?
yeah, and the
How are
defense
you
hasn't
booking an
said anything
engagement
about it yet.
from jail? Huh?
Yeah, yeah, the defense hasn't said anything about it yet. And
Right. How are you?
I mean, yeah, like I don't think that that's true. So
Yeah, I don't either.
yeah. He's booked an
Mm-hmm.
engagement in Miami for next week. She just actually just threw that out there. She didn't say with who. She didn't say what date it is. She didn't say,
Right.
what the company is or what he's going to be speaking about or where it's going to be. She just said in Miami. That's it.
Exactly.
Like
I
what
need
event?
receipts because
Nothing.
yeah, I need receipts because we already know the prosecution was lying last time during the trial and allowed
Yeah,
witnesses to lie. With
yeah.
that all being said, what do you think about the judge saying that what the defense said in the letter about Mia testifying or giving a victim impact statement or whatever, saying that it was inappropriate?
The prosecution saying that or the judge?
Well, I think the judge said, I was reading the updates from Inner City Press, and it looked like he said the judge said it was inappropriate
Yeah.
because the prosecution complained about it, and then the judge deemed that it was inappropriate. They said basically that's why she didn't want to come and speak today.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, let's all just be clear. Like, first of all, Mia was not a victim of any of this stuff.
That's
Mia
what I
was along
think.
for the ride. We all
Thank
know
you.
that. And on top of that, the thing is, I know what the judge is saying. He's absolutely right in what he's saying, but I don't agree. But he is right. He's basically saying that that these things that we found out during the trial, um, they have to be considered when we're considering sentencing. So if there was
Mm-hmm.
domestic violence, I have to consider
Mm-hmm.
the domestic violence during sentencing. But the problem that I have with that is that a lot of these witnesses lied. And the
Yes.
judge, yes, and the judge literally said today that Cassie and Jane were both credible witnesses. So he believes the things that they're saying. But Cassie got caught in lies more than once, and so did
Right.
Jane. So I
Right.
don't know. I don't know how he came up with him saying that they're credible witnesses. Well, it is what it is, man.
Well, it's not looking good to me. It sounds like the judge is still biased.
It did seem like that today. It did seem like that today in the first half of the morning. I think the second half of the morning, I don't know how the judge gets around those cases because the second half of the morning, like these are, and when I say these cases are nowhere near even 5 years, these cases are all less than 2 years. Some of them were a maximum 27 months. He's already served 13, right? So,
Right.
like, excuse me, 27 months these cases were. So I don't know. I don't know how you get around. I don't know how you get around. Like, how can you justify anything more when some of those cases had DV in it too?
Well, let me say this, beloved. So you know how the judge is talking about he has to consider the other things?
Mhm.
He's lying. He doesn't have to. It's up to his discretion. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm a criminal
Exactly.
justice professor. It's up
Exactly.
to his discretion. He does not have to. Him saying he has to lets me know that he's going to. He just
Yeah.
wants to.
He will.
He does not have to. Okay. At the
Yeah.
end of the day, he can go absolutely by the sentencing guidelines and base it on that. Okay.
Mhm.
Or he could use it to his discretion and do what he wants to do. And that's what it looks like
Exactly.
he's going to do.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope for the best. My guess right now is 36 months.
I was saying 18 to 24, if we're lucky.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, with that all being said, your 36 months would be accurate, or mine would match yours if we added the 12 months he's already done.
Right.
Right.
I'm
Okay.
saying 36 months total. I'm saying you take out the 12 that he's already done. He does half of that behind bars and he
Right.
does the other half in home confinement.
I just think that at this point, you're beating a dead horse. Like the judge needs to just let it go at this point.
Right now,
And
what I
especially,
believe is they're trying to retry him in the sentencing hearing.
that's what it is. And that's what I figured they were going to do because I said weeks ago that they don't want to take their L. They're going to try to get
Yeah.
back. And you know when I really knew that's what they're going to try? Is when they came back. Remember, they initially asked for 5 to 7 years, wasn't it?
Yep.
It was like 64 months. It was a little
Yep.
over 5 years. But then when they came back and said, oh, we're going to ask for more time, but they didn't say how much. And they were kind of like waiting to the last minute. I said, okay, I know I see the play here. They are mad because they lost. And also because Maureen Comey got fired. And even though she's fired, she's probably still pulling the strings,
Yeah. Yeah.
you
100%.
know,
They
to a
they
degree.
all bonded over this nonsense.
Yes. Now, what do you think about how the judge abruptly cut off? It seemed to me, I don't know, I'm reading updates, so I'm not getting it firsthand like you all are. But did the judge cut off Driscoll when Driscoll was asking questions about, or he was stating the law in the cases and all of that, and how these cases were not comparable to Diddy's, and the judge just seemed like he ignored him from what we got. He was just like, Westmoreland. He said, who's next? Westmoreland or something like that. Is that how that went?
No, but he did cut him off when he was stating all of the case law. He cut him off to say, but the prosecution is saying that he's basically a pimp. And what do you say to that? That he's playing the role of the pimp here? Because what Driscoll was saying is like, he's not a pimp, he's not this and that. And Driscoll just straight up told him, he goes,
If he was a pimp, here's the thing. He's not a pimp because if he was a pimp, they could have gotten him on the trafficking.
well, he said he's not a pimp because he ain't making no money. So
that's what I said from day. That's what I
he said every
from day
pimp
one.
makes money. And as soon as he said that, as soon as he was like, he interrupted and said, the prosecution says he's a pimp. What do you have to say to that? I went like this in the courtroom and everybody started like around me started laughing. I was like, money, idiot. Like, this seems pretty like obvious to me.
The judge
And
is
exactly what
grasping at straws.
Driscoll said. Yeah.
He doesn't like Driscoll because Driscoll is very good at litigation and he knows the law. Like he
Yeah.
really, really has a good recollection, recall of it.
Yeah, I couldn't write down fast as he was talking. It was memory recall. Like he was giving exactly, he was like, and I quote, this text message said this, that. And you know what? Later on, you know what that woman did? She went and she ended up dying from a drug overdose. That nothing like this happened here. And he goes, I challenge the prosecution today to show me one text message in this entire 10-year relationship that's even close to the abuse that this woman was receiving in the text message that I just read to you. And they're trying to say that these two cases are similar. And that woman later on, weeks later, died of a drug overdose. And they're trying to say that he got 60 months. So I was like,
now
damn.
that's crazy. That's
Yeah.
crazy. So the sentencing disparity, that's what it sounds like the judge is going to be involved in. I'm like, he's still clearly biased for the prosecution. It seems like he's making excuses and then also to keep himself from looking like he's being racist or biased, in my opinion. That's why, at least biased, that's why he's saying, oh, I have to go back. No, you don't.
No,
You
not at
don't.
all.
You do not have
No.
to go back. Matter of fact, let's just Google it just to make sure.
You
I
don't
mean,
have to at all.
I am sure, but I just want you all to see for yourselves. And so what else? What else can you tell us, Jay? And what time do you all have to go back?
We got to go back at the top of the hour. We're actually gonna head back now because they closed off that middle piece. You know that middle piece that we always there where we exit.
Yeah.
They closed that, so you
Uh-huh.
can't go now. You got to go all the way around.
Oh my God, are you
Yeah.
serious?
Yeah.
So do you think it's going to be 2 days? You think you're going to have to come back Monday?
I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't think that there's much more to say after I think they have a reverend that's going to
Mm-hmm.
be speaking this afternoon. I think they have maybe 2 or 3 more people to speak. And the
Mm-hmm.
prosecution just keeps repeating themselves over and over again, talking about how Cassie was urinated in her mouth. I'm like, what are we talking about? It sounded like they were making opening
Where are we
statements
going
again.
here?
Yeah, where we going here?
Right. That doesn't have anything to do with this. And also, that was with the trafficking and the RICO. But didn't the S workers both say, there was 2 of them at least that said that Cassie asked them to do that, not Diddy?
Yes, they did. Actually, one's right here. I just passed him. I just walked right by
Are
him.
you
He's
saying,
here
is it
promoting his
Sheree?
Punisher. Yeah,
Punisher?
Punisher.
Okay,
He's
that's
here.
the
He's
one.
here
Yeah.
promoting his book, man. He's here,
Okay.
he's here promoting his book.
Yes.
He was just right down there. I don't know. I'll see if I see him again. He was
And
just
then
here.
the other was Daniel Phillips, if I'm not mistaken. The
Daniel
first one.
Phillips. Yeah, Daniel Phillips, the first one. Who said he
They
would
both
have?
said she did it.
He was like, I didn't think I was prostituting. I thought I would have just did it for free.
Okay. Right. Because one of them said Cassie was that was the guy Dave, said Cassie was the most beautiful woman in the world to
One he's
him.
ever seen.
And so
Yeah.
he said the same thing. But he also said that she was having relations with him behind Diddy's back. So I'm
Right.
sorry, ma'am, but if you're having relations with him behind Diddy's back, I don't think Diddy had to force you into a freak off.
Exactly.
Okay,
No,
make it all make
100%.
sense. Have you read the book that he wrote about her?
I didn't. I was on, I think it was Mama Flips live and she was, or I think she was on with that girl Henny. The 2 of them were on together. And I think that
Okay.
they were reading parts of it. Here you go right here. Here you go right here.
Who's
With your Punisher.
Oh,
There you go
okay.
right there. Yeah. There you go right there.
Uh-huh. Freezer Meat. That's the name of that book. I'm gonna have to read it.
Freezer me. Freezer me.
I'm gonna have to read it.
He's teaching what's the guy's name? A thing or two. I forgot his name. Somebody tell me in the chat. I forgot his name. But he was sitting in the court with me too.
You talking about what's the guy? You talking about Diddy's friend?
Nah. I was talking about I don't remember his name. He's done a lot of I did a video on him actually. With the clown nose. I put a clown nose on him. Well, C did. I didn't. But
Oh, hold on, no. Hold on, with a clown nose on him. Hold on.
yeah.
You said you did a video about him with a clown nose?
Yeah, I did a live. If you go on my live,
Are you talking about the guy that I
I
was
forgot his
debating?
name. Yeah, the
You talking
guy.
about the guy
I
I was
think you debated him too. I debated him here in the court. No,
Marlon.
not that one. He's here too. Actually, he's here.
Somebody
He's
told
here.
me this morning, they're like, Marlon's here, Queen. Where you at? Yeah, they told me he was there. I was like, say it ain't so.
He's here too. Oh man. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna run back into this line now.
Torrey,
Pardon?
Jay. That's what
Torrey, that's his
somebody said
name.
in the chat.
Yes.
Torrey, yeah.
Torrey, that's his name. Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah, somebody put it in the chat. BB put it in the chat. Okay. What else was I going to ask you really quick? Well, listen, I appreciate you hopping on and giving us the updates.
Hey, it's my pleasure. I'll be
Yeah.
on live. After this, I'm gonna run to my office and jump on live and go through my notes as I usually do. So I'll keep y'all
Okay,
updated.
great. Okay,
All
I'll
right,
be in
y'all.
the chat. All right,
You
peace.
got it. Peace out.
All right. All right. All right. So y'all heard that? Purple said, ask him if Gene Deal was there. He was probably there with bells on, honey, and whistles. Pay attention. Okay. This is all interesting. Okay, so DSB, beloved, thank you for gifting 2 memberships to the Queen's channel. I appreciate you, beloved. Peace, love, and blessings. Y'all know I love my royals. Okay, so those of you who benefited from those gifted memberships, please be sure to shout out DSB. Okay, everyone, please shout him out for his generosity, okay, and thoughtfulness. All right. It's always a pleasure when people not only support the channel for themselves, but they help other people to support by purchasing memberships and gifting memberships for them. All right. Okay. DSB said, you're always welcome, Queen, my warrior sister. Thank you, beloved. All right, y'all. This is getting juicy. So what do y'all think? Let's go back to Armand and finish with Armand, listening to what Armand was saying. Like up, everyone, please. Like and share. Okay, here we go.
It was much bigger than that. These women were manipulated. These women were forced to do things against their will.
Look at Armand. I love him, but he's on the other team. Armand said he couldn't get past that video of Cassie getting her butt beat. Let's continue. Hold on. I accidentally scrolled back. Hold on. Where was I at? Okay.
She over here crying. But it got crazy though. I will tell you I'll tell you when I started crying though. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm trying not to cry right now because I started crying. Okay. So when I started crying, it was because I'm not gonna lie. The kids came up there and they started speaking. Quincy, at first I thought they was gonna vote all. I thought because they were talking like only one kid was gonna speak for all the kids, and then that was just gonna be that. And they said Quincy was gonna speak, but all the kids came up. Quincy has a weird disposition. Like he has a little bit of you could tell he has a nasty attitude. I'm just be honest with you, and a little bit of a temper. So I'm just like, well, hopefully he's not the only one speaking because I don't think that he's gonna resonate with anybody.
Not with anybody.
He basically was like, Sean is my father. I don't care what nobody say. I'm supporting him. I look up to him. I love him. And, he's better out than in so many words. Justin came and spoke and was like, he loves his dad. He looks up to his dad so much. And, his dad is the greatest thing that he ever had in his life, and asking the judge for leniency on the sentencing. That was great.
Hold on, I just want to thank Aisha Perkins, Cheryl Massey, Jennifer McClinton, okay, and Lois Jackson. All right, Measured Man. All right, I want to thank you all for your contributions to the channel. Peace, love, and blessings. All right, and also thanks to my lovely moderator, that Crazy Beach Aries. Okay, I forgot to thank you for yours the other day, beloved. Okay, so let's get into it now. Let's keep listening.
But what got me was when Christian and the girls came. Because Christian came up, and I could tell out of all the sons, Christian is the most loving. He loves his grandmother. You can tell he loves his dad. He loves his family. He loves his sisters. He's the sweet one out of everybody, I feel. So he comes.
Let me verify that Christian is, because when I was in court, Christian was the one always sitting next to Miss Janice Combs, with his head on her shoulder, his arm around her. He's very affectionate with her. You can tell they have a very close relationship. Okay, he seems like a sweetheart. Okay, forget what you heard. Okay, but let's continue.
And he goes, I'm pretty much my dad's twin. Everyone says, I look like my dad the most and I resemble him. And, it's just because I've studied my dad and I really respect my dad. I look up to my dad more than anything. He's inspired me. My dad is my hero. He will always be my hero. He's been the best. And then he started talking like his dad. And then he started crying a little bit. I'm just like, oh God, I just started feeling really bad. And then you hear the girls in the back, and then you see Diddy. He's just like, he can't take it. He's crying.
See, that's what I'm telling you all. At the end of the day, I see you, Alice, beloved. That's okay, sweetie. Now, this is what I'm telling you all. If you have a heart, how can you not feel a little sizzling in spirit about those kids? Specifically, the ones that don't have their mother. How can you not feel something for them? They may be adult children, but they're still his children. And at the end of the day, some of us have children. Imagine your children being there and having to speak on your behalf if something nefarious happened to you. Okay, maybe not to this extent, but I'm just saying, imagine your children being burdened with coming forward and having to speak on your behalf and hoping and praying and wishing that you can just come home with them, right? So think about that. Angie started to say Cassie was somebody's child too. Yeah, she absolutely is, beloved. She absolutely is. But Cassie also played a role in some of this too. Let's not act like we don't know that, okay? Cassie is absolutely somebody's child. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? But we're not talking about Cassie. We're talking about Diddy's kids, okay? Cassie's home with her kids. Even though the same stuff she said Diddy did, didn't she do it? Yeah, according to the S workers. That's why she's being sued. I bet you don't want to talk about that. Do I need to bring the receipts? Do I need to pull up the book that was written about Cassie and the things that were said? You all who are memberships on the channel, you all heard the book. I read it to you. So at the end of the day, I'm sorry, but little Miss Cassie is not all sweet and innocent. I don't care what you think. Okay, if she was sleeping with Diddy, sleeping with Alex Fine, sleeping with Kid Cudi, sleeping with a football player, a basketball player, I hadn't even heard about the basketball player, sleeping with Michael B. Jordan, I'm sorry, she's no angel. And if she was sleeping with the S workers behind Diddy's back, what are the chances that Diddy had to force her to have a freak off? Slim and none, if you ask me. But let's continue.
I'm gonna try not to cry because this is when I get all in my feelings. He's just like, my dad is my everything, and he's like, I really look up to my dad, and my dad is us.
It's Bridget, you said, but they all grown. Well, I did say that they were grown. I did state that, beloved. But also, you're grown too. Okay, you're grown too. So if your parents were facing something, one of your parents, and you were speaking on their behalf and somebody felt sorry for you, wouldn't that be okay? Because you're still their child. Okay, we're not talking about age here. We're talking about these are this man's children. Just like Miss Janice Combs is Diddy's mother. Diddy's her child. Diddy's 54 years old, but he's still somebody's child. So age doesn't have anything to do with it as far as I'm concerned. At the end of the day, the children didn't have anything to do with this, and not all of them are grown. Okay, he has a 3-year-old. Okay, please pay attention. Now let's continue.
Special part of my life, and with me not having my mom, I need my father. I need my dad in my life.
And here's the thing. Some of y'all are really about to tick me off and get kicked out of the chat. Because if you don't have empathy and sympathy for somebody's children, I don't care what you think Diddy did. I don't care how you feel about Diddy. Those children are innocent. They didn't do a damn thing, and they didn't deserve the things that they're going through. So at the end of the day, if you don't want to extend empathy or sympathy to them, that's fine. But let's not sit here and try to belittle them or act as if their feelings don't count just because of their ages. Because that's obtuse. All right? That's obtuse. At the end of the day. Now, with that all being said, let's continue.
And he said, he's a pivotal part of this family. And he just said so many beautiful things about his dad. And you're looking at a mini version of his dad. And I think the people on my row, and I'm looking, Diddy's over there crying. Nicole is, she's taken out. Nicole Westmoreland, she, at this point, you'd have thought she was at a funeral. Because she, can you even do the job anymore? Because she was sitting here like, you'd have thought she was like somebody didn't fuck around and died. And so, what got me, I'm trying to hold it together, was the girl. I'm like, oh my God, I do not want to listen to these girls talk.
That's exactly what I said.
Tell you what the daughter
exactly what I said.
Was saying.
And while he's pulling up his notes, I'm gonna tell you all something. At the end of the day, on the last day of Diddy's trial, I was crying. Okay, I was crying because Diddy's baby's moms were crying. They were all crying. The kids were crying. His friend Charlucci was crying. Seeing all of those people crying, especially a grown man crying, a grown black man specifically, that made me cry. When I see my people cry, at the end of the day, if they're hurting and in pain or whatever, that's going to make me sad because I have empathy for my people more than anybody on this planet. Okay, I have empathy for other people, but my people, I have more empathy and sympathy for. At the end of the day, I'm just being honest. So when I see my people crying and hurting, or I even hear that they're hurting or in pain, that's going to affect me. Okay, so what we're not going to do is sit here and bash anybody's children. All right, y'all don't have to agree, but don't sit here and disparage this man's children because I promise I'll kick you out of the chat and you can go somewhere else and watch this live and you don't have to come back ever. That's just how I feel about that because Tisa Tales had the nerve to say F Diddy's children. That's what she said on her live. Somebody did a whole video about it saying F his children. Why do we have to say F his children? The children didn't do anything. She was talking about his daughters. Okay, she besmirched them as well. The twins, lying on them, saying they stole somebody's the clothing idea and all of that. No, that was their idea. The other person had the same name, but here's the thing. When I looked it up and I showed y'all the receipts, all those of you who remember, there was 4 people that had the same name of that clothing brand. None of them had trademarked it, obviously, except for Diddy's daughters, I do believe. So with that all being said, she sat there and went in on them and encouraged people on her subscribers, over 600,000 subscribers. She encouraged them all not to support his daughters. These are girls. They're 18 years old. Y'all can say they're grown legally, but they're little girls, period. That's what they are. Okay. And she told people not to support them because the money would go to Diddy. Why would their money need to go to Diddy? These are young women trying to make their own way in the world. She said that Diddy told them not to go to college so they could start making money. Where is she getting this from? She's a liar who lies. She said, F that man's kids. That was one of the low down things that anybody could say. If you hate Diddy, that's fine. Say whatever you want to say about him. Diddy made the bed that he's now lying in. He's accepted that and he said it in his letter to the judge. He knows that he is solely responsible for what he has done and been accused and convicted of. His children don't have anything to do with it, especially not his daughters. Not Chance, not Delilah, not Jesse, and not Love. Okay? At the end of the day, have a damn heart. Okay? Please pay attention.
She just said, we're scared. Not having a father and mother. We are scared. We are tired of being strong. We have lost so much. Like not having our mom.
Angie Sargent said, talk to me exactly. I am talking to you exactly. Do I need to drop the link? Don't act like I don't have a problem talking to you directly. I'm not only talking to you. You weren't the only one that said something in the chat. Okay? Other people did too, a couple of other people. So I'm talking to all of y'all. Now, if you want me to, I can drop the link so you can get up here and say it verbally. You don't have to type it in the chat. Do I need to drop the link? Would you like me to? How about I drop it anyway, just in case somebody wants to come up here? Okay, y'all not going to play with me today, honey, because y'all must don't know who you're messing with. At the end of the day, we could get into it because I said what I said. And if you don't like it, leave. Period. Don't tell me what to do on my own channel. There's the link. Click it if you want.
And then not being able to have our dad, like we are scared. We're scared. Like, and I just feel so bad because I'm like, these girls don't deserve that. You know, it's
They
like
don't deserve
they
it.
have to be strong, but your mom is dead. Your dad is dead. Then you got to look at Diddy and he can't even look at him. He crying. I'm crying. It's like, it's so much. I'm trying not to do this on camera. I'm trying not to do that. I'm trying to laugh through it because
Y'all know I love Armand. I promise you, if Armand starts crying, Lord, I'm going to cry. Armand, please don't do it. Please don't do it. Angie said, no, ma'am. I was replying to someone named Talk to Me. I love you, Queen. Okay, I love you back, beloved. I love you back. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me, honey. Y'all know I'll go in quick. Okay, so that all being said, Measurement said feeling froggy. Oh, Lord, I'm so sorry, beloved. I'm so sorry. Okay, emotions are high today. I'm sorry. I just get annoyed when people go in on children because especially when they don't have anything to do with anything. Sorry about that, beloved. Please abort mission. Okay, let's continue.
it's a lot. It's a lot. And this is the part of the trial where you have to tell yourself, well, fuck that. Because that nigga was doing what he was doing. And I want to cry, but I can't cry because I'm thinking I can't be tricked because justice still needs to be served. But
Armand said he can't be tricked. Justice still needs to be served. I think they're breaking you down, Armand. I think they're breaking you down, beloved. Special case said those children are very well mannered and disciplined. Hadn't shown not an ounce of disrespect. So just stop. Those children lost their mother, God with them. That's my point. Yeah, they don't have a mother. Like, just have a little compassion. You don't have to care about Diddy. You don't have to even like Diddy. Okay? I never said I like Diddy. At the end of the day, I'm for what's right. That's just it. I'm for what's right. Okay? I done went all in. I done gone all in, honey. I need to sit down somewhere. See, I keep telling y'all that sometimes things don't come through in the text as it does when you verbally say it, okay? So please forgive that, okay? I'm done. Okay, Hollywood T said, love the Queen's energy. Thank you, beloved. Sometimes I go too far. I can be obnoxious.
She was like, listen, we don't have anything. We don't have our mom. We don't have our dad. We have a 2-year-old sister that we have to explain where our dad is every day. And so I'm just like, and I'm looking through the courtroom. Diddy's crying. I'm looking, because I'm in overflow, so I can see the front, and I'm looking at my whole row. We crying.
Oh, honey, this is okay. Y'all, this is a whole lot. Diddy was crying. Now, I want y'all to think about that. Diddy's crying, and his children have to see him cry. They'll probably make them cry even harder. Can you imagine? Honey, I'm going to tell you right now, if I see my dad cry ever, I'm on the ground. I'm passing out, okay? At the end of the day, that's going to break my heart. So think about those children watching their father cry, okay? This is all said, honey. Okay, Angie said, Queen, you're simply gorgeous. Thank you, beloved. I appreciate you. That's so sweet. Okay. Somebody said Queen was fish grease hot. Just anticipate said Queen was fish grease hot. Let's continue.
White people, they cry a little bit, but I don't know if they was crying. But the black people, they was crying. The prosecution, they wouldn't even look. So they were giving no emotion. Some of the regular people, civilians in there patting their eyes, all the family boo-hooing and crying. The kids had everybody worked up. But they have everybody worked up because this is not on them. Diddy brought this on himself. He sat there and looked disgusted. Then they went and played a video of all the things that he's done to help people. That video really wasn't moving me until they really played a game. They started playing the Kim Porter footage and Kim Porter's funeral. Oh yeah. Life with and then without Kim Porter. They started really carrying. You know what I'm saying? That's when there was a whoa, okay. Now we're getting here. But the problem is this.
What is it, Armand?
Diddy, through this entire time, hasn't truly taken accountability for what he's done. And he hasn't truly apologized. He's been, being nice to the court and cooperating with the court, but they feel as though he hasn't taken accountability and apologized to the victims.
But he already apologized to Cassie. He already apologized to Cassie. And some of those victims were lying. I wouldn't apologize to people that's lying on me. I promise you I wouldn't. I'm not apologizing.
That he's created. To the escorts, to the employees, to the women. And they made up a good point. They said, yes, he has learned and he has moved forward. But Diddy also is a billionaire damn near. And so while he's able to move forward, these scars and these problems and these issues, his victims will have to live with for the rest of their life.
Here's how I feel about that. How I feel about Cassie and Jane, that they made their beds just like Diddy did, so now go and lay in it. That's how I feel about that. Okay? They were in it for the money. They would never have stayed with a man that was working a regular 9 to 5 and didn't have billions. That's what they wouldn't have done if they had all these complaints. They stayed with Diddy because Diddy had money. They wanted to live the lavish lifestyle. They wanted to benefit from everything that Diddy could afford them. Not just the money, but the lifestyle, the glitz, the glamour, the A1 celebrities that they got to be around, the A-listers and all of that, in my opinion. So with that all being said, why is this phone trying to ring? So with that all being said, I feel sorry for any abuse for Jane Doe and Cassie. Okay, nobody should be beating on women like that. No man should be beating on women like that. But as for that other stuff, the freak offs and all that stuff, those women were doing what they wanted to do. Those women were doing what they wanted to do. And people really need to stop saying that Diddy groomed Cassie. That's a lie. Cassie was with Ryan Leslie before Diddy, and Ryan Leslie is almost a decade older than her. So when Cassie got on the stand and testified saying that Diddy was her first adult relationship, she's a whole damn lie. And that's only one thing she lied about. Do I need to continue? She's a whole lie. Okay, she's a whole lie. Even in her letter to the judge, she lied. She said that Diddy, at the age of 19, Diddy started controlling her or giving her rugs and all this stuff, this and the third. That did not happen at 19, Cassie. You testified in court that you were 21. That you were 21. You met Diddy when you were 19, but you were with your boyfriend, Ryan Leslie. And according to her testimony on the stand, did she forget what she said? She said that she was 21. It was her birthday. She made up, her and Diddy, a fake flyer for Ryan Leslie, went to Miami, was on a yacht, and had relations with Diddy. See, this is how I know, because I told y'all this. This is how I know that Cassie didn't write that damn letter. Because if Cassie wrote that letter, she would have known that it wasn't 19 when Diddy started messing with her. It was 21. Douglas Wigdor wrote that letter, and I told y'all that when I read it. Okay, Cassie is not, she's not stringing words together like that. Okay, that's not even how she talks at the end of the day. Okay, that's not even the theme of how she talks. We've heard her speak. Okay, over the years. She's never strung words together like that. And at the end of the day, I told y'all she didn't write that damn letter. And that to me proves it. I believe that if Douglas Wigdor didn't write it himself, which maybe he didn't because he's busy, he likely got his paralegal or somebody in his office or his law firm to write it. Cassie didn't write it because she would have known that she said on the stand she was 21, not 19. But let's continue. The lies are coming out.
Diddy will be set free, but Cassie will still always have those sores. Remember the sores from when he made different men piss in her mouth.
All right, sit down somewhere. You know they said she told him to do
Cassie,
it.
Jane Doe will always be remembered for when she would sit and have different dicks. Raw dog her, all to pay her rent.
Oh my God, Armand, stop.
Cassie will never forget choking on piss.
Oh my God.
She will never be able to move on from the sores. Jane Doe. Even though her name is Jane Doe, we all know exactly who she is. Her reputation is ruined. I think they also said, let's see. Let me read what they said.
Said, all y'all know, I said Armand needs to be locked up.
Nicole Westmoreland said, one thing that she remembered from Diddy the most, and this had her breakdown in tears. Diddy had did a speech, and somewhere along the speech, he said, don't be afraid, just dream. Just remember to wake up. And that resonated with her soul. And those words, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up, resonated with her. And she had broke down in tears. Diddy is not larger than life. He's just a man. He's still human. How many of us can say we help this many people's lives? His life is so important. And he's an asset to so many people's lives.
Our mind is a mess. Okay, Miss AP said, Sean Combs, forgive me in the presence of the Lord. I ask for my nefarious thoughts and verbal words physically typing I've spoke about you. If you witness this, God forgive you, Christ forgive you. Oh, Miss AP, you asking Diddy to forgive you, beloved, for the nefarious things you said. Well, the Queen said nefarious things too. Queen said nefarious things too, beloved. He said Wiggins is so dramatic. Isn't he though? I love Armand. Honey, he's a whole mess
And that
and a
shouldn't
whole
be
vibe.
taken away. I want to let you guys know that's what she said. This is all when she was crying. But I want to get into
This is all nefarious. Queen Hewitt said, Queen, I never told you this, but when I first saw you years ago, I thought you were Janet Jackson. You are very beautiful. Thank you, beloved. Not Janet Jackson. But you know what's funny? My oldest son told me that when he was little, he used to think I was Janet Jackson. I'm like, boy, if you don't sit down somewhere. But thank you, though. I love Janet Jackson, honey. Okay. Now, they did used to tease me, about my nose. Okay. Like Michael Jackson's nose, that first nose from Thriller. Yeah. They were like, did you and Michael Jackson go to the same nose doctor? I'm like, child, this is my nose. Please sit down.
some of the things that they said.
Wait a second.
Happened with the victims. Oh,
Wait a second. Hold on. I'm going to let Armand rock out. Cece said he's auditioning for the Netflix biopic. Armand is very entertaining.
they said that Diddy downplays the abuse, blames everyone else. He's been violent. This is the history of conduct. Violent with Cassie and others. He doesn't think that the law should apply to him. This man would be a danger. Oh, yeah, I told you guys that. Oh, it's time for the court to teach him a lesson the prosecution wants. And it also encourages victims to come forward and the people to feel protected. They're asking for 135 months. Diddy has tried to make it seem as though that his relationships were mutually toxic, but that was a lie. Victim blaming, he blames the doctors, he blames the drugs, blames mental health, and he's just now realizing he hurt Jane Doe and Cassie through her testimony. How did he not learn after he hit her and kicked her that he hurt her? He has not taken any responsibility and denied guilt in the Mann Act. Okay? Let's see. It was just so much. They talked about how he abused Cassie. He kicked and dragged and beat her. They said the Mann Act involves fear and violence. It's more than transportation. It's a major violent issue, and the court should side on that. It's not just a simple transportation case. They talk about how he thinks he's above the law. I'm trying to get to that part where they were talking about how.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the next updates. Let's get into it because we have about 3, okay? And then we'll let Armand finish. Okay, so 7 minutes ago at 2:11 p.m., they came back into the court. They say they're back. The judge says, Mr. Steele says, I'm honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner. Now Brian Steele's gonna start crying because Brian Steele was crying at the trial. I'm telling y'all. Okay, these lawyers love Diddy. Y'all just don't get it. So then Steele says the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs. Moved them to Mount Vernon. Okay, where is this going? I'm curious as to where this is going. Those are the only two, but we'll keep listening to Armand, and then we'll catch the rest when they come up.
They will never be the same again. Oh, also, the victims were vulnerable, and they felt like they had to do these things, so they want to add that enhancement on there. Yeah, so I can't find that part though, where they were talking about the different things. Oh, another thing. I guess I didn't read it to actually read the letter, but Mia was supposed to testify, but Mia didn't end up coming to testify because the defense had wrote a nasty letter about Mia, and Mia felt bullied by the defense. And so she decided not to speak. And the judge said the tone of the defense's letter was completely inappropriate.
Do you all want me to read Mia's letter? One's in the chat if y'all want me to read it while we're waiting on updates. Put a 1 in the chat if you do.
So Diddy looked a mess in there. I wrote down, he looks like Jesus. Not like that, but hair everywhere. Old. He just looks fully gray. It was a lot going on. But I'll tell you this, he's in there begging and fighting for his life. Everybody's crying. The kids are coming out. He's crying. Diddy hasn't spoke yet. He'll be speaking soon. That's why I need to go back in there. Diddy has not spoke yet. He'll be speaking soon.
Go get that.
But just right now, the kids had everybody emotionally triggered. Then I'm in the hallway. Some lady gonna say, and bumped it. I don't give a fuck. He was a monster. Diddy ain't did shit for nobody. You know, there's a lot of New Yorkers out here that feel like Diddy ain't did shit. And so you got some New Yorkers like they said, we're here for Diddy. Then you got some other New Yorkers that said Diddy ain't did a damn thing. Okay. And so I'm just at a point where, justice needs to be served. I don't know if I feel like the judge is completely buying it all. But we'll see. We'll see. But they're saying that, the victim's reputation will never be the same. Their health will never be the same. Their mental will never be the same. How can you be? You've been freaked off your whole life. No money can ever change that. Diddy can walk away from this and live his high life. Everybody else will just go back into the world and have had an experience that they'll never be able to take away or never be able to change. So, all right, y'all. I'll keep you guys updated on what's going on. We are here at the Diddy sentencing. It's a lot going on. And our lives will probably be here. I'm not going to go, and I'll go live from the studio when I get home, probably tomorrow, this weekend. But I'm expecting explosive fireworks at the end of the day, and we'll be right back as soon as we get more information, okay?
Thank you.
I will see y'all later.
Oh, I am so mad I didn't go, okay? I am so mad right now. If no one to blame but myself, beloveds. Okay, so with that being said, let's go to these next few updates. Our mind is a whole mess, okay? I appreciate him coming out there doing his live. Okay, so with that being said, Christopher said he's fed up with Diddy. Who are mine? It sounds like it, right? Hollywood T said those 50 low moral harlots were willing participants. No sympathy. Okay, I feel the same. Measure Man said their bank account will never be the same. Armand doing too much. Talking about their bank account. Okay, because Cassie got money. Somebody said Cassie had to give half their money to her skeleton-looking lawyer and ended up with about $7 million. Well, if she ended up with $7 million, she better hope those S workers that's suing her don't win, because they're suing her for $10 million. And that's going to leave her in the hole if they win. Okay, please pay attention. This is all nefarious. This is all nefarious. And y'all know it. Y'all know it. Let me see if I can catch up to where we left off. Okay. Okay, here we go. I hate when these people are posting comments because it just throws you off. You literally have to look forever to find where you're supposed to be once you click off of here. He usually has it set so they cannot post comments while he's posting, but today I guess it's a free-for-all. But I still appreciate him for doing his due diligence and posting all this stuff. Lord knows he doesn't have to. Okay, so here we go. So the last thing where we left off was Brian Steele talking about how Diddy's mom had 3 whole jobs and his father died and the mom moved them to money-earning Mount Vernon. Okay, now Steele goes on to say he goes to Harvard, but he has another idea. He goes to work at a record company. He's in the studio with artists. His ear is better than everyone's. He works harder than everyone else. More trauma. His best friend is shot in LA in a drive-by shooting. Then he goes on to say Sean is upset. He is still trying to break down barriers. He has an operation and gets addicted to painkillers that he's given. Oh, was it his knee operation? He has been high from then until 2024. You heard it at trial. He was medicated because his body, he was medicating because his body was hurt and his emotions too. On occasion, he would hit the woman that he loved. He loved Miss Ventura. I have been with Sean more than my family since I met him. He has taken responsibility. He would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. Y'all hear that? They said he would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer it. Okay, I don't know if he should have said that. Because the judge might turn around and say, well, that's all the more reason he's guilty because he was going to say he was guilty. Okay, so Steele goes on to say, I have been there when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone he has hurt. It is now 12 months and 17 days in MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guard stopped a man with a shank. He eats out of bags of chips. Somebody tried to shank Diddy. Do y'all hear this? Do y'all hear this? Somebody tried to shank Diddy. Now, let me ask y'all this, people who hate Diddy in the chat. Do y'all want somebody to kill the man? Be honest, because some of you might. Be honest. Do y'all want somebody to kill the man? They said they stopped a man with a shank. Okay? This is all a mess. Keisha says, well, it's getting lower by the letters. In my opinion, her attorneys are waiting to the judge or writing to the judge. Right. I believe that she's not writing those letters herself. My God. Special K, you are so nefarious. When I said that Diddy, the guard had to stop somebody with a shank, Special K said probably ordered by Tisa and Nancy. Talking about Nancy Grace. Girl, you are wrong for that. Okay, but highly plausible in my opinion. Okay, just joking. DSB has gifted another membership to the Queen's channel. Thank you, beloved. I appreciate you. And here comes another one. Thank you kindly. All right, DSB has gifted 4 memberships to the channel today. Thank you all. You all be sure to thank DSB and thank you, beloved. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Measurement said it was twice. Somebody tried to do that twice? I didn't even know this. I must have skipped over this. Okay. Measurement said Tisa said she wanted them in jail when it happened. Hold on. Said she wanted them too when it happened. That's awful. That's all nefarious at the end of the day. Let me see what else they have coming here. Okay, we have been here for how many hours? Let me see here. We've been here for 5 hours. Are y'all serious? Ooh, honey, y'all got me working overtime. Y'all got me working overtime. Honey, I've been on here 5 whole hours. Are y'all serious? Okay, well, we'll sit here and wait for the next update. Oh, and while we're waiting, let me just go ahead and dig up that letter. Okay, that letter that the prosecution wrote. I mean, the defense wrote about Mia. Let's see here. Hold on, what happened to this? Hold on, let me see here. Okay, here we go. Let's see where we left off. Okay, so Steele goes on to say he lives there. He lives with 25 people in one room. There's a TV area and a supposed bed. There are rugs there. He has not taken rugs. There is violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. There are screams day and night. To be honest with you, I don't think the judge cares about any of this. That's just my opinion. At the end of the day, Keisha said, stop it. That's like an enemy or friend having someone take life, then carry your casket at your funeral. Okay? This is all nefarious. Measure Man just gifted 5 memberships to the Queen's channel. Thank you, Measure Man. I appreciate you, beloved. Peace, love, and blessings. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity. You all be sure to shout out Measure Man and thank him, specifically those of you who benefit from the memberships, okay, that he and DSB are putting in the chat, the memberships that they're gifting. Y'all know that over here, when you have membership, you get certain perks like the book about Cassie that I read to you all, the review that I did about sinners, just different things. And also on every Sunday, we have True Crime Sundays. Okay. Now, with that all being said, I'm going to go to this other, let me see what they got going on here. Let me see what they have on the AP, if they still have anything going on. Are they still live? Yeah, they started streaming 7 hours ago, so they've been on her longer than us. Okay, so let's go to them while I'm trying to find this letter for Mia. Purple said, Queen, what's your cash app? Oh, thank you for asking, beloved. It is $QueenAShakur, beloved. Thank you. $QueenAShakur. Okay, let's.
Okay. So él te está mandando.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do, beloveds. I'm going to take this off the screen for a minute. We're going to read Mia's letter first, and then I'll go to Diddy's letter, okay? So I'm going to share the screen. I'm going to go over Mia's letter, and then we'll read Diddy's. I have literally never been on a live this long in my life that I can recall, okay? And so this is what Mia had to say. Let's get into it. Dear Judge Subramanian, the government respectfully submits this letter regarding victim statements or at sentencing, in addition to the victim impact statement submitted by the government in advance of sentencing. The government understands that the victim who testified under the pseudonym Mia at trial wishes to be heard at sentencing. Under the Victims' Rights Acts, victims of an offense have the right to be heard at court proceedings, which includes sentencing. A crime victim has plea sentencing or any parole proceeding. Now, in addition, the court is required to consider the factors set forth in Title 18. Okay, we're going to skip past that. They're basically just saying how she's able to write this letter or whatever. Okay. So let's get to, well, wait a minute. What did she even say? Hold on, let me just go back because this is 2 pages. They go on to say, in addition, the court is required to consider factors and set forth in the Title 18 United States Code Section 3553A, which include, among other things, the history and characteristics of the defendant. Further, pursuant to Title 18 United States Code Section 3661, okay, no limitation shall be placed on the information concerning the background, character, and conduct of a person convicted of an offense which a court of the United States may receive and consider for the purpose of imposing an appropriate sentence. The Second Court has held that while statutory victims have a right to speak at sentencing, there is no limit on who the district may permit to speak at sentencing. Then they reference certain cases. Okay, victim 1 does not qualify as a statutory crime victim. The district court did not err in permitting her to speak during the sentencing hearing. While the CVRA provides certain victims with a statutory right to speak, it does not impose limits on on who the district court may allow to speak. Okay, now they list a case or two. Then they say, noting that even if Smith is correct that KNI did not qualify as a statutory victim of Smith's most recent child porn offense, Congress has not placed arbitrary limits on what information a district court may consider as sentencing. Accordingly, it is within the discretion of a district judge or district court to permit uncharged victims or non-statutory victims of a defendant to speak at a sentencing or to submit a written statement. So she wasn't a victim of either of these. So I'm just wondering why she wanted to say something. Affirming district court's consideration of oral and written impact statements from uncharged victims of the defendant, and noting that there is no doubt that the district court had broad discretion to consider the extensive harm that hadn't caused over many years to numerous uncharged victims in the context of sentencing factors. Now, sentencing factors listed in 18 USC Statute 3553A. Okay, affirming the district court's consideration of the oral statement of a non-statutory victim sentencing about the damaging impact of Smith's abuse on her life as relevant to Smith's prior conduct of sexual abuse and also several of the statutory purposes of sentencing, including just punishment and the need for deterrence and protecting the public from further crimes. As noted above, Mia has requested that the court provide her with the opportunity to be heard at sentencing. Although Mia is not a statutory victim of the defendant's offenses of conviction, she testified at length at trial about her abuse by the defendant during her employment for him from approximately 2009 through 2017. Mia's counsel has informed the government that if permitted to address the court, her statement will be approximately 5 minutes in length. For the foregoing reasons, the government respectfully requests that the court grant Mia's request to be heard at sentencing. Okay, y'all heard that. Now that's what they wrote, the government that is. That's what they had to say about Mia. Like I already told y'all, I just think Mia was just lying. Okay. Let me see here. Give me just a second. Let me see if there's any more updates really quick before I start reading this other letter. Okay, well, here goes some more. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Okay, so says the last thing they said was the water's polluted. You have to boil it. I'm forgetting to like his darn post also. Okay, the water is polluted. You have to boil it. Um, hold on. Okay, there are screams day and night. Okay, now he says, Brian Steele, that is. He says, some in the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. Okay, that is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There is a man released at his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He is by the phone now. A man released at Diddy's house, Charles Scruggs. Y'all heard that? Now they say October 6th is not speaking. Listen to this. October the 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about rugs, about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. It is not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. Okay, that might be true, but how's the judge going to look at that when it's an appointment for next week? I just have questions. I don't know if they should have allowed that because the judge is going to make a big deal out of that, in my opinion. But let me find this letter. I'm going to go to outside the courtroom while I'm looking for this really quick. Claudette said, not a leper. Yeah, that's what it says, beloved. Okay, so I have the letter. So let's get into it. Make sure there's no more updates. Okay. Okay, so we're good for a minute or two. I'm going to pull the letter from the screen. Now, this is in opposition to Mia's letter or to Mia wanting to get up there and testify. This is the defense. Now, they wrote this on October the 1st. Says, Dear Judge Subramanian, we write in opposition to the government's September 30th, 2025 letter motion requesting that a person with the false name Mia speak at Mr. Combs' sentencing for charges for which she is not a statutory victim. Okay. Over defense objection, Mia was permitted to come into a courtroom, assume a fake identity complete with a made-up voice and demeanor, and lie about a defendant in a criminal case, all behind the shroud of anonymity. She lied that she had sexual contact with Mr. Combs without her consent. She lied that she was a victim. Virtually everything that came out of her mouth was a lie. This is all true. Let me just tell y'all, because y'all weren't in the court. For those of you who weren't there, here's the thing. Mia was absolutely lying. Mia was saying that Diddy, did things to her, assaulted her or whatever, and all of this. She was probably messing with Diddy behind Cassie's back is what we thought, because Diddy, there was text messages and proof that when Diddy was talking to Mia, he got upset with Mia because Mia and Cassie went out of town or something like that. And then when Diddy was calling, Mia wouldn't answer her phone. Cassie wouldn't answer her phone, so he was calling Mia's phone, and then Mia wouldn't answer hers. And when she finally did, Diddy just pretty much let her know that he wasn't happy about it. And then he told her, he said, I'm going to tell Cassie, like he basically told her, I'm going to tell Cassie what we did. So here's the thing. If somebody graped you, why would they be saying, I'm going to tell her what we did? Because you out here messing around with me behind her back, but you out here with her acting like, helping her talk trash about me while she's mad. Okay, that's how he took it, in my opinion. So I think that Mia was lying, and some of the stuff she flat out got caught in the lies. Now, goes on to say one of the great vestiges of the Enlightenment that once held sway over parts of Europe is trial by jury. And a jury of 12 people had little difficulty concluding that this person with the false identity, voice, and demeanor was lying. And it acquitted Sean Combs of anything and everything related to her testimony. Okay, so why did she get to give a victim impact statement? They have concluded that you are not a victim, ma'am. Okay, but she apparently is not done. Now that the jury is gone and her lies will not be tested by cross-examination or evaluated by a fact finder, she wants to return to court, still beneath the shroud of anonymity, to lie again. Simply, she's not a victim of anything. She had adult consensual sexual contact with Sean Combs on a handful of occasions, and as her many writings show, held him in the highest regard for years afterward. How do we know this? The same way the jury knew, because her testimony was blatantly incredible in every way, as was the testimony of so many of the other government witnesses. Moreover, that she is so eager to return to court when she plainly does not have to and is not even entitled to, puts her proffered fear of testifying at trial into clear relief. This was a show. This was a show for her. She got to lie. She got to testify with a false identity. She got to try out her fake voice for a jury of savvy New Yorkers. But she also saw the consequences of lying to a jury. They don't believe you. So now that the jurors have returned to their lives and she can testify without scrutiny, she wants to come back, still under a fake name and still with the false narrative, to further sully these proceedings. Now, here's what I want y'all to pay attention to, because the judge, I want y'all to pay attention to this, and this is signed by all of Diddy's attorneys. But here's the important part. Now, we heard what Little Miss Mia said, right? But I want you all to pay attention to this. The judge said that it was basically inappropriate. The defense's tone in their letter was inappropriate. Did you all find that it was inappropriate? Please put a 1 in the chat. No, put a 1 in the chat if you didn't have a problem with it. A 2 if you feel that it was inappropriate. 2s if you think that the defense's letter in opposition to Mia testifying was, just too much. Okay, like they were just doing too much at the end of the day. Do y'all think that it was inappropriate? Because I don't. Goodness Rated Bo said, what letter? Goodness Rated Bo, I literally just read the letter. Okay. Claudette says, yes, it was too much. Okay. Let's see how many 2s. We got 1 2 so far. We the people said 2. Okay, most people are saying 1s. Well, here's the thing. I don't think it was too much at all. If she lied, they have every right to call her out on her lies. What do y'all think that's supposed to do? They're the defense attorneys. They don't have to feel sorry for her. They don't have to have empathy and sympathy for her. They don't even have to relate to her feelings at the end of the day, because they clearly think she's a liar. That's what they called her, and that's what she is. So the thing is, if you know she was lying, what's wrong with you saying it? What's wrong with you saying it? Reppin' Magazine puts a 2. So y'all with the 2s, I think I saw like 3 2s. You all think that Mia was telling the truth. Or I'm sorry, not that she was telling the truth, but you think that the letter that the defense wrote in opposition to Mia testifying or, speaking, giving a statement during sentencing is basically inappropriate. Okay, Claudette said, no, I thought it was the other way around. Okay, so that takes it down to 2. We have 2 who thought that it was inappropriate. Everybody else. Mr. Man says, sometimes you got to stand on business. That's right. And that's business, BIZZNESS. Okay. Miss AP said, had to rewind to hear your question, Queen. Okay, beloved, that's okay. Perplex said, why haven't she been charged with perjury? You already know why that is, beloved, because she was testifying for the state, for the feds, for the government. That's why they're not going to say anything. They knew she was lying when she got up there, I promise you. Okay. Goodness Rated Bo said, well, if she was a S assault victim, she has a right to speak. Yeah, but that's the thing, she wasn't, beloved. Did you just not hear what they said? Let me just say it again, Goodness Rated Bo, for the people in the back and for the rest of you. She's not an S assault victim. She was having a complicit relationship with Diddy. Okay, the jury didn't believe her, and neither did we. She was lying. Okay? Now, and the reason we know that she was lying, or we feel that she was lying, if you want to say we didn't know, we just thought it. Well, the reason we felt like she was lying is because she said that Diddy did all that stuff. But like I told you in the text message, Diddy was threatening to tell Cassie what they did. Second of all, she made that big that book and all that stuff for Diddy for his birthday, talking about I love you and all this, and did that video. She was trying to get hired back with Diddy after she was fired. So what y'all talking about here? What are we doing? At the end of the day, if she was sitting there saying this man raped her and did all of this to her, why the hell is she sitting there making him this birthday book? Okay, that took a whole lot of time, and then sitting there, you know, praising him on her Instagram, okay, and talking about she loves him and all that. Who's doing that? You think I'm going to be telling my good friends, man, that I love them, making them anything for their birthday? That's not my job. That's not my job. That's okay. Reverend Magazine, another one said, misheard the question. That's okay, beloved. So now we're down to one. Now we only have one person who thinks the letter was inappropriate. I don't think it was inappropriate at all. Okay. Keisha said the chef is someone who told lies too. You know, the chef could have been, because here's the thing that some of us noticed when we were at the trial. The people who were telling the lies on Diddy were people who were disgruntled because they all got fired. Those people all got fired. Now, y'all think that's a coincidence? Y'all know Jay was on here, and me and Jay told y'all. Jay specifically brought it up that the people who had the lies they told on Diddy were people who got fired. But even some of them said they wanted their job back. Capricorn Clark. And Capricorn Clark said that Diddy kidnapped her in the middle of the night with a gun. Made her go to Kid Cudi's house and tell him where Kid Cudi stayed. But she still said she wanted to work with Diddy. Capricorn Clark was proven to be a liar when she said that there was a high-speed chase, but Kid Cudi didn't say anything about a high-speed chase. He had no knowledge of a high-speed chase that he was clearly supposed to be in, according to Capricorn Clark. The officer, Israel, I forget his last name, he too, the officer who was on the scene, didn't say anything about a high-speed chase. Okay, so if she lied about that, she's surely lied about other stuff. At the end of the day, you can't trust her. Okay, you can't believe her. At the end of the day, credibility has been destroyed. Okay, it's been destroyed. Don Richard was lying too, in my opinion. None of us believed her testimony. Okay, Brianna Bunkalon, I already told you how they proved with paper receipts that she was lying. So at the end of the day, a lot of these people were lying. That's all that is. And some of y'all need to cut the cap and then cut the crap. Okay? These people were straight up lying. And here's the thing. Here's the thing that I want y'all to pay attention to. I'm not even joking when I say this. I want y'all to pay attention. Hold on, let me make sure there's no more updates that I'm missing. Hold on. Y'all, I'm on this live so long, I don't know if I can come back later. Ooh, honey, I'm tired. Y'all don't even know I was up late last night. I was up late last night working, honey. Okay? Let me see here. Hold on, beloveds. Last thing we talked about was Charles Scruggs. Was that the last thing? Said he's at home by the phone. Oh no, he talked about the speaking engagement, right? He said that wasn't a performance or whatever. It's not a speaking engagement, it's a healing. Okay, then he says, this is from 7 minutes ago. This was a voluntary sexual encounter consented to by adults, and I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This is issue preclusion, double jeopardy, and a due process violation. Ooh, honey, did y'all hear this? Judge Separate Radio, you can go ahead and do what you're going to do. If you want to give Diddy football numbers, go right ahead. But at the end of the day, they're going to come back and win on appeal. I promise you that. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. The issue is preclusion, double jeopardy, and due process violation. Matthew has a few typos because he's typing so fast. Okay, I think that instead of saying this is issue preclusion, he was saying this issue is preclusion. Okay, then he goes on to say that Brian still says, we asked Sean to be able to have a 14-month sentence. He has taken full accountability. He's not using his rug addiction as a crutch. He's saying that he wants to repair. He will never be a danger. He is a civil rights leader. Okay, I think he might have gone a bit too far when he just said Diddy was a civil rights leader. Do y'all think Diddy was a civil rights leader? I mean, he could be, I guess, in some people's opinion. But also, I will say this. What do y'all think about this? Saying that Brian still saying Diddy was a civil rights leader? I think that might be a little stretch. If I'm just being honest, I think that might have been just a little stretch. Okay, okay. I wouldn't have gone that far. I would have said at the very least that he is a motivational speaker, someone who influences people, inspires them, encourages them. That's what I would have said. Winter said he told him we need our own new party. Yeah, he did when he was talking about the black political party, right? Okay. Nelson G said he went too far with that now. Okay. Purple X said the same thing. Cece said too much sauce. Okay, I'm drowning in it at this point. This is all too much. Okay. I am 50 Gold said, LOL, he was trying to start his own political party. Yeah, Diddy was. He literally was. He was saying that we as black people should start one. He was. This is all nefarious. Miss AP said allegedly Diddy has been teaching some sort of class in jail. Yeah, it's called free game. I reported on that days ago, and we've been talking about it now. Just Anticipate says civil writing for baby oil. Y'all are just low down. Diddy and Dallas said, Queen, they needed you on the team. That's what I tried to tell y'all, beloved. That's what I tried to tell y'all. The Mann Act violation would have been gone. Let me sit down somewhere. Y'all know I'm not more brilliant than those attorneys. But at the end of the day, they did a very thorough job, in my opinion. But I think that whole thing about the civil rights leader is only going to tick the judge off. I think that's going to just tick the judge off, right? Just my opinion. But hey, if they can say Charlie Kirk was a whole activist, a political activist, no less, then I guess they could say Diddy was a civil rights leader. Because here's the thing: who do we have alive right now that's civil rights leaders? Al Sharpton. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say Diddy is more of a civil rights leader than Al Sharpton. True or false? True or false? Is Diddy more of a civil rights leader than Al Sharpton? Once, if yes, choose if no. Who would you, if you were fighting for civil rights, would you hire Diddy or Al Sharpton? Just Anticipate said nobody. DJ Big Six said you, Queen. Thank you. Pink even said he did do the vote or die campaign. That's right, he did. He did do that. No. Cassie Love said not civil rights. Adrian said, I'll wait for your tea on Al Sharpton, Queen. Oh, you know it's coming. I promise you, it's coming. Okay. Nelson G said Al is trash. Okay, DJ Big Six said last of a dying breed. Measure Man said if the glove don't fit, acquit. Okay, Adam 50 Gold put a 3. Oh, hell no, said did he serve the community? Oh, y'all are nefarious, okay? Cherry Red said the judge is black to those that think Kamala is black. Oh, the judge is black to those that think Kamala is black. Okay. So Wendy City said, I can't stand that bobblehead. I can't either, honey. DJ Big Six said none of the above. Al is a documented worker for the government. Nubian Cutie. Nubian Cutie. What did you say about Al Sharpton? You said he's a documented worker for the government? Yeah, he is. I told y'all that before, right? So let me just give you all a clue. Whatever I'm going to tell you about Al Sharpton later on today, if I come back, because I'm so tired, I don't know if I can handle it, but I'm going to try to. But whatever tea I have to spill about Al Sharpton has something to do with him being a whole informant. Now, y'all already know that he is an informant because I told you all that before, and you probably heard it you may have heard it even before I said it. And yes, it is documented. But wait till you find out the scoop. Okay. Now, with that all being said, hold on. Let me see if they're back with any more updates. This is getting drawn out. Lord, I'm ready for this to be over. And then I'm gonna tell y'all something. I really hope this is over with today because I'm straight up hating because all my friends are in New York having a good old time, and I stayed behind thinking it was only gonna last about 6 hours, and they're still in court, and now they're talking about it might be 2 days. Now I'm telling you, if it comes to find out that it's gonna be 2 days, and that means they're gonna be partying over the weekend and still go to court on Monday, y'all, I might have to leave up out of here on the first train smoking because I can't even have it. Okay, now let me see here. All right, so hold on. I'm trying to get to the latest updates. Oh my gosh, these people just posting. It's just so annoying. Okay, because this has to give me, it just makes me take a minute to find where I'm at. Okay, different. Okay, he asked for the 14-month sentence. Okay, here we go. One more. It's just one more. This is from 3 minutes ago. The last thing he said was Diddy is a whole civil rights leader. Then he says, still that is, he says, we can now hear from the Reverend. Okay, I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. This is what the pastor said. I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. I close with this. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son put them on, Sean needs an opportunity. Okay, I don't know about that analogy, but y'all heard that? And of course, the pastor said more than that, but remember, Inner City Press, aka Matthew Russell, is reporting what he can, and he's going kind of fast. Chief All-American said Diddy Luther Combs. Y'all are something else. Okay, so let me go to this other thing and see if they have any updates for us, beloveds. Doesn't look like they have any more updates. He says, hold on. I'm speaking on conspiracy theory, but is there someone in the chambers giving advice? I know, right? Because the judge seems confused. I don't think that's anybody in the chambers, beloved, because he was literally asking the prosecution what he could and couldn't do. Okay. Tell me you don't know what you're doing without telling me you don't know what you're doing. Make it all make sense. Miss AP said Sean Combs, number 1, Al Sharpton, Slick Sharpie, number 2. Yeah, Diddy's supposed to speak today. Yep. He's supposed to speak today. This is going to be real juicy. How much longer do we have, though, is the question. Y'all, I'm literally about to pass out. I'm so sleepy. Hold on. Okay, so the last place we left off was 5 minutes ago when Brian Steele said that Combs needed an opportunity. Just Anticipate said, let's not forget Jesse Jackson. Do we have to? Yikes. Y'all think Jesse Jackson's a whole civil rights leader? Reverend Jesse Jackson and Reverend Al Sharpton, when have they ever had churches? Can anybody please let me know? DJ Big Six said, Queen, have you had lunch yet? You know darn well I hadn't had any lunch. DJ Big Six, you know I haven't had any darn lunch. Are you trying to taunt me? You trolling me or whatever? You're trolling me, right? You got to be trolling me. You know I've been on here since 10 o'clock this morning. How did I ever have time for lunch? Okay, when did I ever leave? Goodness Ready Bo said, how old is Jesse Jackson? I'm not sure, but I can look it up. I can definitely look it up. Hold on. Keisha said, "Did you even have your tea, Queen? Where is your tea?" I had a little bit, beloveds. It's all gone now. It's all gone. And I only have a little bit of honey left. That's why I was late getting to the live. I had to open the honey and turn the bottle upside down and wait 5 minutes for it to make it to the to the opening. Like, it's crazy. All right. Clearly I'm over here stressed. Delta said, "Get your rest and feed yourself, Queen." Don't worry, I will, beloved. Thank you, beloved. Thank you. My poor little chief moderator has to make sure I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And thank you for your contribution to the channel. Peace, love, and blessings. Hold on. Adrian said Messy Jesse knew Martin Luther King was going to get murked. Yeah, I absolutely think he knew. I always thought that. I sure believe it. Hold on. What I'm thinking about was somebody, and I forget who it was, that said, Diddy Luther Combs. Isn't that what y'all said? Y'all are terrible. Oh my goodness. Y'all are absolutely nefarious. Measure Man said informants and hustlers. DJ Big Six said the tea is gone. Oh, okay. Sheesh. Miss AP said, "This is our fight. Jesse, sit down." I am 50 Gold said, Donaldson said, "Diddy is not a pimp." Donaldson's talking. Thank you, beloved. Let me refresh this page and get to it. Honey, y'all like, Queen, you're going too darn slow. We got to find it ourselves and keep you informed. Hold on. Okay, here we go. That judge knows Diddy's not a pimp. He needs to sit down somewhere. The judge is just playing games at this point. Okay, here's from 3 minutes ago. The judge, I'm not sorry, not the judge, the Reverend Johnson says, "You have been very honorable in this court." Then still says, "We'll have Mr. Donaldson." Now, Xavier Donaldson comes up and says, "It's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it. I want the record to be clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp." Well, there you have it. There you have it. Xavier Donaldson done said it, honey. Okay, y'all gonna believe him or y'all gonna believe the prosecution? Y'all gonna believe him or y'all gonna believe the prosecution? Let me just tell you all something too. Let me tell you all something too. Ann Brown said Al might be trash, but he sure knows how to get that cash. Oh, honey, yes, he does. Absolutely. Okay. Queen Huey said, "Queen, you are strong. Not even a potty break." Okay, y'all, I'm struggling. Y'all don't even get it, do you? I'm over here struggling. DJ Big Six said, "Not the Rev." All right. So with that all being said, Xavier has said that Diddy's not a pimp. So y'all listen to Xavier Donaldson or y'all listen to the six pack? Which one? Who y'all going with, the six pack? And let me just tell y'all something too. What y'all need to remember is this. Diddy has two of the most brilliant attorneys that look like you. Y'all voting for them or the six pack? Which ones? Because I guarantee that six pack don't like people that look like you or me, or for that matter. Okay, please pay attention. He said, "I have never seen a sentencing go for this long." Me either, honey. That's why I'm telling you, I thought it was going to be over with like quick. 6 hours max. Definitely not for longer than a day. Ladybug said defense team all day. Exactly. I'm sorry, honey. When I got in there, saw how this was all going down. Honey, the people that don't look like me going in on the black man telling lies and letting other people tell lies. Okay, at the end of the day, Diddy might have done some of that ish, but at the end of the day, some of that stuff was lies and BS, and they know it. I can't rock with that. Just can't do it. Sorry. Just can't even do it. All right. And especially after I sat there and talked to Nicole Westmoreland and Xavier Donaldson and Mark Agnifilo. Okay, please. Please pay attention. All right? Please pay attention. DJ Big Six said they must be filming a documentary, honey. It's all crazy. Claudette said, "Not the six pack." Yes. Cherry Red said they windmilling in court. They already scrapping, honey. They're going blow for blow at this point. Okay. Cecil, thank you, Cecil. Cecil said Jackson turned 83 on October the 8th. Or he turns 83 on October the 8th. Okay. You meant 25, not 35, I know. But October the 8th, just a few days from here, he'll be 83. Goodness Rate both said clearly the judge has nothing to do. Felix Chabri says it has been a long time and I've been on here with you. I don't even know how long. Honey, it's been a long time, beloved. It's been over 5 hours, almost 6. Hopefully we're about to get out of here soon because this is a whole lot. Let me look for the next update. Honey. I just want to tell you all, I appreciate you all for staying tuned in because usually, usually like before I went actually to the court, when I was just reporting on it from here, I would usually just end the live when they went to lunch and then come back. I don't know what I was thinking today. Oh, I know what it was. I got sidetracked because Jay hopped on here. Yeah, because Jay got on here. Okay, I actually could have started a new live and let Jay come, but I wasn't thinking. I was just excited to get him on here so he can give us the tea. And shout out to Jay again for that. And shout out to Armand also. Okay, so with that all being said, let me see here. Hold on, we're almost there. I got to keep scrolling because all these comments is taking up space. Okay, so the last thing I read to you was when Xavier Donaldson said Mr. Combs is not a pimp. So 1 minute ago, Donaldson then goes on to say, here at Southern District of New York, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the past 30 years did what he did in the MDC. The true Sean Combs came back. Y'all heard it? Y'all heard what honey, Xavier Donaldson has spoken, honey. Everybody can go home now. All right? Make sure I'm liking Matthew's post. It's very important to like people's videos, beloved. If you agree with their videos or whatever, if you enjoy the video, the commentary, it's very important to like, not just for me, but for anyone whose channels you visit. Because I know sometimes we forget, sometimes I forget, but when I remember, I go back. And I try to do it as soon as I click on the person's live. Because people, they put work into their videos. And if we watch it, the least we could do is like it. And again, I'm not just talking about me. I'm talking about other people as well. So what do y'all think? Xavier Donaldson said the true Sean Combs is back. All right. Okay, let's go to this other channel, the Associated Press. See if they're talking about anything on here. Don't look like they're saying much. That's right. Both said I took a whole nap and we are still here. Let's go. I should have taken one with you, beloved. I should have taken a nap. Okay, an hour or so ago when they went to lunch. Let's see what's going on here. I don't miss anything. Okay, last thing is from 4 minutes ago. Xavier Donaldson says the true Sean Combs came back. Hold on. D Major says Queen, Trump has called the Democratic Party the party of hate, evil, and Satan. Oh, honey, isn't that the pot talking about the kettle? As a matter of fact, that's just the devil talking about himself and projecting himself onto other people. Because if anybody is the party of hate, evil, and Satan, we already know who that is. It's the right, not the left. It's the right, not the left. Okay?
I don't know if it was hot that got locked up, but of course the plan to take over.
Michael said this long video queen is going to have problems in the replay. No, I'll just chop it up. I'll chop it up, beloved. I'll make it into like 4 shorter videos. Okay, retired federal bank says I demanded the judge allow me to present a 5-hour closing attorney statements. Oh, really? The defense and everyone was ticked off. Okay, a closing prosecuting attorney statement. The defense and everyone was pissed off. I'm bringing the heat. All right, well, bring it on there, beloved. They could be mad all day at the end of it. Be mad at the end of it. Goodness Red Bull said Queen, Trump is projected again. You already know he is. Isn't that all he does? With his little no good stuff. Honey, I can't wait to go in on him, okay? If it's anything that I love, it's going in on Trump. And I'll even do the voice for you all today. For those of you who tune in, I'll even do Trump's voice, okay? My little impersonation of Trump. All right? Trump needs to sit down. Okay. Adrian said, Queen, I got you at 5 hours and 50 minutes, 50 plus minutes. Is this your longest? Yes, I think it is, beloved. Okay, this is record breaking. The longest I think I've been on live was during the inauguration, not the inauguration, but during the election. I think it was 5 hours. And thank you for your contribution to the channel, beloved. Peace, love, and blessings. I appreciate you. Whew. Let me see here. This is all still at the same place. I'm going to refresh again. Now, who else has to speak? Because it was the reverend, and then it was one more person, right? So after this one more person speaks, it should pretty much be a wrap for today. At least I'm hoping. At least I'm hoping it's going to be a wrap for the day. Question is the judge, how long it's going to take for the judge to render his decision after it's concluded, when everybody says what they have to say? How long is that going to take? Okay. 3 minutes ago. Here we go. Donaldson says, I spoke to chiefs of police in Miami. I spoke to superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said this is something different. Okay, let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? He said, this is something different. Let me close with this. People like me. Is he talking about black people? Because that's what it sounds like. This is Donaldson talking. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. 37 seconds ago, Donaldson then says, we have a speaker ready to say that these are not speaking engagements. May he? It's the executive director of Reentry 1. Donaldson says, Giovanni. The judge says, I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. Damn, judge, 1 minute? Y'all hear that? The judge only wants to give the speaker 1 minute to speak. The man that's going to talk about the reentry program and say that it's not a speaking engagement, it's a healing thing. Y'all hear this? Ooh, this judge is something else. This judge is something else. No, he didn't. Ladybug says CNN reports that at any minute Diddy will speak. Okay, that's why we can't leave now. We've come too far to turn back now, y'all. I'm Harriet Tubman leading y'all to freedom. Okay? Diddy's hoping that his attorneys can lead him to his. Please pay attention. Just Anticipate said the judge's mind is made. It sounds like it. He said, is this the pastor speaking? No, that was Donaldson, wasn't it? Yeah, that was Donaldson. I'm just double checking. Now y'all got me questioning my own self. Okay. Greta Lee said 60 seconds because the judge has already made up his mind. That's what it sounds like. Okay, Talk to Me, I Talk Back said the judge is showing his true colors. Okay. DJ Big Six said we're free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we free at last. Okay. Ooh, honey. Lady Space said Kaepernick paid for a second autopsy for Trey Reed, and come to find out Trey was beaten before the tree. The police lab. Oh yeah, we know that line, honey. Yeah, and I heard about that too, about Colin Kaepernick. And see, that's why I'm so glad that Kaepernick is doing this. And I want you all to think about this. You know, we should be asking ourselves, because I was talking to a friend of mine about it the other day. I said, why is it that Colin Kaepernick is the only one that's paying for these autopsies? Why is Colin Kaepernick the only one? Is anyone else on the NFL? Is anyone else in the NFL paying for any of this stuff? Colin Kaepernick lost his whole career for kneeling peacefully in protest of police brutality against people who look like me. See how they demonize and vilify people just for even standing up for somebody who looks like us? Okay, Colin Kaepernick is paying for these things. Where's the rest of the 75% of the NFL? They don't want to pay for any of these? I think it would be good if they could, because then we could really put a stop to them lying about all of these hate crimes and lynchings of being suicides that we know darn well ain't no black person, man, woman, or child hung themselves from no darn tree. That's what we know, period. And I'm never going to not know that or ever believe that. Okay, that's crazy to me. This country has a history of hanging black folks from trees, strange fruit. But now we're supposed to think black folks are doing it to themselves. Yeah, they could miss me with it. They sure can. Mm-hmm. Please, honey, they could absolutely miss me with it. When it comes to certain things going on in this country, you can't convince me of anything unless you got receipts. It's all crazy. D Major says, Queen, Trump just paused $2.1 billion in funding to Chicago. Don't worry, honey. I'm gonna get on Trump. Oh my God, I'm gonna get on Trump. Trump needs to sit down somewhere. Okay. At the end of the day. Sierra said, yes, Colin has a great organization that pays for a lot of autopsies. Nubia Cutie said, that's why LeBron and the rest of them quiet. Right. They are silenced. Queen Huey said the back of his head was bashed in and organs missing. Oh, honey. Organs missing. But he did that to himself. These people need to stop. Please don't get me worked up. I already have a headache, honey. These people are doing the most, okay? At the end of the day, this all happened behind the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which black people didn't have a damn thing to do with, okay? Didn't have anything to do with, all right? Didn't have anything to do with. It's a darn shame. But don't we get blamed for everything in this nefarious country? Of course we do. Who else are they going to blame? And let me tell you something. For those of you now that while I'm thinking about it, let me just tell you all. Remember how I keep telling you all that you all should be worried about the immigrants too? Y'all say y'all don't be caring about the immigrants, some of you, and I'm like, who do they hate worse than the immigrants in this country? Us, okay? At the end of the day, the only reason you're not hearing all these stories, and I want y'all to really pay attention. Has anybody noticed? Has anybody noticed that you've not heard stories about black people getting murked at traffic stops? Once in the chat. Has anybody noticed that? Put a 1 in the chat if you've noticed that you've not been hearing for months any stories about Black people getting murked by cops at traffic stops. Put a 1 in the chat. Keisha said over 1,000 migrants are missing. I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. That's right, beloved. Goodness Rated Bo said, how many mass shootings since Kirk's death? See all those ones? Now, don't y'all find that suspicious? I mean, I'm glad there's none reported, but why isn't there any reported when we usually hear at least about one of these in about 4 to 6 months, right? Why haven't we heard about it? Because they're fixated on something else that they're planning, okay? All right, they fixated on something else that they're planning. Y'all saw all those people with those t-shirts talking about "We are Charlie Kirk." What y'all think they mean by that? Talking about they're gonna get revenge and avenging stuff and all this and that. Y'all don't know what you've awakened. They don't know what they've done. They don't know what who the hell is they? Tyler Robinson's one person last I checked. Don't try to put us in the BS. Okay, don't try to get us caught up. But that's what they're trying to do. I promise you. Sheila says, thanks for hanging in there today. Get rest after this live. I will, beloved. Thank you. I appreciate you too. Thank you for your kind words and your contribution to the channel. Peace, love, and blessings. Ooh, let's see what else is going on. I'm going to just refresh the page. So let me see what we have here. Okay, here we go. Okay, so the last where I left off is Donaldson said there was someone who wanted to speak about the Reentry One program and said that it's not a speaking engagement. And then he said, I have a letter, or he says, can he speak? The judge said, what's the gentleman's name? Donaldson said, Giovanni. And the judge said, I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. So now, after that, Giovanni Sayras. My name is Giovanni Sayras for Reentry One. We serve a couple of 100 people per year. I've read the letter of those impacted by the teaching and the mentorship of Mr. Sean Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impacts. Giovanni then goes on to say, when a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know, I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I worked with probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operators that work with me or that we work with. How's this gonna fare? Okay, waiting for the next one. This is from 4 minutes ago. So this is the person from the organization. They're talking about these programs work. All right, we're gonna see what the judge has to say about it all. Let me see what's going on here. Let me cut this audio on.
I just heard I just heard from a few other people saying that too. Oh, sorry. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just letting you know what I heard.
Did anybody hear what that person just said? What did that person just say, please? Did y'all hear? Did y'all hear? I don't guess there's anything playing except for these people outside. Okay. And here's the thing. We had to ask ourselves, how does the prosecution know about the so-called speaking engagement, which they called it? How do they know about that? How do y'all think they know about that? Do y'all think that the the defense gave it to them, gave them the information on it? I wonder how they know about it. Okay, thank you, beloved. All right, Mark Agnifilo is speaking. Great court coverage, Professor. Thank you, beloved, for your kind words and your contributions to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Okay, so let's see what Mark has to say. Hold on, beloveds. I got to do a whole lot of scrolling. I told you, these people keep leaving comments, and the more they leave comments, the further down I have to scroll to get to the last update. Let's see here. Okay, so this is from 1 minute ago. This is from approximately 1 minute ago. So Agnifilo speaking, and he says, doctors found that Sean had PTSD. Okay, that's post-traumatic stress syndrome. He grew up without a father. His father was murdered when he was a baby. The family didn't tell him how his father died, but he picked it up from the street. He gave a commencement address in Howard in 2014. Honey, I saw that. Did y'all see it? When Diddy found out from researching or whatever and asking around exactly what happened to his father after his mother had told him otherwise, they're going to say that that's been traumatizing for him, because it likely has. Okay, I got to scroll all the way back up. Where's Driscoll? I want Driscoll to come back, because Driscoll didn't give any impact statement. Basically, I don't think that I recall him doing that. He just got up and spoke about the laws. Okay, here we go. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, so oh, I already read that. We don't have any updates yet. That's the one about the Howard speech and about finding out about his dad. Okay. Goodness Ready both said, so PTSD allow you to treat others like crap. Have you ever met somebody with PTSD, beloved? It makes you act not in a normal way. You don't have normal behavior, and it affects people differently. Okay, it actually affects people differently. And for them to be saying that, he would have to have been diagnosed with that. They couldn't just say it in court. Because if the judge told them to provide proof and bring paperwork and receipts, they better have it. Let's see here. So, post-traumatic stress disorder. Let me show this on the screen. Because when you all have questions, I like to address them. Okay? I like to address them. And not just with what I'm telling you, but I like to show the receipts. So nobody thinks that I'm painting a narrative. But yes, PTSD can absolutely make you behave violently. It affects different people differently. But that's one of the things that it absolutely can do. Okay, so here it is right here. Post-traumatic stress. I typed in, can PTSD cause violence? Yes, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, can cause the risk of violence in some individuals. See, like I said, it depends on the person. Okay? Can cause hyperarousal. PTSD can cause heightened physiological arousal, leading to irritability, aggression, and impulsivity. Okay, intrusive thoughts and flashbacks of traumatic events can trigger intense emotions and behaviors, including violence. Okay, that's two things telling you about violence with PTSD. Individuals with PTSD may disassociate from reality, leading to difficulty controlling their actions. That also can lead to violence. If you can't control your actions, you can become violent. That's three things. Substance abuse. We already know Diddy was a whole addict, so was Cassie. PTSD is often co-occurring with patients, with substance abuse, which can further increase the risk of violence. That's all four of the things that let you know the mechanisms per se, they all talk about violence. So yes. Now, with that all being said, studies have shown that individuals with PTSD are more likely to engage in violent behavior than those without the disorder. The prevalence of violence among PTSD patients ranges from 5% to 20%. Severe trauma. The severity and duration of the traumatic event can increase the risk of violence. History of violence. Individuals with a previous history of violence are at a higher risk. Diddy has a previous history of violence, okay, from when he was younger. That's why they named him Puff Daddy. That's why his nickname was Puff Daddy, because remember, they said that he would huff and puff when he got mad, okay? So substance abuse. Using drugs or alcohol can exacerbate the symptoms of PTSD and increase the likelihood of violent outbursts. I already told you that. Okay. Comorbid mental health conditions. Other mental health conditions such as depression and anxiety can also attribute to the risk of violence. Okay, well, we know that it was testified to in court that Diddy absolutely was suffering from depression and anxiety or something like that, because when he was getting off of rugs one time, he was trying to get off of them. They were talking about how he was just like not himself. He was irritable and all of those things, in which people will absolutely be when they're trying to break the habit of using illegal substances or trying to wean themselves out off of alcohol. Okay. Now, let me see here. Okay, almost there. Let me see if there's anything else. Mm. Okay, so here's three more updates. No, two more updates. Okay, so here's one from 4 minutes ago. Let me go back to the share. Okay, so 5 minutes ago, this is what Agnifilo said. He found in the microfilm, the last thing he said was he gave commencement at Howard in 2014. Now he says he found in the microfilm there were the microfilm there at Howard, how his father died in a rug deal going bad. I remember Diddy speaking about that at the commencement ceremony. Maybe that's the trauma. He had major depressive disorder. Okay. I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Mr. Combs, they can have the last word. Okay, so let me just tell you something about depressive disorder. That can be very detrimental. That can put people in low vibrational states of mind, becoming very depressed and even suicidal in some cases. Now, with that being said, Agnifilo then says, I'm asking you to release him today. He has been punished. publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. Like, for real, the judge needs to give it a break. Okay, at the end of the day, I absolutely agree with Mark Agnifilo. Diddy has already suffered financial losses. He's already suffered embarrassment, humiliation. Okay, just businesses and everything, all of these things, people looking at him crazy. They're going to be forever looking at him crazy. Some people are. So with that all being said, they should just go ahead and give this man the same type of sentence that they would give anyone else who was accused of this or convicted of it. That's what they should be doing. Okay? Southern Bree said the judge is going to do as instructed. All right, well, honey, who's instructing the judge? Because whatever the judge does, I think the judge is going to make that decision on his own. I don't think anyone's instructing him to do anything. He might try to throw the book at Diddy because I just think that he doesn't like people that look like Diddy. That's my opinion. And Ladybug says CNN reports doctors have diagnosed Combs with PTSD, depression, and anxiety. See, I told you. They would have to have proof from a doctor. You can't just be saying this stuff. The judge might ask you for the receipts. And if you can't prove it, now you're looking real crazy. Okay? And then I'm going to tell you something else. I'm going to tell you something else that's annoying me. Ann Brown said, no, Queen, I didn't hear it. My dogs were barking. Okay. Okay, beloved. Listen, I'm going to tell you something else that's getting on my nerves. There's this lady. There's people who don't look like me just going all in. This lady in particular, she says, look at how Diddy's victims are still being abused and harassed. What's she talking about? Still being abused and harassed. That speaks volumes. Diddy is dangerous and evil. Diddy is a danger to the public. How is he a danger to the public? She's acting like Diddy's just going around assaulting people like the Chicago puncher. Y'all know I reported on him the other day. The man's going around punching random people for no good reason, other than just being nefarious. She's trying to make Diddy sound like him. That's what it sounds like to me. Okay? Look at his victims. They're still being abused and harassed. By who? Not him. He's in jail and has been for over a year. That speaks volumes. Diddy is dangerous and evil. Diddy is a danger to the public. Well, you know, you may feel that way. I don't. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is, I bet you she didn't have that same smoke for anybody else that had these charges who doesn't look like Diddy. That's right, Goodness Ready Bo. Boycott McDonald's. We're going to talk about that too, Goodness Ready Bo. We're going to talk about all of this, honey. I got to get off of here because I got to do my live later on. Okay, this live is taking too darn long. This is 6:20. 6 hours and 20 minutes. Hold on. Oh, sheesh. Okay, so I'm about to tell y'all what I'm about to do. This video is entirely too long. I'm about to end it. But before I end it, I'm going to create another live. Okay, I'm going to create a whole nother live. So at least when we get to the gist of the sentencing, if we get it today, which I'm hoping we will, it'll just be a shorter video. Because snooze watching a 6-hour video just to get to the end, right? Make it all make sense. Okay? Y'all just hold on for further updates. Okay, so far nothing. I'm gonna put y'all some music on real quick. Put y'all on some jazz for a second or two.
Light shining down in the moonlight, girl, can't help but feel this connection flow with every move. Go along the floor when you smile. With me one more heartbeat and sing at the sound of soul. Tonight we dance, just lose control. I can't resist. The way you move is doing this. Your boy's easy. That's the this night is ours, wrapped in our love. But badness plain, a melody sweet can't help but feel the rhythm in my feet, even my feet. Like the rock is spinning, on those dance where we both live. You got that groove, but don't worry, there's a little bit of sound. I can't resist the way you move. It's curious.
Okay, hold on, beloveds. Let me see if there's anything else. Okay, so I'm still looking. Hold on just a second. Okay, so more updates, just a few more. Hold on. So last we left off, Agnifilo said that the publicity that he got from Ms. Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. Now, 7 minutes ago, he said, Agnifilo, that is, says, we are proposing mental health treatment, a domestic violence program. Sometimes group programs are the best. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Okay, Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Yeah. I'm not asking for a light sentence. I'm asking for mental health, the root of the problem. Okay, then Agnifilo says, I'll stop here and turn it over to the government. I think it's only fair that Mr. Combs has the last word. Okay, the judge says, Ms. Slavic says, going back a few hours to Mr. Driscoll, we have cited cases with sentences of 135 months based on abuse. And then Slavic says, back to the Dylan Jordan case. Let's zoom out. Why did Judge Conan take into account the previous sentence? Because Jordan knew that it was wrong. He quit the business before he was prosecuted. Here, the defendant continued crimes. Okay, she said the defendant continued crimes. Then Slavic says pimps control their victims. That's what happened here. Okay, $1.4 million would be 90 something freak offs. There were more than that here. Mr. Driscoll challenged us to find abusive text, like he quoted. But this case has physical abuse on video. They're leaning on that video. That's all they have in their arsenal. Okay, then Slavic says the defendant is a master puppeteer. His video has better production values than the Intercontinental Hotel video, but that shows who he is. Right now, he would apologize to his victims. Okay, 5 lawyers spoke for him. Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it. So she's trying to say that Mr. Steele is a piece of slime because he said that Cassie wanted it. Well, you know what? The jury said she wanted it too. We're just keeping it a buck. Isn't that what the jury said? Yeah, it is. It is. That's what the jury said about Cassie, honey. When they acquitted him of the S trafficking and all that, they were basically saying that Cassie wanted it. Okay, and Jane Doe too. It's exactly what they were saying. Like, where's the lie? Where's the lie? Okay, so I'm putting together a thumbnail for this other video I'm about to start. It's getting ugly, y'all. It's getting ugly. Now the defense came out and called out Cassie. I wonder how the judge is going to feel about that because, you know, the judge may not like it. Not that it should matter because it isn't about the judge. It's about Diddy. Okay? But at the end of the day, we know how that can go. Okay, here, let me see. I'm almost done, beloveds. Okay. While that's uploading, let's see if any more updates have come in. The last thing we had was, ooh, they said Cassie wanted it. Okay, this is what Slavic says. Slavic says that Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it. Well, she did. Lady, if we're just keeping it a buck, she didn't want it. Like, who's lying? All right, who's lying here? Slavic? Besides y'all. Okay, I'm scrolling through all of these comments trying to get back to where I was. Okay, so let me see here. It's 8 minutes ago. Hold on, we're almost there. Slavic says we asked for a significant sentence here. Okay, hold on. No. She said something before that. Hold on. There was Driscoll. Okay, so they were saying something about Driscoll. Hold on for a second, please. Slavic says we have cited cases. Okay, Agnifilo says, I'll stop here and turn it over to the government. I think it's only fair that Ms. Combs. Okay, we read that about Combs having the last word. Okay. And then Slavic says, going back a few hours to Mr. Driscoll, we have cited cases with sentences of 135 months based on abuse. Okay, so then Slavic then says, back to the Dylan Jordan case. Let's zoom out. Why did Judge Cronin take it into account, the previous sentence? And then she says, because Jordan knew it was wrong. He quit the business before he was prosecuted here. The defendant continued his crimes. Okay. Then Inner City Press says, Slavic says, pimps control their victims. That's what happened here. What? So another one calling him a pimp and a hustler, I guess. There were more than that there. Mr. Driscoll challenged us to find abusive text like he quoted, but this case has physical abuse on video. Slavic says the defendant is a master puppeteer. Okay, I read all of that. This is 2 minutes ago. Slavic says, we asked for a significant sentence here. The judge says, thank you, Mr. Combs. Still says, can we take a comfort break? Sounds like somebody needs to go to the restroom. Talking about a comfort break. Okay. Doesn't look like there's anything else thus far. Okay, so let me hurry up and start this. Let me hurry up and go ahead and do this other stream, because this is getting entirely too long. Okay, please pay attention. With that all being said, I'm about to set it up right now. Okay, here we go. Okay, so hold on, beloveds. Okay, still waiting for the next update. So with that all being said, I'm going to drop the link for this new live so you all can go ahead and join it because I'm about to close this one out. Okay. Oh, okay. So let's see what I just do here. Hold on, beloveds. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, so after Slavic says that, still says that Cassie wanted it, Slavic then says, we asked for a significant sentence here. The judge says, thank you, Mr. Combs, and then still says, can we take a comfort break? I already read that, right? Yeah, that was 2 minutes ago. Okay, so clearly they were on a break. Okay, so with that all been said, let me just hurry up, honey, because I'm taking all day here. Okay, so I have created another live. Here is the link, beloveds. That's the link right there. It's starting in 13 minutes at 4:15. Okay, so I'm going to close this live out. All right, I don't see any more updates thus far, so I'm going to go ahead and close this out, stop the share, so we can start a whole fresh one, honey, because 6 hours and 40 minutes is crazy work. Okay? It's crazy work. So I want to thank you all for tuning in, for hanging out, this length of time and being patient. And also for all of you who contributed to the channel. All right. For all of you who sent cash outs, for those of you who gifted memberships to other people, I really love and appreciate you. And thank you all so much. Okay. So with that all being said, each one teach one. That's how we grow and thrive. Do something productive, constructive, but never destructive. And always remember, beloveds, to keep the Most High first in your lives. I hope to see you all in the next chat. And until next time, peace.
Gold all in my skin, God all in my blood, kings all in my circle. You touch one of mine and you're done. They show no love for the queen. Why you hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans? I got dreams like King Luther, shed blood like Kunta. You ain't helping my people, I ain't got nothing to say to ya. I want all the smoke like hookah. Talking reparations, America won't be great until they give us compensation. I'm like, I'm the hottest right now. See a bunch of lames out here trying to jock on my style. They be doing too much. I'm the queen, it's too easy. It's like they all at Popeyes, how they be talking so greasy. I just sit back and laugh while these haters get madder. So nefarious how they don't want my pockets with cheddar. I tell them they can do better. These snakes in the grass can leave a bite on your ass, cause y'all be trusting too fast. I got my foot on the gas, other one on they necks. Dropping receipts on haters, you better show some respect. I'm never facing regrets, we only facing the threats. Running through every challenge like a relay, break no sweat. It's a cold game, so I got that blanket with me. Now that my people awaken, ain't no going to sleep. I do not play by my piece, this time I'm playing for keeps. You talking slick, but when I see you like them ends, we gon' meet. And I got gold all in my skin, God all in my blood, kings all in my circle. You touch one of mine and you done. They show no love for the queen. Why they hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans and I got gold all in my skin, God all in my blood, kings all in my circle. You touch one of mine and you done. They show no love for the queen. Why they hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans and I got